Hello, welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. How's everybody doing today? All right, just did a little audio check there. Seems like audio is okay on our end. Let me know how it is there. How are you guys today? It is a Sunday if you're watching live. If you're on Replay Crew, we are going to be doing day 3 of Henry Segura. So, nothing like family massacre on a Sunday stream, right? But this is what happens. This is what happens, and we're going to cover it no matter what the day is. So, appreciate you guys joining us on a cold Sunday here in Florida. It was 32 when I woke up this morning, and I believe Julie, you said it was 28 out where you are. Right now, it's 63 in the office. And that's why I got the fire on. Going to warm myself up a little bit while we go over Florida versus Henry Segura, day 3. So we left off on day 2 with his friends. We heard from a couple of his friends. One was a childhood friend, and then a couple women that he dated. Natasha, Tyra, and then Calvin was his childhood friend. And Calvin Moore was the one that wanted Henry to come to Afghanistan, because Henry's a welder, and his friend Calvin said there was lots of money, 6 figures, to be made out in Afghanistan. So he was trying to get Henry to join him, but Henry owed like $20,000. He was $20,000 in debt. He owed like $2,500 in back child support. And in order to, he owed $20,000 in back child support. It was like $2,000 to $2,500 to get a visa. So he was not able to do that. So let's see who's in the chat. And yes, I am going to welcome my chat in, because that's what we do here at Trial TV Live. Kerviel, you are first. Good to see you. Kathy Smith, good morning to you. And Kathy, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I do hope you feel better soon. Lil Miss, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, there's definitely something going around, you guys. Julie, thank you for joining us. All you need is some rain and then snow. Only Fan, hello, good morning to you. Good evening to you. Good morning. Equinox, good to see you. Ohio Palm Mom, good to see you. Dream Landry, sorry for skipping your name there. Had a catch in my throat. Equinox, thank you for joining us. Carol O'Neill, hello to you. Lily Wayne, nice to see you. Thank you. Pammy, thanks for joining us. Saw you over on Baker. Baker's going to be covering another trial. Chen, I believe. Let's see. Yes, Jason Chen. That's going to be starting on, I think that's out of Nashville. We're going to be covering another trial. But Baker always covers some good trials too. So good to see you over there, Pammy, giving Baker some love. Gordon, good to see you. Colleen, Itchy Withers Horse Rescue. Oh, I haven't seen you in a while, Colleen. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Therapist, howdy. All you lovelies. All right. Lily Wayne, you are welcome. I'm glad I'm doing this on a Sunday. We were going to do it yesterday, but we had another meeting with our mods and just needed a day to do some meal prep. I made some General Tso's chicken, but I made it out of tofu, which was a complete epic disaster. I love tofu and I do it a lot, and but I never really made this kind of. I used arrowroot, which is kind of a cornstarch, and I wasn't expecting it to be like this. So I have another way to prep my tofu that works a lot better, but still ended up pretty good. And then I just did a stir fry, which I do pretty much every weekend. Hey, Florida PI Sam, good to see you. All right, let's get started. Let's watch some family massacre on a Sunday. I don't mean to make light of it, because poor Brandi and her children, they deserve all the respect that we can give them. All right, let's get started. This will be day 3 of the Henry Segura, Florida versus Henry Segura. And if you're new to this, he is accused in 2010, Brandi, who was his girlfriend. He had many girlfriends, as we found out, and many kids with those many girlfriends. He was married as well. So Brandi was found shot 7 times, basically her skull and face smashed in. Her 3-year-old JaVonte, her son, who was Henry's son, he was drowned. Tamiyah and Taniyah were 6-year-old twins. Tamiyah was shot in the back of the head, and Taniyah was also drowned. And all 3 of the kids were found in the bathtub. So absolutely terrible, horrible, beyond just ugh. But so Henry is being accused of this, but then there's some undertones of might have been a cartel hit too. So let's continue on with day 3. Just so you guys know, this is an hour, another hour, so it's 4 hours, 5 hours. It's going to be about 5 hours, and then with me talking, we're going to be about 5.5 hours or so. So we should be done around 4:30 Eastern, just so you guys can, whatever, plan your day, I guess. That is completely up to you. All right. So this is Henry Segura on the left, obviously, and then we have Brandi, her twins, and then JaVonte. So I'm not sure which twin is which. I haven't been able to identify that, but there are the kids and Brandi. So let us get to the feed.
On the job. Yeah.
Now this just starts in. There's like no judge saying good morning. This just like kicks right in, just so you guys know. So let me rewind this and then we'll get to it. All right, I'll see you on the other side of this.
On the job, yes, sir.
Okay. So y'all were welders together on job?
Yes, sir. We worked on numerous jobs together.
Okay. And now, are you from this area?
I'm from Wakulla County.
Okay. How long you live in Wakulla County?
Most of my life.
And how long have you known Henry Segura prior to 2010?
Maybe 5, 6 years, maybe.
More than one job y'all work together?
Yes, sir. We both work for the same company a lot.
Okay. So not every job, but pretty frequently.
Yes, sir.
Had he, prior to November 20th, 2010, had he ever been to your house?
Yes, sir.
About how many times?
Once or twice. I know he brought his sons fishing with my sons.
Back on November 20th, 2010, did he come to your house?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you remember?
I don't recall the dates exactly, so.
Okay. You know what day we're talking about, though?
Yes, sir.
The one that we're here for, we've talked about
Yes,
previously.
sir.
Okay. The day that he came, was that a planned trip? Was he planning on coming out there?
Not really planned, just kind of called that morning, said he was in the area.
All right. And you're down in where?
In Wakulla County, Sopchoppy.
All right. So you're down Sopchoppy by the Sopchoppy River and Smith Creek and all that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he happened to call up and said he was in the area.
Yes, sir.
All right. When he said he was in the area, did he say he was going to come by or what?
Yeah, he just asked what I was doing or whatnot. I told him just, waking up, getting moving. So he stopped by. I told him it was fine. He was welcome.
All right. So it's you said you're waking up. Do you remember what time of day it was?
It was maybe 8, 9. It was early morning.
So 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning, he calls you up and says, "Hey, I happen to be in the area of Smith Creek and Sopchoppy River and Sopchoppy."
Well, Wakulla, yes, sir.
And are you familiar with where Henry Segura lives?
In Tallahassee.
All right. Not real close to where you are, is it?
Not very close.
Did he come over?
Yes, sir.
All right. When he came over, what'd y'all do?
Sit around and chit chat at most. I had my kids and me and my son was getting ready. He was wanting to go bow hunting. He was wanting to start bow hunting. So I had previously the day before messed around with a tree stand with him, and we shoot the bow. And Henry shot the bow quite a bit. I had some buddies stop by with a boat. We looked at a boat project. I, worked for myself at home. And
Hold on, you said you're shooting a bow, but a boat project.
no, sir. I'm saying we were shooting a bow with my son. I was just getting him shooting, and some other guys stopped by with a boat they wanted me to do.
Boat, not bow, correct?
Boat, yes,
Okay.
sir. And I talked to
BOAT.
him. Yes, sir.
Just making sure.
And I had spoke with him, for a little bit, and we all sat there and hung out and talked and looked at the boat.
And Henry's there for all this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And basically just hung out until the lunch hours, and my girlfriend at the time had cooked lunch and just threw a football, hung out with my kids mainly.
All right. So y'all playing football in the yard?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
Just
shooting.
tossing, just not playing, but
Okay. Bow. What kind of bow we're talking about? There's all kinds of different
a
bows.
compound bow.
Okay. Fair to say that takes pretty good effort to pull back.
Yes, sir.
All right. Henry Segura shooting that bow as well?
He was attempting, yes, sir.
Okay.
He didn't do it very well.
Doesn't do it real well?
Not very.
Not a good shot?
No, sir.
Okay. This area y'all shooting at your yard, is it cleared out or how is it set up?
It's probably from maybe here to the back wall. Had a fence, big panel hog wire, what they call fence.
Okay, what is hog wire?
Just like, I would say maybe 6 inches long by 3 or 4 inches.
You talking about the gaps in the
Yes,
fence?
sir, the big square wire.
Big square gap in the middle of the fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Enough to kind of stick your arm through or something like that?
Yes,
if
sir.
need be? But obviously to keep the hogs out.
Just keep everything out the yard.
Okay. Now, where'd you have this target set up for the bow shooting?
Just behind my house. It was just a hill.
Okay. If you said he wasn't a very good shot, did Mr. Segura miss the target?
Yes, sir.
What happens to the arrows when that happens?
They just either fall short of the fence or go through the fence.
Okay. So is he reaching through the fence trying to get into it, or what was the deal?
I believe we all did a few times. Yes, sir.
All right. Bushes around that fence?
Yes, sir. Just weedy. I just mow and weed on one side.
But we're not talking about real thick thickets. We're just talking about some bushes,
Just swamp brush,
swamp brush.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen Henry Segura with a gun?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Just in our travels together, working around each other. I mean, most guys in that trade, working out of town have, firearms.
Okay. Do you remember, were you familiar with firearms at all?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was a pistol or a rifle?
I know he had pistols before.
Do you remember whether it was a revolver or a semi-automatic? You know the difference between those two?
I know that he had, I've seen him with both.
I'm sorry?
I've seen him with both.
Seen him with both?
Yes, sir.
And approximately how you've seen it a couple times then?
Yes, sir. Just, he had one.
All right. Did you ever talk to Mr. Segura on the phone?
Quite a bit, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he had more than one phone number? And we're talking specifically around that November date that we've just been talking about.
Maybe a home phone and a cell. I know I had given him a cell phone.
Okay, let's talk about that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You say you gave him a cell phone.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall exactly. I know we were on a job and it had got wet at my sister's house, and it was throwing the phone numbers around. Like I would say, if I went to call you, I would call my mother. You know what I'm saying? It was the contacts and the numbers were messed up.
Okay. All right. Did you take any steps, I guess, to remedy that situation?
I tried a few little home remedies, taking the battery out, putting in some rice and things of that nature, but it wouldn't stop it. So.
All right. So what'd you do with that phone?
I just gave it to Henry for one of his sons.
Okay. So as far as you know, did you give it to him? You leave him in his truck? What'd you do?
Basically left in his truck, just threw it in the glove box. It was a backup phone. If, you had to have a phone.
Okay. Now the phone, we're talking about one that's got like a Verizon where you have a plan, or is it a prepaid type phone?
That's a prepaid phone.
So it still had minutes on it?
I believe so, yes, sir. And I couldn't swap my number, so I just, it wasn't no good to me.
Do you remember the phone number that was? Does 408-8669 sound familiar at all?
Maybe. I've had quite a few phones.
Okay. So he had his regular phone number, his cell phone, this phone number that you left in this truck, and then possibly a house phone are the ones that you...
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. Showing some previously marked the State's Exhibit number 123 and introducing the evidence. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What does that appear to be?
Same type of cellular phone.
The same kind of phone that we're talking about that you gave to Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Thornton, at some point, were you contacted by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did they make inquiries about that phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you work with law enforcement in order to show them the kind of phone that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
They wanted me to walk in the store and point it out.
Okay, and did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you point that phone out to them?
Yes, sir.
And same phone, or same type of phone?
Same
You know,
type
same
of
one,
phone,
but
yes,
same
sir.
type of phone?
So-
Same type of phone?
Yes, sir.
The person that you were talking about here, Henry Segura, you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point to him and indicate an article of clothing he's wearing, please?
Purple shirt and tie.
May the record please reflect the indicated defendant, Mr. Segura. Come to the court.
Cross. Mr. Thornton, when Mr. Segura came over to your house that Saturday, November 20th, 2010, and y'all were shooting arrows, you kind of laughed a minute ago when Mr. Fuchs asked you how he was shooting. Can you describe how successfully he was shooting at the target and how he was able to do so?
I mean, I don't think he'd ever tried it before, and it was kind of awkward for him, and he kept twisting the bow instead of holding it straight, and he missed quite a few times.
And were you aware at that time that Mr. Segura had been shot in the abdomen and was still recovering?
Yes, sir. I'd heard about it.
And you'd been on jobs with Mr. Segura as well, close in time to the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Segura was still limited at the time. He hadn't yet returned to a full workload, correct?
No, sir. I don't
So
believe
he
so.
wasn't able to carry heavy objects and things of that nature yet.
No, sir. I don't think so.
You indicated that y'all kept, or at least Mr. Segura kept missing the target, and the arrows would go kind of behind the fence and into those
Yes, sir.
bushes. Do you recall that he was wearing a short sleeve shirt that day? Or you just don't have any recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall. I mean,
Okay. And the brush that had grown up around the target and behind the target where y'all were having to retrieve the arrows from, sticking your arms in that swamp brush, if you didn't have your long sleeve shirt on, that would give you some minor scratches and stuff as well, correct?
possibly, yes, sir.
I also wanted to ask you about how the plan came up to get together and put up the dog line. Y'all had come back from Tampa just real shortly before the murders took place, correct? You and Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And y'all had discussed on the way back up, getting together that weekend, that coming weekend that is, to put up a dog line at your house, correct?
I remember us talking about, I had dogs and he had dogs that we both bred, or like bulldogs, and I had a couple and he had some, and we had talked about maybe, having puppies or, this sort of thing as breeding. But I remember us talking about the runner, yes, sir.
Do you recall specifically that y'all were going to get together that coming weekend and put up the dog line?
Well, we were out of town talking about it. I mean, we didn't have a specific date or date, but we had spoke about it previously.
But getting together in the near future, when y'all got back to town and
Yes,
putting up
sir.
the dog line, that was something that you all had made plans
Yes,
about,
sir.
correct? Okay, no further questions.
Pretty direct. Yes. But to be clear, when he called you that morning, it was out of the blue, weren't expecting a phone call from him, were you?
No, sir.
Weren't expecting him to call you at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning saying he was in the area of stop shopping.
No, sir.
Let's talk about this bow real quick, compound bow.
Yes, sir.
As I understand a compound bow, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you pull it back, it's the most resistance you can, and then it kind of has a break where it gets real light as you're holding it back, correct?
Yes, sir. It was a youth model. It was my son, so it was a youth model, but it still has some resistance, yes, sir.
But that's the way they work, where you pull them back and then it kind of releases and then you hold them back here and it's a lot
Yes,
easier
sir.
to hold, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many pounds pull is it that we're talking about that you have to be able to pull back?
Probably 30, 35.
30, 35 pounds straight back like this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then to hold it, it's much lighter than that 30 pounds.
Well, it's got what they call a overdraw. Once you break a certain point, it takes all the tension off of it.
So it's easy to hold once you're
Yes,
back.
sir.
But you got to pull it back to this point straight back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Segura was doing that, was he not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you talked about he wasn't shooting it real good, he was twisting it rather than keeping it upright. That's a normal rookie mistake, kind of when you're taking a bow, right?
Yes, sir.
That's more of a form issue than the ability to actually pull it back and use your strength, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got to hold it up straight in order to shoot it right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So really what you're talking about, he was struggling with it and hadn't done it before, is more of a form issue, not the ability to actually pull it back and
Yes,
set the arrow. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. From
All right.
what I've seen, I mean, it's just his first time, I guess.
Okay. Over the question.
Adjourn, I have a question of this witness. All right, if not, you can step down, and we need to keep him any further.
No, sir, Your Honor.
No, you're not.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for being
All right.
here. Call your next witness.
State calls Vance Wiggins.
Please, clerk and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat and slide up the rail, please.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Wiggins. Will
Good
you
morning.
please tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Vance Wiggins. First name Vance is V-A-N-C-E. Wiggins, W-I-G-G-I-N-S.
And where do you work?
I work for the Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Program.
And what do you do there?
I am the Revenue Service Center manager. I am the I manage the actual office that services the Big Bend area, the 6 counties in the Big Bend area.
Okay, and the particular part that you manage, is that the child support program?
It is the child support program here in Tallahassee.
All right, and what are your duties as the service center manager and for the child support program?
My duties are actually to oversee operations, everything from customer service to administration, and to do what we call strategic planning.
About how many folks do you oversee over there?
Right now I have 39.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current position?
I've been in this position for 18 years now.
Okay. So does your unit, I guess, it exists to help parents who have custody of their children get financial help from the non-custodial parent or the parents that do not have custody of the children?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Department of Revenue go about trying to hold a non-custodial parent accountable to paying child support to the custodial parent?
The first thing that we do is get an obligation established.
What does that mean?
That means what we first have to do is first determine who is the legal father of the child. If that's determined by the person either signing the birth certificate or paternity affidavit, or it will actually go to court and have testing done and have the person adjudicated as the father. And then once that's done, then generally what we'll do is get the obligation established based on the financial information that the parties provide.
Okay. So first, the custodial parent would be trying to get assistance. And after that happens, then y'all are going to establish an obligation by either seeing if the birth certificate is signed, or looking at, if it's not signed, maybe try to do DNA testing to see who the father is.
That's correct.
Okay. And if a man signs a birth certificate of a child, what does that mean in the eyes of Department of Revenue?
He is then the legal father of the child.
So that means his responsibility is assumed.
That's correct.
Okay. And does Department of Revenue then require a DNA test after that to just confirm that he's the father after he signs the birth certificate?
No DNA testing would be done.
Okay. So the only way y'all are doing DNA testing is if you look at the birth certificate, it's not signed, and then at that point you might do it to try to determine who the father is.
That's correct.
Okay. So once the Department of Revenue has established the identity of the non-custodial parent, either by DNA testing or by looking at that birth certificate, is the non-custodial parent then notified of how much child support they owe?
They actually receive what we call just like in this particular case, they notice of proceeding to establish administrative support. And what that does is tell them that we are seeking to establish a support order.
Okay. And then do y'all send certain notices to let them know how much is owed?
We would, once we figure out how much amount is actually owed based on the parents' incomes.
Okay. Do you send a proposed order out?
During our administrative process, that's the first order that we send out, is to let the parties know what we are stating or will be stating the amount owed so that they can send a response back to us.
And that proposed order would let them know, here's the amount you owe per month, and then here's any amount that you owe that's in arrears already from the time the child is born to that point.
That's correct.
Okay. And then do you also send like a final order?
Yes.
All right. And what does the final order say?
The final order is based off of the responses that we've received, and it actually will tell you how much is owed per month, any arrears that's owed, where to pay it, and all the information that's needed so that we can get the money to the child.
And is that final order sent if basically there's no response to the proposed order, if the non-custodial doesn't respond to that proposed order?
That's correct.
Okay. So, proposed order sent, if no response, then you send the final order. If you get no response after that, and the non-custodial does not pay child support, what happens next?
We start our enforcement actions.
All right. And do you send the non-custodial parents notices to let them know that there is an obligation, you haven't received payment, and there might be actions, like you said, that are taken against them?
Yes, we actually send a letter that lets them know that they have this particular obligation, and if they don't pay the particular obligation, then the enforcement actions would begin.
Okay. And back in 2010, did y'all actually send 3 of those notices?
In 2010, we used to send 3 notices, correct.
And then if the non-custodial party still doesn't pay, what types of actions are available to Department of Revenue to take if there's been no payment after those notices?
We can administratively suspend driver's license, professional license, do what we call tax offset, which is have the IRS send the money to us if they file for a tax refund. We can also suspend recreational license, and we also have available to us the ability to file a motion for contempt.
Okay. So all of these, I guess, privileges that the person has gained through the state, whether it be a professional license, a driver's license, all of these things can be taken away if they're not paying their child support back to the state, to that custodial parent.
Correct.
All right, I want to walk through some of those. When you said DOR has the ability to suspend professional licenses, would a professional license to be a welder be included in that?
Yes.
Okay. And so Department of Revenue can place suspensions on welding license, welding certifications?
Yes.
All right. And you said driver's license suspension, so that would mean that a person can't drive legally, and if they do, they might get a criminal charge for driving on a suspended license.
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't say, well, if this person has to drive out of state for their job, we won't suspend their license in that case. Y'all just suspend the license.
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned a tax offset. What does that mean?
The tax offset is for when a person files for a refund through the Treasury Department. Mm-hmm. Basically what we do is let them know, instead of sending the money to whomever filed that tax refund, it has to come to the department.
Okay, so they wouldn't get their tax refund, that comes straight to y'all then? Okay, and then to give to the custodial parent?
That's correct.
All right. And then an income deduction order, what does that mean?
The income deduction order is a notice that we send to the employer. It lets the employer know that a certain amount of money needs to be deducted from the check and sent to the Florida State Disbursement Unit so that it can be dispersed to the mother.
Okay, so that would mean y'all can take the money straight from their paycheck instead of having to rely on them to send it to you.
That's correct.
And then finally, what's a property lien?
The property lien is if you happen to own a vehicle, then we can place a lien on that vehicle. If you own land or mortgage, we can place the lien on the land or mortgage.
Okay. And finally, if those actions are taken or put in place, y'all still aren't receiving money from the non-custodial parent, is incarceration or actually putting someone in jail something that Department of Revenue can do to enforce child support?
Yes, it would be what we actually use as a last resort to seek enforcement of the order.
But does that happen pretty regularly though?
Yes.
Unfortunately?
Yes.
Okay. And that would mean basically the person has what's called a writ attached to them?
That's correct.
They are picked up by the police and they're put in jail until they can pay X amount of money to get out of jail to that non-custodial, or to that custodial parent.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this case specifically. For the record, I'm now showing you it's been pre-marked and also stipulated as part of evidence as states 120A through G. The documents that I've just given you, have you had an opportunity to look through those in the past?
Yes.
All right. And are those documents that are normally kept in the regular course of business at Department of Revenue?
Yes, it is.
And is it Department of Revenue's practice to keep track of records like that to show what's been sent and received in a child support case?
Yes.
And are the records maintained through a computer system at Department of Revenue?
It is.
And do you have access to that system?
Yes, I do.
And as your job as the first service system manager for your unit, are you familiar with how to read those records?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Yes.
Permission to publish these as we go?
You may. And we have, put a microphone there, so it may aid things a little bit.
I saw, maybe y'all will be able to hear me better. Okay. All right, so how did the child support case against Henry Segura begin?
His case began with Ms. Peters going to Department of Children and Families and applying for benefits. Once you apply for services through Department of Children and Families, you then have to cooperate with the child support program.
Okay, so once she applied for state benefits, then what did Department of Revenue, you mentioned that y'all sent him a notice of proceeding. What does that mean?
Notice of proceeding was to let him know that we would be establishing an administrative support order for the obligation that we would be required to pay for the child support.
So letting him know, hey, your baby's mother has applied for state benefits. We're going to start a child support case against you.
Correct.
All right. And then the first document that we have here in evidence, 120A. After y'all sent him the notice of proceeding, did he send you all a letter?
Correct.
When I say you all, I mean Department of Revenue.
Yes.
Okay. I'll zoom in as much as you need me to. Just let me know where you're comfortable at. And what I'd like you to do basically is just to read this letter to us that the defendant, Henry Segura, sent to Department of Revenue on July 22nd, 2010.
To whom it may concern, in reference to case number 2009 DR 3502, I am petitioning the court to order a paternity test concerning the minor child, JaVonte Segura, born on or around July 28, 2007. Newly discovered evidence relating to the paternity of said child has come to my attention since the signing of the birth certificate for the minor child, JaVonte Segura. This evidence was presented to me in the form of a recorded voicemail left by the minor child's mother, Brandi Peters, on my home phone. In the message, she stated that I was stupid for signing a birth certificate for a child that was not even mine. She also stated that at the same time that she and I were engaged in a sexual relationship, she was engaged in a sexual relationship with someone else that she claims is the father. It is for these reasons I am asking the court to order a test for paternity and stay any order of child support until the results of the paternity test are known. I will make the voicemail recording available to the court upon request. I ask the court to consider and approve my petition as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Okay, and this case number that he has here, would that have been the case number that was created after Ms. Peters applied for benefits and a notice of proceeding was sent?
That's correct.
I guess it would have been created after she applied
Right
for
after she
benefits?
applied.
Okay, and when he was sent a notice of proceeding, he would have seen that case number on the top?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then it's signed Henry Segura?
Yes.
Okay. So he's written y'all a letter where he says that Brandi Peters has left him a voicemail on his home phone. And in the voicemail, she has told him that he's stupid for signing a birth certificate for a child that isn't his. So at that point, did y'all try to establish an obligation where y'all were going to give him a DNA test? What happened with that?
We would then proceeded with the proposed order. We would not do any type of testing.
Why not?
Because once the paternity affidavit section on the birth certificate is assigned, we consider you the legal father of the child.
Okay, so despite what he's saying about how she's kind of taunting him, saying you're stupid for thinking he's yours, because he signed the birth certificate, he is assumed the father in the eyes of the state of Florida.
Yes.
Okay. So after receiving this letter, Department of Revenue in the state of Florida proceeded as they would even if you hadn't received this letter with the proposed order because he's the father on that birth certificate?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I want to show you what's marked as 120B. What do we see here?
That is the proposed administrative support order that we first sent out to both parties.
Okay, and you told us before that this proposed order is the order that is sent to let them know how much that they owe in child support each month, and if there is an arrearage amount that they owe for the amount that exists since the child was born, it lets them know that as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of want to just go through this line by line. This is stating that it's from the Department of Revenue Child Enforcement Program.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll do it this way. It's to Henry Segura Jr., Mustang Drive, his address here in Tallahassee.
Yes.
And it has the court case number on top.
It does.
All right, and if you could read to us the first paragraph here.
The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program issues this proposed administrative support order, to you, the non-custodial parent, after having considered financial affidavits and or other reliable information concerning the income of the parents. We have taken into account the child support guidelines sheet. We propose to enter a final administrative support order, final order, requiring you to provide support for your child or children listed in paragraph 3 as follows.
And how much is the Department of Revenue telling the defendant that he owes in child support every month there under letter A?
Under letter A, the current child support would be $744.47 per month.
And what about letter B? What does that say?
The retroactive child support in the total amount of $19,356.22 for the period from 7/1/2008 to the present to be paid at a rate of an additional $74.45 per month.
Okay, so this total amount that we see here, $19,356.22, that's the total amount retroactive that he owes for the last 3 years since the child was born in 2008?
Yes,
Okay. And this would have been the child's birth month?
correct. Or it would have been 2 years prior to her going in and filing for benefits.
Okay. And so I guess is that amount calculated by the amount he's supposed to be paying every month, and then multiplying that by the amount of months the child has been alive?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he is then supposed to pay that amount for every month the child's been alive, in addition to this $744.47 per month going into the future?
Yes,
Okay. So the total amount would be the $19,356.22 plus the $744.47.
correct.
Okay. And then what does letter C mean?
C, provide health care coverage for the children or child when the coverage becomes reasonably available to you, and take all necessary steps to enroll the child or children at the time in your group health plan.
So in other words, if you get or if you can get benefits, you've got to put him on your plan.
Yes.
All right, and then what we see below tells him where to send payments to.
Yes.
What do we see under number 2 here?
It lets them know that DOR has jurisdiction of the subject matter of this proceeding. DOR also has personal jurisdiction over you because you were properly served in Florida with the notice of proceeding to establish administrative support order.
And that notice of proceeding, you said, is what would have been sent to him after she applied for benefits, but before he wrote y'all the letter saying, I need a paternity test because she's saying I'm stupid if I think the kid is mine.
Correct.
Okay. What does paragraph 3 here say?
You have a legal duty to contribute to the support of the following child or children because you are you are the father of a non-custodial parent and a non-custodial parent.
All right, and then the child listed here is named JaVonte Segura, and it has his date of birth.
That's correct.
And it says the other parent, which would be the custodial parent, the parent who has custody, is Brandi Peters.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I apologize. But at that point, after that, that's when you sent him the final administrative support order.
That's correct.
Okay. Before we go on to the final order, I want to show you one thing really quick. For the record, I'm opening what's already been admitted into evidence as 39B, the paperwork from the Master Bedroom Entertainment Center. All right, looking on the front of these documents, does this appear to come from your child support enforcement unit and be labeled to Brandi Peters on Saddle Creek Run?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Did you have an opportunity to look at these documents before court today?
Yes.
All right. What does this appear to be?
That is the financial affidavit that is sent to Mr. Segura for him to complete when we sent out that notice of proceeding to establish the administrative support order.
Okay, so this would have been sent before he received that proposed order, when he received that notice of proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. I guess around the time, or actually received in July 2010, so July 2nd, 2010, so before the time that he sent this letter saying, I need a DNA test because she says I'm not the father.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this document, He writes his full name here, and he writes the other parent's full name here as Brandi Peters.
Correct.
And then it says you are the, and he can either check custodial parent or he can check non-custodial parent. Which box did he check?
He checked non-custodial parent.
Okay, what is this word that he wrote on top of non-custodial parent?
Alleged.
Okay, so in addition to checking the non-custodial parent box, he put alleged on top.
Yes.
He's the alleged non-custodial parent. Okay. Did he write that he has any sources of income here?
He indicated he had no income.
All right, and this would have been received by you all on July 2nd of 2010?
Yes.
And he wrote that his last job was at Wright Welding. He made $7.25 per hour.
Yes.
And he worked at that job from June of 2009 to May of 2010?
Yes.
Okay. He says that he has to pay child support of $130 a week already for another child that he had outside of marriage?
Yes.
Here he said he has no assets, no cash, no stocks, bonds, or trust, no real estate that he owns.
Yes.
He said that he has a current mortgage or rent payment of $1,165 and he owes a $123,000 balance.
Yes.
He says he has student loan monthly payments of $53 and owes $850.
Yes.
And he also has a debt to Farmers Furniture of $450 that he makes payments on of $45 a month.
Yes.
Okay. Again, he says he already has to pay child support for a different child and he has to pay $130 a week on that.
Yes.
He's saying down here he doesn't have any health care coverage.
Yes.
He doesn't pay any child care expenses.
Correct.
Tell us what he writes. Can you read this to us?
It states, I have strong that this child is not mine. I have been told on a number of occasions that this child is not mine by his mother, as well as recorded voicemail messages from the mother stating this. I am disputing the paternity of said child. No order of support should be issued until the issue of definitive paternity is can't see that word.
Maybe addressed?
Addressed. I am requesting my due process concerning the matter of paternity.
Okay, and he signs and he dates it June 29th, 2010?
Yes.
And so this document that we just looked at here is a copy of what he filled out by hand and sent to your office, and then you all mailed to Ms. Peters.
That's correct.
Okay, so Ms. Peters has seen that he is contesting paternity.
Yes.
And once again, we have him saying, this child is not mine. Based on that, there still was not any DNA test done, correct?
No.
He's assumed to be the father because he signed that birth certificate.
That's correct.
Okay, so he's the person that's liable for child support.
Yes, he is what we consider the legal father.
Okay. And then along with that document, what do we have here?
That one is the proposed administrative support order.
Okay, so another copy of what we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. This one shows on page 2, it goes on to tell how the retroactive amount was calculated.
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like the proposed order, as you said, was mailed out in August of 2010?
Yes.
And attached to the proposed order that was mailed to Ms. Peters, what is this?
That is a copy of the child support guidelines that lets the parties know how we calculated or came up with the child support amount that we are stating is being owed.
Okay, so you're looking at the amounts he's made in the past and what he is capable of making based on any certifications he has, and you're saying you're capable of making this amount, so this is the amount that you owe.
That's correct.
Okay. And then it has those totals on the second page
Yes.
for both the mother and the father?
Yes.
All right, so you said before that y'all sent the proposed order out in August of 2010. And then at that point, after that, you sent the final administrative support order. Is that what we see in 120C?
Yes, that is the final administrative support order.
All right. I'd like to just walk through this one. From Department of Revenue Child Enforcement Program, about this case, Brandi Peters versus Henry Segura, has the case number, and this is the final administrative order. I'd like for you to read, just starting right here, maybe through paragraph 2.
Okay. The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program, DOR, enters this final administrative support order, final order, establishing the child support obligations of the respondent, Henry J. Segura, Jr. Findings of fact and conclusion of law. 1. DOR has jurisdiction over this proceeding pursuant to Section 49.2563 of the Florida statutes because DOR is providing Title 4D child support services on behalf of Brandi D. Peters, the custodial parent of the child or children named in the paragraph 3, and there is no support order in effect for the child or children. 2, DOR has personal jurisdiction over the respondent because he was properly served in Florida with the notice of proceeding to establish administrative support order on 6/22/2010. And 3, the respondent has a legal duty to contribute to the support of the following child or children because he is the father and a non-custodial parent named JaVonte Segura, date of birth 7/26/2007. Paternity has been legally established by affidavit or voluntary acknowledgement. The other parent of the child or children is Brandi D. Peters.
Okay, so in other words, she's receiving benefits from the state, and so you also need to pay this amount of child support that you owe.
Correct.
Okay, the child support is again for JaVonte Segura, and we know that you're getting all these things that we are mailing to you because you received the notice of proceeding back in June.
That's correct.
And after that point, what he had sent to you was the letter and then the document where he wrote out the fact that I'm not the father of this child. She says I'm not.
He would have written it prior to this.
Prior to this, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm saying between the time that she's applied for benefits and y'all have sent that notice of proceeding, that's what y'all have received
That's
from him.
correct.
You haven't? Okay. So going down a little bit, what does paragraph 6 say?
This final order is being entered without a hearing because the respondent did not request an administrative hearing within the time limits contained in the Notice of Rights section of the proposed administrative order served on the respondent pursuant to Statute 49.2563(7)B, Florida statute. The respondent is deemed to have waived the right to request a hearing.
Okay, so this is the final amount that he has to pay because he didn't try to dispute it or request a hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, and trying to dispute it doesn't mean just writing in and saying I'm the father because he's the one on the birth certificate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What about paragraph 7?
7, DOR makes the following findings of fact. The respondent's imputed net monthly income is $3,709.42. 76.2% of the parents' combined net income. The other parent's imputed net monthly income is $1,160.54. 23.80% of the parents' combined net income. Monthly child care costs are $0. Monthly health care coverage costs for the child or children are $0.
Now, he sent this document that we just saw a minute ago back to you saying that he has no income. In order to find this amount, do you look at what he's made in the past? Also, if he has a spouse, what they make, like what his household makes? Do you look at those types of things?
We look at that, and we also use, based on his certification, the amount that he should be capable of making.
Okay, so even though right now you're saying that, you can't just say, well, I don't have any income, I'm unemployed, so I don't have to pay child support. You say, we know that you're capable of making this amount, so this is the amount that you're expected to pay.
That's correct.
Okay. And paragraph 8 says this is the total amount that the child needs every month, and $744.47 would be his percentage of that he owes to Brandi Peters.
That's correct.
And then she's the one who's accountable for the difference.
That's correct.
Okay. This paragraph 10, I don't want you to have to keep reading the same thing, but does that basically say if you don't have health care coverage now, if you have the means to get it or you're able to get it, you have to add him to give him benefits too?
That's
him
correct.
Meaning JaVonte Segura?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about 11? What does this say? Can you read this to us?
The respondent shall pay retroactive support from 7/1/2008 through the present, a total of 27 months, not to exceed 24 months prior to 6/22/2010.
And then what? Go ahead.
The retroactive support amount of $20,100.69 was calculated at the same monthly rate used in paragraph 9 above. The respondent's total retroactive support obligation is $20,100.69 and to be paid at the rate of an additional $74.45 per month, which the respondent has the present ability to pay.
Okay, so in the last document we saw that amount was $19,000 and some odd dollars a month. Now it's up to a little over $20,000. A month, but now it's over a little over $20,000. I guess was the last month's payment that was not paid, was that added in now to the arrearage amount that he owes?
That's correct.
Okay, so now when this was sent out, so in September of 2010, at that point, the total amount that he owed in child support to JaVonte Segura was $20,100.69, and that does not include that current month's amount for payment, which would be the $744 we saw.
That's correct. It would not.
Okay. And again, in number 12, it's saying you're voluntarily unemployed right now. We know you're capable of making, X amount of money, and so this is the amount that you owe, basically.
Yes.
Okay. An earning amount equal to full-time employment at minimum wage is presumed.
Yes.
So y'all are calculating that based on the $7.25 per hour.
It's actually based on, in this particular case, he was imputed at what a welder would make.
Gotcha.
Per hourly.
Because he has the professional.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so this is, again, telling him that as of October 1st, 2010, he has a current amount of $744.47 per month that he has to pay, and a retroactive amount of $74.45 per month, because he has a total amount of $20,100.69 that he owes for this child.
Yes.
Okay. And that, again, that $20,100.69 is based on his monthly amount times the amount of months that the child has been alive that he owes support and arrearage for.
Correct.
Okay? And then it tells him how to make payments.
Yes.
Okay? And does it tell him this is the amount that you owe unless it's suspended, terminated, vacated on appeal, or superseded by a court order?
Yes.
Talks about health care coverage again, and if there's any changes, that's your address?
Yes.
Okay? What do we see in paragraph F?
In paragraph F, we have income deduction order. The respondent's income shall be subject to immediate income deduction for the payment of the support obligations in paragraph A, and any delinquencies or past due amounts that accrue after entry of this final order, as provided in section 61.1301, full 9.2563, section 7 and 9, and full 9.2564, section 10 of the Florida statutes. A separate income deduction order is being entered. The respondent is responsible for paying the support obligations under this final order to the state disbursement unit until the income deduction begins.
So in other words, if you get a paycheck, it's going to be taken out of your paycheck?
Correct.
All right. What about G?
Unemployment compensation. The Florida Agency for Workforce Innovation or its successor agency shall deduct, withhold, and pay to Department of Revenue 40% of any unemployment compensation which may now or later be payable to the respondent. The amount may not exceed the total amount in paragraph A, and any delinquencies or past due amounts that accrue after the entry of this final order.
Okay, so if he gets paid for being unemployed, that's something that can be, that Department of Revenue can use towards child support as well?
That's correct.
All right. And again, he's voluntarily unemployed at this point in Department of Revenue's eyes. He's capable of earning the amount that you guys have let him know that he owes every month in the arrearage amount. And he said that it says that there's a lack of sufficient reliable information concerning his actual earnings, so an earning capacity equal to full-time employment at minimum wage is presumed.
That is actually for the petitioner. That's letting him know that for Miss Peters, because she was not working, we imputed her at the minimum wage.
Okay. And so that was ordered in August of 2010, and then it looks like it was filed in September of 2010?
Yes.
All right, and then it would have been sent to both Henry Segura and Brandi Peters?
Yes.
And the final page, just letting him know he has a right to appeal?
Yes.
All right, so after receiving that, did the defendant make any payments to Department of Revenue?
No, he did not.
All right, let's see what Henry Segura received in the mail next. Looking at 120D. What is this? Whoops, maybe I should let you see the title.
It is the notice of IRS certification for intercept of federal tax refund.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's letting them know that we have sent a letter to Department of Treasury to let them know to send any due refund to him to us.
So his refund will actually be intercepted and sent straight to Department of Revenue?
Correct.
Okay, and this lets him know that?
Yes.
So when he received this on September 19th of 2010, was Brandi Peters, would she have been sent one of these as well?
She would not have, I take that back. We did in that, during that time, we did send to both parties a copy of the letter.
Okay, so this would have been sent both to Brandi Peters and Henry Segura on September 19th, 2010?
That's correct.
All right, you told us before that once, or back in 2010 anyway, this is how y'all did it. Once the final order was sent out, if there was no payment at that point, then Department of Revenue begins sending out notices of non-payment to the non-paying party, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so looking at 120E, what do we have here?
That is the first notice of non-payment.
Okay, so I guess pretty self-explanatory. He didn't pay, and this is letting him know, hey, you didn't pay, you need to pay?
Correct.
Okay, and it was sent to his address at Mustang Drive?
Yes.
And what date was it sent?
October 3rd, 2010.
Okay, can you just read the first paragraph here?
The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program's records indicate that as of 10/3/2010, there is a past due amount owed on your child support case number 13-209-07661. To resolve this past due amount, please pay $818.92 by 10/18/2010 or contact our office to establish a written agreement for repayment. If you have already made a payment to satisfy the past due amount, thank you.
Okay, and then it tells him how to make payments.
Yes.
Was any payment made by Henry Segura after receiving that first notice of non-payment?
No, it was not.
And what is the next thing that Department of Revenue sent to Henry Segura after they still didn't receive payment?
We send the second notice of non-payment.
Okay, and once again addressed to Henry Segura at his Mustang Drive address?
Yes.
And when was this one sent?
That one was sent on 10/20/2010.
Okay, if you could just read the first paragraph here to us.
The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program's records indicate that as of 10/20/2010, there is a past due amount owed on your child support case, court case number 3502DR. You have not responded to our previous notice. We are concerned because in addition to other adverse actions that may have already been taken or are in process, the following significant actions may have already occurred because you have not paid your child support.
All right, and just going through each one of these one by one, there's a box and it says a lien recorded by the clerk of court which may prevent you from selling or mortgaging real estate that you own. Is that what you were telling us is called a property lien?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, he's not going to be able to sell or mortgage his house that he owns.
Correct.
Okay, and is that box checked?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is telling him that a property lien may have already taken place, or we might be in the process of getting one against you if you don't make a payment. All right, and then it says Florida law allows the department to recover money owed for child support using a variety of means. The department may request. This one says a negative credit rating because of your past due child support account. This seriously limits your ability to obtain credit in the future, such as credit cards, bank loans, or a mortgage. Is this box checked?
It is.
Okay. And then the next one says suspension of your driver's license, and it has his driver's license number. Is this box checked?
Yes.
Okay, so it's letting him know that this is something that we're going to do if you don't pay this amount. We're going to suspend your driver's license.
Correct.
It's going to negatively affect your credit rating.
Yes.
Okay. And then it tells him how he can make payments.
Yes.
All right. Did the defendant make any payment to Department of Revenue after receiving that second notice of non-payment?
No, he did not.
All right, what is the next thing that Department of Revenue did after Henry Segura still had not made any payment after that notice?
We send the final notice of non-payment.
Okay, and this is what's in evidence as 120G. All right, up here we have the Department of Revenue seal, final notice of non-payment sent to Henry Segura at his address. What date was this sent?
November 3rd, 2010.
Okay. Can you read the first paragraph for us? Let me zoom in for you.
Okay. As of the date of this correspondence, you have failed to pay the past due amount of $1,637.84. The Florida Department of Revenue Child Support Enforcement Program is offering you one last opportunity to clear the account or to establish a written agreement for repayment. If you fail to pay the past due amount or enter into a written agreement for repayment within the next 14 days, the department will have no alternative but to aggressively pursue administrative and/or judicial enforcement actions to collect the past due amount.
Judicial enforcement actions. What does that mean?
We would refer the case to for a motion for contempt to be entered and try and obtain a writ of bodily attachment against them.
Okay, and that's the writ that I was asking you about before, where a person is put in jail until they can pay a certain amount.
Correct.
Okay, so judicial enforcement actions, meaning that you could go to jail if you don't pay.
Correct.
All right, and then below that, does it say an immediate response is required in giant, bold, all capitalized letters?
Yes.
And then it tells them how to make a payment?
Yes.
Did the defendant make any payment?
No.
Did you respond in any way?
Yes.
How?
We would then actually suspended the license.
Oh, I'm sorry. The defendant didn't make any payment in response to y'all.
Oh, not to us, no.
But then at that point, if he doesn't make any payment, y'all are going to take the actions that you've repeatedly warned him that you're going to take.
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, it's, you said suspension of his license?
That's correct.
Okay. Professional licenses, driver's licenses, anything that he's received from the government?
That's correct.
Okay. So by mid-November of 2010, the total amount of retroactive child support would have actually grown from the $20,100 that he owed on that final support order in September. It would have grown then by 2 months of non-payment, so 744 times 2, that would be added to that $20,100 amount.
That's correct.
Okay, so somewhere close to $22,000 at that point is what he's going to owe. And then his monthly amount at that point in November of 2010 that he owed, it says, is $1,637.
That is what was the past due amount, and it's actually added to that $20,000.
Okay.
So he would owe that plus the current support of $744 that was due each month.
Okay. So in total, we're looking at upwards of $22,000, $23,000 that he owes Department of Revenue. And by November of 2010, there had been 6, total notices sent to the defendant informing him of what he owed.
Yes.
And he'd also been informed, as we saw through these notices, by mid-November of 2010 that his tax return was going to be taken, right?
Yes.
That there was going to be a lien on his property.
Correct.
That his driver's license or professional licenses would be suspended or revoked.
That's correct.
And that he could go to jail if he didn't pay.
That's correct.
And does Department of Revenue also restrict a person's ability to get a passport if they owe a substantial amount of child support?
Yes, we do.
Tell us about that.
If you owe more than $2,500 in arrears, we certify your with Department of State that you owe that balance, and you're not able to get a passport until you either do a written agreement with us or work out some arrangement with us.
Okay. And did you tell us the amount, I'm sorry, that you...
$2,500.
So if you owe more than $2,500, you can't get a passport and leave the country?
Correct.
All right. And he, obviously owed about $20,000 more than that?
That's correct.
Did Brandi Peters call the Department of Revenue to check on the status of her case against Mr. Segura and the payments during the week leading up to Friday, November 19th of 2010?
Yes.
Okay. What day did she call Department of Revenue to check on the case and the payments?
That would have been, I'm trying to remember, need to look at the actual notes. It'll give me the date.
I'll come back to that question.
Okay.
All right, so I just have a couple of questions regarding how a non-custodial parent like Henry Segura might get out of owing his child support, might not have to pay it anymore. We saw that he wrote those letters, but what if he came into your office and he said, look, you know, got my own DNA test here, here's the results, this is not my child. Would he still have to pay that $22,000, $23,000 that he owes?
Yes, he would.
Okay. And is that because that is the total amount in arrears that he's owed since the child's born?
It's actually because even though you're bringing in a DNA test, he is still considered the legal father, and until he goes to court and disestablish paternity, he would still be obligated for everything that we've advised him he is obligated to pay. Okay.
So there would have to be some type of court proceeding where someone said, despite you signing the birth certificate, we've checked all these tests, there would have to be some type of court order and proceeding to establish that.
That's correct.
Okay. And he would still owe that arrearage amount from the time the child was born?
Yes.
He wouldn't have to pay going forward?
Correct.
Okay. If that happened?
Correct.
All right. What if the custodial parent, so in this case, Brandi Peters, what if she came in and said, you know, never mind, I don't want Henry Segura to have to pay? Would he still have to pay that $22,000, $23,000, that total amount?
Yes, because she was receiving benefits from the state of Florida.
Okay, so if she's receiving benefits from the state of Florida, he is required to pay child support?
That's correct.
Okay. What if the child, what if JaVonte Segura, what if something happened to him, what if he died? Would the defendant still have to pay that $22,000 or $23,000, that total amount?
No, not if the child passes, no.
Because there's no child to pay for then?
Correct.
All right, just a moment.
We're about due for a break anyway. Why don't we take 15 minutes? Let the jury step out, either side, anything?
No, sir.
All right, so that is the end of the first clip, but let's do a quick little recap here of Henry and his child support. So, okay, widespread, yeah, send what you found, and we will definitely bring that up, probably more towards the end. Okay, so let's get into the first clip here. Silas Thorton came on first. He was a friend. He also was a welder. And he says Henry came over that Saturday afterwards. So remember, this happened Thursday night. So Henry came over, and he said they chit-chatted. He came over around he called him around 8 or 9 in the morning saying he was in the area. He just wanted to drop by. He said they shot a bow and arrow. It says it takes about 30 to 35 pounds to pull it back, but Henry was not very good at it. He also says his buddy stopped in, boat project, nothing big there. They hung out, tossed football around. He said Henry had a pistol. He said he had seen him with both a revolver and a pistol. He said he gave Henry a cell phone while on a job. The phone got wet, so he gave it to Henry to give to one of his sons. So that didn't really go too much for me. But so then next up was Vance Wiggins. And Vance Wiggins was the child support. He was the manager for the Revenue Service Center in Florida. So he explained basically the child support process. So if a man signs a birth certificate, he's the legal guardian. Just the bottom line. No DNA testing is done. So you may not necessarily be the biological father, but you are the legal guardian. I think that was the takeaway from that. Then they established a support order. A final order is based on response they received, ultimately trying to get money for the child. So they sent 3 notices in 2010. They talked about how they can get money from you. You can either take it from the IRS, get if you're due a refund, they can take money. They can suspend your driver's license, welder's license. You can be found in contempt of court. You could end up spending time in jail. And I think I looked it up in Florida. It was you can be incarcerated up to 5 months and 29 days, so almost 6 months, half a year. You can be thrown in jail. So that's what Henry's looking at. Let's see. They could deduct money from his paycheck, property lien on his vehicle, your land. Take your mortgage. Now, we kind of went back and forth in the chat. Some people thought that wasn't true, but I looked up. Well, I didn't look it up. Let's see. He said he could place a lien on the vehicle if you own land or mortgage. We can place a lien on that if you're trying to sell it. So, not quite sure if that's factual or not, but we'll move on. So they sent Henry a notice of proceeding. Brandi applied for state benefits, and they were going to start. We're going to start proceeding against you. Henry replied, I am petitioning the court to order a paternity test. New evidence has come to me via Brandi's voicemail saying I was stupid for signing the birth certificate. Brandi was engaged in a sexual relationship with myself and another man at the same time. So he's basically saying, yeah, I signed it, but now she's saying I was stupid for signing it, and I want out. And the Florida is saying, yep, no backsies. That doesn't work that way. Once a birth certificate is signed, tests don't matter. You are assumed the father in the state of Florida. So again, you don't have to necessarily be the biological father, but you are the legal guardian. And you are on the hook for whatever that entails. So the state continues on attempting to get the money. So he was $19,356.22 in arrears, and that was for the 3 years that JaVonte was alive. JaVonte was born, I wrote it down here. When was he born? Like July 6th, I think. JaVonte's birthday is July 6th, 2007, and this was 2010. So for 3 years, those are the he was in arrears for those 3 years, and plus he had to provide health care coverage. Now, Henry, when he wrote back, he checked non-custodial parent, and he wrote alleged on top of that. He stated he had no income. He stated that his last job was $7.25 an hour, even though what we saw earlier, he was bragging that he was making $60,000 a year. Let's see. He claims he was currently paying $130 a week for another child outside of marriage. His current mortgage was $123,000. That's what his balance was. He claimed he had student debt. He claims he doesn't have health care coverage. He writes, I have strong evidence this child is not mine, but that's all based on what Brandi told him, basically taunting him, playing head games with him. He's capable of making this amount based on your profession, and this is the amount that you owe. So in August of 2010, the order is sent. The total amount due is $977 based on the potential income of both parties. Henry's share would have been $744.47 per month. No payments were made after the notices were sent out, which was in August. So they file a notice to the IRS. So if he gets a refund from the IRS, all that money goes to the state so they can distribute that. November 3rd, the state sends out a letter stating failure to pay and offering one last chance. Brandi did call to check on the status, and he wasn't sure when she called, so maybe we'll get to that on the next bit here. If Brandi said, don't go after Henry, is that the end of it? And the guy said no, because she's still receiving benefits from Florida. So if she hadn't been receiving benefits, she could have said, don't go after Henry anymore, but didn't work that way. And then, of course, if the child passes, then there's no need to continue paying. Just as kind of as simple as that, sadly. So let's see. Little miss tagged me here. Putting a lien on a vehicle or seizing one is rare. The cost to seize it and auction is usually exceeds the value unless a new car It's a new car that the defendant paid cash for. All right, good to know. Let me just extend this a bit. There we go. Yes, arrears. $725 for welding. That's what he says, but he was also okay. Let's look this up because he was saying he was making 60. Let's see. He says an average year. Okay, let's see. Yeah, a welder makes 24 an hour for 12 hours. After 8 is time and a half. Travel time, he gets $100 a day. So this is when his first interview with the cops. His average per year is 55 to 60,000. This year he made 40,000, maybe better. So that was in 2010. So he says he's making 24,000 to the officers, and then he's saying now he's telling the Florida child support that he's only making 725. All right, well, let's look it up. Oh, widespread. Are you giving spoilers? No spoilers. No spoilers, guys. All right, let's see. How much does a welder make? How much does a welder make in Florida? As of January 2025, average salary for a welder in Florida is $34,000 per year or $17 an hour. So he was saying, again, he's just talking, he's talking smack. He's saying 24 an hour, and it's possible. I mean, that's just the average. I mean, sometimes you can make 30 an hour. Sometimes you may make, 10 or 15. But he was saying 24 to the officers, and now he's saying, in reality, he was making 725. Probably, okay, this was 2010, 15 years ago. It was probably 10 to 12, I would say. Not 24. I don't think he was making 24. Okay, the 17th percentile is 19 an hour, and the 25th percentile is 14 an hour. So that's where they average. That's where they get the 17 an hour. So he was probably making 12, 13 an hour. Anyway, he's obviously telling one person one thing and another person another thing. So, all right. Widespread says, just looked it up. Segura was, well, that's not a... I would say that's not a spoiler. I hope that's not considered a spoiler. Segura was JaVonte's birth father. So he admitted it. Okay. Moni or Moni, I guess. You'd say Moni or Moni? Is it Moni? I want to make sure I get that right. Maybe he wasn't a very good welder. Maybe not. But he was supposedly going to go to Afghanistan and make 6 figures with his buddy. Who I believe his buddy was probably doing that because he seemed to have his act together. Okay, let us get to the next. We'll get to the next next bit here, which is an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll be done around 1:30. So let's get to that.
Standing for the jury.
Okay. No, you guys will like this with the camera zoomed in on. It's pretty funny. All right, I'll see you on the other side of the break. I'm not sure what that is, but that's what the camera has zoomed in on. I guess, are those lights? Maybe that's a projector? Could be a projector, I'm not sure. It's not the only fan. It's not the seal. Is that a projector? I'm thinking that might be a projector. All right. We'll talk later.
Everybody keep seated, please. May I proceed, Ms. Dugan?
So before we took a break, I asked you whether Ms. Brandi Peters had called Department of Revenue to check on the status of her case against Henry Segura and the payments during the week leading up to November 19th, 2010. While we were on a break, were you able to review a document that refreshed your recollection about those events?
Yes.
Okay. And was your Were you able to remember when that happened? Got some tongue twisters over here.
She contacted our customer contact center on November 17th of 2010.
Okay. So she called your call service center, you said?
We call them our customer contact center, but it's our call center.
Our call center. On November 17th, 2010.
Correct.
No further.
I mean,
I don't think it's his, because I'll shut it down.
weird.
The mystery ring. All right, Mr. Prince?
Thank you.
Sir, just real briefly, I wanted to ask you about one of the sections referenced by Ms. Dugan in the documents that you were just going over with her, indicating that that the administrative order, as it was finalized, was going to be in place with those terms unless modified by a court of competent jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
And so that's something that can happen. An individual generally can go to court, and it's possible to have the monthly amount, the total amount, or even paternity altogether waived by the court.
That's correct.
And the court's order would supersede the administrative order that you guys came to, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Each child support case, that by which I mean to say, for every child for whom child support is awarded, that's a different case within your agency, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked to focus on Ms. Peters and Mr. Segura's paternity and child support case as it related to JaVonte Segura only, correct?
Yes.
You weren't asked to look into any prior child support order that had been put in place dating back to 2006 or so with his other child, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any personal knowledge about that?
Not about that. Not today.
Now, if a respondent has a prior child support judgment in effect at the time a new administrative order is finalized, it's possible that he would still be subject, because of the earlier order, to all of the same negative consequences that you were just talking about with Ms. Dugan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the process for any earlier child support judgment would proceed in exactly the same way. You go through the process that you described, and then potential penalties could be imposed depending on what the respondent's response was.
Yes.
Okay. So specifically as it relates to a tax lien, for example, where the IRS intercepts any tax refund, if there's already a child support judgment in excess of $20,000 hanging out there, then it would already be taken and potentially divvied up based on a pro rata share to the two people who have child support judgments. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and similarly, same thing with a lien against real property or personal property like a vehicle. Same principle.
That's correct.
It could be lien based on the earlier child support judgment, correct?
Yes, sir.
With respect to travel, again, if it's any prior judgment above $2,500, that respondent would still be subject to the travel ban, irrespective of any new child support judgment issued, correct?
Correct.
And same thing, with respect to motion for contempt and going to jail, I'm sorry, I was before somebody blew a dog whistle, I was about to ask you about going to jail. You indicated that when somebody goes to jail, when they're held in contempt, they'll be held until an amount is paid that's set by the court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So somebody can get out of jail by making a partial payment, right?
Correct.
As determined by the judge.
As determined by the judge, yeah.
Same kind of question with respect to a suspended driver's license. It could be suspended for a prior child support judgment, correct?
It can.
And the driver's license suspended can be lifted at the discretion of the court based on a partial payment, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with professional licenses. That can be suspended based on an earlier child support judgment, correct?
Yes.
And same deal with recreation.
Go ahead and try talking to the mic there, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir.
If it backs up again, I'll hit it a little quicker.
Thank you. Recreational licenses, you spoke about that as well. Same deal with that. Recreational licenses can be suspended based on a prior child support judgment as well, correct?
Correct.
With respect to professional licenses, if a respondent, I guess it is in the child support context, if a respondent doesn't need a professional license in order to do his or her job, the preventing of getting a professional license through some state agency wouldn't have any impact on their earning potential, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then with respect to garnishment, I guess the first question is same as all the others. Garnishment can be awarded based on a prior child support judgment, correct?
That's correct.
And then the other question or line of questions I was going to ask about garnishment is that if a respondent is an independent contractor who doesn't have the same employer all the time and just moves from job to job, that can make it difficult, if not impossible, to garnish his wages, correct?
That's correct.
And same thing with out of state. It's virtually impossible if somebody's bouncing around from state to state as an independent contractor, right?
That's correct.
Same deal with getting paid under the table. If a respondent gets paid under the table in cash, that wouldn't be anything that unless it's deposited to an account, you guys could do anything with that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Correct.
Yes, sir. So defense asked you that, these orders, it says that they can be modified by a court. And that sometimes does happen, right?
It does, yes.
Okay. But when someone goes into court to contest paternity or because they want the amount that they're supposed to pay be lowered, does that always happen in court?
No. To even qualify for it, you have to present evidence that would meet the statute that allows us to do the modification.
Okay. So it would be his burden to explain to the court and show evidence why his payment should be lowered or he shouldn't have to pay at all or those things.
Correct.
Okay. And just as any court proceeding, is any of that guaranteed?
No.
It all depends on how the evidence comes out and what the judge decides?
Yes.
And defense asked you about these writs that Department of Revenue can ask judges to place on people who haven't paid their child support, and all the other enforcement actions have taken place. They still haven't paid. So you do the writ of bodily attachment where they get put in jail until they pay a certain amount to get out. Okay? Mm-hmm. So my question about that, he says, if you even make a partial payment, you can just get out of jail. I mean, these writs are normally at least several $100s, right? It's not just like, okay, you're in jail till you can pay $10 and then you get out, right?
Correct. It's really based off of what your obligation is.
Right. It's a percentage of your obligation and your monthly payment.
Yes.
Okay. And if you owe $23,000, that's a substantial amount, right?
Yes.
Okay. He talked about how if you're an independent contractor, you're moving around, you're getting paid under the table, you're not actually getting paychecks, that those are all ways that people can try to circumvent the child support program and not get their wages garnished, not get things taken out of their paycheck. But at the end of the day, if they're not paying child support, they still have a property lien on them. They don't have a ability to drive legally. They can get put in jail, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And they wouldn't have a professional license or certification to be doing their job legally or in a way that would help them get the most money they could.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And juror, have a question of this witness? All right, if not, you may step down. Do we need to keep him any further?
I'd like him to remain under the rules.
All right, remain subject to recall, please, Mr. Wiggins. But you can go about your business.
Okay.
Call your next witness, Ms. Dugan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, this time today we called Joella Brown.
Okay. If you face the clerk and be sworn, please, ma'am.
You swear affirm testimony about to give in this case, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Have a seat. Slide up the railing there, please.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Joella Brown. I am a retired crime laboratory analyst from FDLE.
Okay. And can you please spell your first, middle, and last name to Madam Reporter?
J-O, capital E-L-L-E, and Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Now, Ms. Brown, you said you were retired from Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a
Yes.
crime analyst.
Yes.
Did you have a specialty there at the crime lab?
Yes, I worked in the DNA analysis department, forensic biology, and I was a senior crime laboratory analyst.
Okay. Before you retired, how long did you work there?
I worked there 19 years.
All right. And I assume in order to do such things like a DNA analysis, you had some sort of training and experience that allowed you to do that.
Yes, I have a master's degree from the Ohio State University in genetics and pathology, and I also did training at FDLE for 13 months.
And then obviously during those 19 years, I'm assuming you kept up with your any ongoing advancements, if you will, of DNA and the study of DNA, correct?
Yes, we were required to do continuing education every year.
Okay. And during the course of those 19 years, had you had an occasion to come into court and offer your testimony as it relates to DNA analysis and comparisons?
Yes, I did.
Okay, approximately how many times do you know?
Approximately 80 times.
80?
80.
Around this time, attended the witness.
Any board items?
No, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
All right, so let's kind of, if we can, do a little education about DNA and how it works, okay? So, you deal with, first of all, what is DNA?
DNA is the substance that every person has in their cells, and other living organisms as well, which codes for various aspects of yourself. What you look like, your hair color, your eye color, also things you can't see, like your blood type, whether you can produce insulin or not.
Okay. And how is it you get certain, and I understand there's markers, and we'll get to those a little bit more as we go, but you get certain markers that makes up your DNA and helps you identify someone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How does that person get those?
You inherit this DNA from your parents. Half of your DNA comes from your mother and half comes from your father.
Okay. All right. So in doing DNA analysis, at some point you identify, I guess, those markers, and each person is specific to a marker, correct?
Depending upon which type of analysis you're doing, there are various numbers of markers that can be looked at. And these are parts of the DNA that don't necessarily code for anything. They're just basically spacer DNA. And we used to use a kit called Profiler Plus and Cofiler, 2 kits. And these would help us to identify 13 different areas.
Okay, and that Profiler and Cofiler kits, or Cofiler Plus, I think you said, and that was the one that was being utilized back in 2010?
That's correct.
Okay. So that was the one that you based your analysis on as it relates to this particular case?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. All right. So what is that? What is that?
These are called STRs, or short tandem repeats, which means that throughout your DNA, you have areas which have repeats of little pieces of DNA. Like I said, they don't really code for anything that we know of, mostly. And you can have various numbers of these repeats. So at these 13 different areas of your genes.
And those are called loci, correct?
Each particular one would be located somewhere, so the plural of that is loci, yes. Locus, or loci for plural.
Okay.
And so when I would determine a type, for instance, of one of your types at a particular marker, you might have 10 repeats, and you inherited that particular piece of DNA, let's say from your mother, and maybe from your father you inherited 12 repeats. So your type at that particular marker would be 10, 12. And a person either has 1 or 2 peaks, and the only reason you would have, and we call them peaks because that's what they look like when we do the analysis. They look like upside down ice cream cones. or very skinny mountains, if you would. A person might have only one at a locus because they might inherit the same one from their mother and their father. Let's say you inherited a 10 from your mother and a 10 from your father, so that would show up in our analysis as only one peak, a 10, and your type would be 10-10.
And just for illustration purposes at this time, this is what you're talking about with the peaks and the locations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we'll get into the analysis a little bit later, but that's what we're talking about. These are the little ice cream cones you're talking about?
Correct.
What is an allele?
An allele is whatever kind of gene you can have at that particular locus. So the example I just gave you, 10 is an allele and 12 is an allele.
Okay, so those are those ice cream cones you're talking about, each one of them is an allele?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, how do you go about testing to determine this DNA and get these alleles at these loci?
Well, first, if I was looking at an item of evidence, I would determine if there was some biological fluid there, such as semen or saliva or blood. Then I would take a small sample of that and do a chemical extraction process to get the DNA out of the cells. Basically, it's just breaking up the cells. Then I would quantitate it to find out how much I was able to get out of that sample. And then I would use a certain amount to do what we call PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. And basically that's just like a Xerox machine making copies of this DNA so that there's enough so that we can detect it in a genetic analyzer.
Okay. And the genetic analyzer you're talking about, that I assume that's some sort of big machine?
Yes, it is a big machine.
Okay, and it basically will look at these and give you the information contained that you're just talking about regarding the allele, correct?
Yes, in the process of PCR, a fluorescent dye is incorporated into each piece of DNA that we are making copies of. And then the machine can actually detect those fluorescent colors.
Okay. Now, you talked about see if there's anything useful or amounts that you can do comparison on. Are there issues with that?
Yes, there might be some DNA samples that have very little DNA, and they might not be able to be amplified by PCR.
Okay. So just because you can't find a result or something along those lines when it comes to DNA doesn't mean there's not DNA or something left there. It's just the numbers are so low you really can't make a determination as to what it means.
That may be so, yes.
Okay. Is there any way when you do your testing to make any determination about when DNA is left at a particular location?
No, there's no way to tell that.
Okay. Now, is it ever possible to get a situation where there's DNA of more than one person contained into a swab that you talked about earlier?
Yes, that happens quite a lot when we get forensic samples, like say from a doorknob. We can do testing for touch as well as biological fluids. So if someone were to swab a doorknob, it's quite likely that I would get a mixture of DNA from more than one person.
Okay. And is it likely that you could get DNA left on that doorknob from different times?
Yes.
So one person touches it on Friday, next person touches it Saturday morning, one person touches it on Thursday morning, could contain a mixture of all those above?
Yes, it could.
Now let's turn a little bit, if we can, to this particular case. Not a little bit, I guess we're going to turn a lot to this particular case. As it relates to this case, did you obtain a buccal swab as it relates to JaVonte Segura, Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters, Brandi Peters, Henry Segura, and Antonio Anthony?
And what was the last one?
Antonio Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is a swabbing inside your cheek, and that there are loose cells there, and that usually gives us a very good sample in order to determine the type that the person has. So that would be our standard or our known to compare to other things from a crime scene.
Okay. And then how do you go about developing that swab?
In exactly the same way as we would with forensic samples.
Okay, so it's the same thing, it's just you know where that particular one came from, and more than likely, because it's taken from the inner cheek, it's of a very specific person, so it's not a mixture. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And as you said, that's the idea, is to get a standard for further comparisons.
Yes.
And did you do a comparison of all those persons? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want to get compared. Did you do I guess if a chart of all those persons, alleles and markers, if you will?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, appreciate what was. This one has not been marked, Your Honor. Madam Clerk, are we on 148? I know we put a 147 in last time.
Yes, 148.
It's been previously marked, or is now marked for state exhibit purposes, 148. Actually, take a look at that particular item, please. You recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the set of DNA analyses that I did on Brandi Peters, Tamiyah, Taniyah Peters, JaVonte Segura, Antonio Anthony, and Henry Segura. And it lists all 13 of those markers that I spoke about that we analyzed for.
And does that appear to be an accurate recording of those findings that the development that you made from those focus swap of those persons?
Yes, this has my initials on it, and this is from my report.
Your Honor, this time I have state exhibit number 148.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
148 will be admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
All right. Now, Tamiyah and Taniyah appear to have the same numbers across the board. Why is that?
They were twins, and by doing this DNA analysis, I can have proved that they are identical twins.
Okay. So this basically says that these were in fact identical twins because they are identical on all those markers we previously talked about, correct?
That's correct.
And then when we're talking about the alleles and the numbers at each loci, this right here are all the different loci.
Correct.
And then this would be the allele numbers there. So at BWA, for instance, Brandi Peters would be a 1518.
That's correct.
That's what we're talking about. So these are the little peaks, the upside down ice cream cones.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Were you asked to make determinations as to who the father of JaVonte Segura and Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters were?
I was asked to determine JaVonte's father.
Okay. And did you make that determination?
I was asked to determine if Henry Segura was JaVonte's father.
It wasn't.
Yes.
So Henry Segura was not the father of Tamiyah and Taniyah, correct?
That's correct.
And that was, in fact, Antonio Anthony was their father, correct?
I didn't do actual testing to report that, but I can tell by looking at their types that the girls share at least one allele with him on all of the loci.
And which would indicate that he was the father.
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look, if we can, start looking at some of the DNA that you analyzed during the course of this particular case. Fair to say it wasn't all done at one time, correct?
That's correct.
All right. If we can, were you asked to do an examination as to Tallahassee Police Department Exhibit number 1 and 2, which corresponds with State's Exhibit 9 and 10. I believe they are the exterior rear door swab and the interior rear door swab from the home.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to make a determination as to any DNA present on those locations?
I have to look at my notes.
Feel free. I don't expect you to know all this off the top of your head.
I was able to develop a partial profile from the rear door swab and a complete DNA profile from the interior rear doorknob.
Okay. And what is a partial DNA?
That means out of those 13 markers, I was not able to get a development of a type at all 13.
And what was your determination as to TBD exhibit number 1, states exhibit number 9, the exterior rear door swab?
It matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. And as to TBD number 2, states exhibit number 10, the interior rear door swab?
It matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. All right. Is there any sign of a mixture there?
No.
All right, next let's turn to the front door if we can. So I'm going to start with Tallahassee Police Department case identification number 72, which is state's identification 81. Did you make any findings there?
Yes, and there I found a mixture of DNA.
Okay, and what would that mixture, were you able to make any determination about who?
When we have a mixture, sometimes we can determine who is the major contributor. In other words, they have very large peaks on the electropharogram, and then there's another, if another person is present, they might have smaller peaks, and they would be the minor donor. And in this case, Brandi Peters was the major contributor, and I couldn't determine a type for the minor contributor, but it was male.
What do you mean you couldn't determine a type? What does that mean?
It was so little DNA, the only allele that showed up was the Y at the sex determination.
All right, and going back to that chart we have, and obviously this isn't the comparison chart for that particular one, but by that you're talking about this line right here with the X's?
That's correct. It's called
Right.
amylogenin.
And that tells you whether someone is male or female?
Correct. A female will have 2 X's, and a male will have an X and a Y.
Okay. So in this particular case, as it relates to that interior front door handle, you were able to determine the major contributor was Brandi, and the minor was a male, but nothing further than that.
That's correct.
So even if there was a buccal swab of a known individual, there's no way to make a determination whether that person would have been there. It was that person's DNA in any way, shape, or form, correct?
Except that they'd be male. Yes.
Other than the male. So I could have been there.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Next, turn to also the front door, states exhibit number 82, TPD exhibit number 73, which is the interior deadbolt of that front door. Did you make a determination there?
Yes, and I determined there was a mixture of DNA there. Brandi and the girls were included in that mixture. However, there's one foreign DNA to both of those, both the girls and Brandi, at one of the markers, which is VWA.
Okay. And did that give any, so that you have one marker that is foreign to them, correct?
Correct.
Right.
However, there was no Y, so I cannot say that that would be male.
All right, so you don't know if it's male or female, but one marker was different.
Well, I know that there's no Y, so that would indicate there's probably a female.
Okay. And is that the one loci that is different than no, that wouldn't be different. So, I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding you know that there is Tamiyah and Taniyah, Brandi Peters, and a Y, an additional Y?
There is no Y on that one, no.
Okay. So how do you know that that would be a female versus a male?
Since there is no Y, there's only X showing that.
Okay. All right. But no determination can be made as it relates to the minor because there's only one loci, correct? That's different? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's turn to the front door still. States exhibit number 90, TBD exhibit number 74, which is the exterior door handle. So the exterior door handle of the front door.
Okay.
Did you make any determinations as it relates to that?
Yes, and I found a mixture on that door handle as well.
Okay. And what were your determination?
Brandi and the girls are included, and there is a Y present, so there is a male included as well.
Okay. So you know it's a male, once again. but that's pretty much all we know, correct?
Fine.
We know it's a male that had been touched at some point or another, but that's all we know.
Correct.
Okay. And again, no way to say when somebody touches it, leaves that DNA or anything along those lines as it relates to these, especially these doors, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So now let's look, if we can, and go into the house. State's Exhibit number 11, Tallahassee Police Department number 18, swabbing from the rear curtain.
Okay.
Did you make any determination as it relates to that swabbing?
Yes. I determined that there was blood present and that I got an entire DNA profile which matches Brandi Peters.
So there's blood on the rear curtain, and that blood is Brandi Peters, is what your determination was.
That's correct.
Next, let's talk about the things that are found out in the hallway for the most part, if we can at this point. State's Exhibit number 18, Tallahassee Police Department number 19, a swab of the exterior of the hallway closet door.
Yes, I was able to get an entire profile from that sample, which also matches Brandi Peters.
Did that indicate blood?
Yes.
So we know blood was taken from that swab of the exterior hallway door, and that it was in fact Brandi Peters.
Yes.
Blood. Okay. Next would be State's number 19, Tallahassee Police number 20, exterior hallway closet door. Again, a second swabbing from that same door.
Yes, I was able to determine that there was blood present, and the DNA matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. State's number 20, Tallahassee Police Department number 21, a swabbing from the south wall of the hallway closet.
Yes, I was able to determine blood present on chemical indications of blood for that swab, and I was able to determine an entire profile which matched Brandi Peters.
And these entire profiles, we're not talking about there's a mixture. It is in fact just, as you said, the markers, 13 markers, Brandi Peters, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 53, Tallahassee Police Department number 22, the exterior of JaVonte's bedroom door.
Yes, there was blood present on that sample, and I did get 13 markers which match Brandi Peters, but there is a Y also present.
Okay. Anything further that would give any indication to who that person was other than maybe it was a male?
No.
So at that point you have a mixture where you've got a male and a female, but the only DNA there that you were able to determination was in fact Brandi Peters.
That's correct.
And it gave indications for blood?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 54, Tallahassee Police Department number 23, again, JaVonte Segura's bedroom door.
I was able to determine that there are chemical indications of blood on that sample, and I did get results at all 13 markers, which match Brandi Peters. However, there is a Y present and one foreign allele at one of the markers.
And what does that mean? The Y with one foreign allele at one of the markers?
Well, there's a Y present, so I know that there's some male contribution, and at one of the markers, there is something foreign to Brandi.
Okay. When you're doing a comparison, we've obviously heard you do 13 markers when making comparisons for Brandi Peters. Is there a problem with any kind of identificational aspect as it relates to just one loci?
Well, the problem would be when we do a match, we give statistics to say how significant the match is. If there's only one locus, it's very, very low statistics in terms of maybe 1 in 2 people have this marker. So
having that one marker there really doesn't enable you to narrow down anything other than it could be maybe 1 out of 2 people in the world.
Well, I was making up the number, but it is very low.
Yeah.
Correct. And there's also a problem if it's a very, very low allele, which we can detect, but it's really not above our callable limits. So therefore, I would not be allowed to use that allele to make statistical determinations.
Okay. We'll get to all the callable stuff in a little bit. let's just kind of go through where we are still. State's Exhibit number 54, Tallahassee Police Department number 24. Again, another swabbing from JaVonte's bedroom door.
Yes, there was blood present on that sample, and I developed all 13 markers, which matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 56, Tallahassee Police Department number 25, the south door frame of Mr. JaVonte Segura's bedroom door.
There was blood present on that sample. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 21 and Tallahassee Police Department number 26, the wall just south of JaVonte's bedroom.
There was blood present on that sample. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 22, Tallahassee Police Department number 27, the wall across from the hallway bathroom. So,
There was blood present on that sample as well. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 29, which is also Tallahassee Police Department number 29, the south door frame of the master bedroom.
There was blood present on that sample. I developed all 13 markers, and they match Brandi Peters.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 23, Tallahassee Police Department number 30, which will be the hallway across the hallway across from JaVonte's bedroom.
I was able to determine blood on that sample, and I developed all 13 markers, which matches Brandi Peters.
Okay. And the fitted sheet, State's Exhibit number 37, Tallahassee Police Department number 37, fitted sheet from the master bed. Did you make any determination as it relates to that?
Yes, there was blood present on that sample, and I developed all 13 markers, and they match Brandi Peters.
Okay. So essentially what we've talked about is we've looked at a bunch of different samples from this particular hallway, and they all give indications for blood and all appear to be, or all complete. The blood indicates it is in fact Brandi Peters' blood that is found on all those swabbings down this hallway, and you have two different locations that have an additional allele that is foreign to Miss Peters. Is that basically a summary of what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, new microphone. Well, you also asked to make determinations as it relates to items and swabbings that were found from Brandi Peters herself.
Yes.
When you're dealing with a amount of blood in a bloody scene, as if we are dealing with in this particular case, is there a danger of, I guess, washout, if you will, from the blood of the person that in this particular case had been murdered?
If we're talking about the blood of a particular person, maybe overlapping or being on top of maybe touch DNA from another person, or some kind of substance that has just very little DNA, then the person who is a major contributor, usually from the blood stain, will be there in such a large amount in the sample that it is true that I might not be able to detect a second person.
Okay. So let's take a look at Miss Peters then, if we can. State's Exhibit number 130A, Tallahassee Police Department number 46, which will be a swabbing from the right thumbnail from Miss Peters. Did you make a finding as it relates to that?
These were nail scrapings.
Okay.
From the right thumb. I developed all 13 markers, and it was matching Brandi Peters. Nothing foreign.
Okay. And 103B, Tallahassee Police Department number 47, from the right index finger.
I developed all 13 markers from the nail scrapings, and there was it matched Brandi Peters, but there was a foreign donor below our callable limits.
Okay, so what does that mean, below our callable limits?
Well, those peaks have to be a certain height in order for us to use them, because below a certain height, they're not reliable because they might have another peak that goes with them that didn't amplify at all. It's just basically we don't have enough DNA. And our analytical threshold was 50. The scale that's used is called RFUs, or relative fluorescent units, having to do with that fluorescent dye that's tagging the DNA. And the callable limit is 100. So if there's something between 50 and 100, we put a star on it saying, well, it's there, but we can't really do much of anything with it. We can't use it to include people, for instance.
And that's the FDLE standard, correct? That's a threshold that's set by Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the lab analysis?
That was our thresholds, yes.
Okay, all right. So you have Brandi Peters present as well as possibly another person, but it's too low for you to be able to utilize it because of the low RFUs.
That's correct.
Okay. 103D, Tallahassee Police Department number 49, the right ring finger.
I was able to get a partial DNA profile from those nail scrapings, and they match Brandi Peters.
103E, Tallahassee Police Department number 50, the right little finger.
I was able to develop all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters with one foreign donor at one locus. One foreign allele, I should say, at that locus.
Again, that one would make it statistically unreliable, if you will, for any kind of matching purposes because it's one foreign one.
Yes, this foreign one was also between 50 and 100, so it would not be used for statistics.
So not only is it only one, but it's also the low RFUs as well?
Correct.
103F, Tallahassee Police Department number exhibit number 51, the left thumbnail from Brandi Peters.
There was blood present on this sample, and I did develop all 13 markers, which match Brandi Peters.
Okay. 103G, number 50, Tallahassee Police Department number 52, the left index finger.
I was able to develop all 13 markers, which matches Brandi Peters, and there is one foreign allele at one locus. Again, between 50 and 100, so it's a star.
State's exhibit number 103J, Tallahassee Police Department exhibit number 55, the left little finger.
There was blood present on this sample. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters with nothing foreign.
103K, Tallahassee Police Department number 56, a swab from the left neck of Brandi Peters.
There was blood present on this sample, and it was very, very partial. I got an X only, an amylogenin, and nothing else.
So even though you've got blood from the neck of Brandi Peters, who is essentially covered in blood in this particular case, you still may only get a partial DNA sample for your determination.
Yes.
Okay. What are some of the factors that go into that aspect? Why would that occur?
Degradation, for one thing.
What's that?
This probably did not happen in this case, but if it was something that was, for instance, out in the open, out in the woods, for instance, dirt can cause degradation of DNA. Excessive sunlight or excessive heat, which we have a lot of around here, can cause degradation of DNA. That probably didn't happen in this case. But other substances that might be present, for instance, on a neck, there might be lotion or perfume or something like that, can interfere with DNA analysis.
Okay. State's exhibit number 103L, Tallahassee Police Department number 57, a swab from the right neck of Brandi Peters.
There was blood present on this sample, and I developed all 13 markers with, it matches Brandi Peters with nothing foreign.
103M, Tallahassee Police Department exhibit number 58, the back of the left hand from Brandi Peters.
This sample had blood, and I developed all 13 markers, which matches Brandi Peters.
103N as in Nancy, Tallahassee Police Department number 59, a swab from the left palm of Brandi Peters.
This sample had blood present, and I developed all 13 markers, which matched Brandi Peters.
103O, Tallahassee Police Department number 60, the swab from the back of the right hand from Brandi Peters.
This also had blood present, and I developed all 13 markers, matched Brandi Peters.
And 103P, Tallahassee Police Department number 61, again a swab of the right palm from Brandi Peters.
This sample had blood present. I developed all 13 markers, and they match Brandi Peters.
Okay. So essentially what we're talking about is all the swabbing and scrapings as it related to Brandi Peters herself indicated they were in fact blood. Obviously the scrapings, only one of those did, two of those did. And they were in fact Brandi Peters, and on 2 of the scrapings you had a foreign alleles, 1 particular loci, low RFUs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Next, take a look at, if we can, State's Exhibit number 73, Tallahassee Police Department number 65, a swabbing from the carpet in the living room.
That sample had blood present, and I developed all 13 markers, which match Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 74, Tallahassee Police Department number 66.
This was a swab of blood on the carpet, suspected blood. It did have chemical indications for blood. I developed a partial profile which matched Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 75, Tallahassee Police Department number 67, suspected a swab from suspected blood on the tile.
This sample was also positive for blood. I developed 13 markers, and they matched Brandi Peters.
So essentially what we're talking about then, as we would expect, and looking at the scenes here, the carpet in the living room and the blood on the tile is Brandi Peters.
Correct.
Let's next turn to State's Exhibit number 77, Tallahassee Police Department number 70, which is the handle of the shovel in the living room.
Okay, this sample was positive for blood. I developed all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters.
One moment. Okay. Next, State's Exhibit number 76, Tallahassee Police Department number 71, also from the red shovel.
I was given the actual shovel rather than a sample from it. So I took samples myself. I took 7 different samples. And the reason is there was blood positive on this shovel. And I wanted to determine also if someone was handling it. the shovel, I mean. So, blood was positive, and I swabbed the top and back of the handle. I did develop all 13 markers from that sample, which matched Brandi Peters.
Okay, did you, in any of your swabbings of the shovel, make an identification as to Brandi Peters' DNA that was not blood positive?
I'll have to look back in my notes.
Okay.
I tested several areas for blood on that shovel. The areas that were negative were the front of the handle and the side of the handle, the back screw in the handle, the front screw, and the back of the blade. Then these areas were positive for blood. The top of the handle, the back of the handle end, the base of the handle, a dark area on the wood under Craftsman, the rest of the handle, the woody part of the handle, the edge of the blade, the shaft portion of metal blade, the back of the shaft of the metal blade. So I took samples basically mostly from the blood areas. I swabbed the top and back of the handle, the wooden handle, dark area, the shaft of the blade, the edge of the shovel blade, and the back of the shaft.
And all those gave indications for blood, and all of them were Brandi Peters?
I believe they all did give indications for blood, yes.
Okay.
Well, there were some samples that I got no results,
Okay.
I should say.
All right. Next, let's turn to State's Exhibit number 91, Tallahassee Police Department number 75, the swab from the exterior front door.
There was blood present on this sample. I developed all 13 markers, and they match Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 92, which is Tallahassee Police Department number 76, a swab from the ground in front of the entryway.
There was blood present on this sample. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 93, Tallahassee Police Department number 77, swabbing from the exterior cast siding near the entryway.
There was blood on this sample as well. I developed all 13 markers, and they match Brandi Peters.
State's 103U, Tallahassee Police Department number 90, nail clippings from Brandi's right hand.
There was blood present on these nail clippings. I developed all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters.
103V, Tallahassee Police Department item number 91, nail clippings from Brandi Peters' left hand.
There was blood present on this sample. I developed all 13 markers, and it matches Brandi Peters.
And 103HH, which is Tallahassee Police Department number 92A, which is the swabbing from Brandi Peters' sexual assault kit.
There was blood present on this swabbing. I examined all of the swabs in the sexual assault kit for semen, did chemical testing and microscopic testing, And the buccal swabs were negative. Therefore, I did not do DNA testing on them.
All right. And again, also part of that state's exhibit 103HH, but I think Tallahassee Police Department number is 92C and D, which would be the oral swab from sexual assault kit and the anal swab from Brandi's sexual assault kit. Did you do any testing on those?
Yes, the oral swabs were positive for blood, but negative for semen. The anal swabs were positive for blood, but negative for semen.
And did you do DNA testing on those to make a comparison to Brandi Peters?
No, I did not.
Why would you not on those?
Well, they came from her, so we're pretty sure her DNA would be on there. We were looking for something that would be foreign to her, and there was no semen present. So the policy of FDLE at that time was to not test things that for DNA if there was no semen present.
Okay. 103Q, Tallahassee Police Department exhibit number 93, which was swabbing from Brandi's right ear.
There was blood present on this sample, and I developed all 13 markers, which matched Brandi Peters.
State's exhibit number 79, which is Tallahassee Police Department number 118, a gold earring found in the front entryway.
The gold earring was positive for blood. I took several samples from this. I tested the red-brown stain, which was the blood, positive. I did develop all 13 markers, which matched Brandi Peters. I also tested an area of blue staining on the earring, on which I got a partial profile of only amylogenin, showing a female, XX. And I swabbed the area of the earring without the blue stain on it. And I got a partial profile which matched Brandi Peters.
So pretty much all the DNA there basically says Brandi Peters except for one foreign, the Y, correct?
On what?
On the earring, there's one foreign, I'm sorry, didn't you say there was a Y that was found there?
No.
Okay, I apologize.
At amylogenin, there was only XX, which indicated female.
Okay.
There was also a possible hair found on this earring, but it could not be examined because it did not have a root. I could only do DNA testing on the root.
Explain that, please.
Part of the hair that grows above the root does not have cells in it that contain nuclei with DNA. So only the root is the basically living part of a hair. And that's the part that we need to test if we're going to be able to develop DNA.
Okay. Next we have State's Exhibit number 66, Tallahassee Police Department number 129, a suspected blood from the back of the tub in the common bathroom.
There was positive indications for blood. I was able to develop a partial profile which matched Brandi Peters, but there was a foreign allele or mixture at one of the loci.
Okay. A swabbing of the bathroom door handle, State's Exhibit number 67, Tallahassee Police Department Exhibit number 130.
This was also positive for blood. I was able to develop a partial profile, and this indicated a mixture. It appeared to be a mixture of Brandi Peters and Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters. They are included. JaVonte was excluded, and there is also a Y present.
Which indicates a possible male, correct?
Correct.
Would indicate a male.
I did compare this to Henry Segura, and he was excluded.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 83, TPD Exhibit number 137, the swab from the front entry wall.
This again was positive for blood. I developed all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 84, TPD 138, a swab of the interior front door.
This also was positive for blood. I developed all 13 markers and it matched Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 85, TPD number 139.
This was also positive for blood, and I developed all 13 markers, which matched Brandi Peters.
And that was swabbed from the west entry wall, correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 94, Tallahassee Police Department number 145, a swab from the front porch area left of the door.
This was positive for blood. I developed all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters.
State's Exhibit number 86, Tallahassee Police Department number 143, a swab from the artificial tree that was found in the living room.
This also tested positive for blood. It was a partial profile, but it matched Brandi Peters.
Now, earlier you talked about some hair clippings that were, or some hair that was not analyzed. State's Exhibit number 103R, Tallahassee Police Department number 62, a hair from a left pinky. State's Exhibit 103S, Tallahassee Police Department 63, hair from a right nail. And State's Exhibit 103T, Tallahassee Police Department 64, hair from a right pinky. Were those similar situated where they were hairs that were not suitable for analysis?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Earlier we talked about some of the scrapings that were done from fingernails. Let's talk a little bit more about some other ones if we can. 103C, which is Tallahassee Police Department number 48, which I believe is a scraping from the right middle nail.
All right, I developed all 13 markers from that. It matched Brandi Peters, but there is a foreign donor at one of the markers.
103H, Tallahassee Police Department number 53, a scraping from the left middle nail.
I was able to develop all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters, but there are foreign alleles at 3 of the different markers.
And 103I, Tallahassee Police Department number 54, scraping from the right ring nail.
I was able to develop all 13 markers, and it matched Brandi Peters, but there is a foreign donor at one allele, one locus.
And those foreign that you're talking about there, are they consistent with being a female, a second female?
Yes, there's no Y present, so I would not say there was a male there.
Again, not really able to determine where it is. I believe Ms. Peters had false nails, could have been from a nail technician or something along those lines. Really just no way to say when that DNA was left, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you also analyzed the phones in the toilet in the house, and there was a male that was identified but not insufficient for any comparison purposes. Is that correct?
Which exhibit would that be?
Actually, I didn't write it down. Give me one moment. Tell you what, I'll find that in a minute and come back to it. Let's move on if we can. State's Exhibit number 17, Tallahassee Police Department number 8, which is a swab from the from the floor in the hallway in front of the common bathroom.
Yes, I tested this for blood. It was positive, and I developed all 13 markers, which was a mixture. The major component matched Taniyah and Tamiyah. JaVonte and Brandi were excluded.
And did that give any indications for blood?
Yes,
Okay, I might have missed it, I apologize. So with blood in it, that would be positive for Taniyah and Tamiyah.
it's a mixture, but they are the major component.
Okay. Next, let's turn to the State's Exhibit number 58, Tallahassee Police Department number 28, which is the exterior door frame of the common bathroom.
I tested that for blood. It was positive. I developed all 13 markers, and the profile matches Taniyah and Tamiyah.
State's Exhibit number 60, Tallahassee Police Department number 53, swab of the left hand of the child with the white sandals.
Is it 53 or 43?
43, excuse me, I'm sorry.
That also gave indications for blood. There were all 13 markers developed, which matches Taniyah and Tamiyah. However, there was a Y present as well.
So again, a male.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 72, Tallahassee Police Department number 45, the swab of the middle cushion from the couch.
That also gave positive indications for blood. All 13 markers were developed, which matches Taniyah and Tamiyah.
So Taniyah is blood.
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 68, Tallahassee Police Department number 131, the interior hall bathroom doorknob.
There was no red-brown staining on this swab. I was able to develop a partial DNA profile, and at only one locus, and Taniyah and Tamiyah are included.
And turning back now, if we can, I'm showing you a photograph here. State's Exhibit number 66 and 129. You did testing on that, correct?
What was the,
State's Exhibit number 66, Tallahassee Police Department number 129.
swab of suspected blood on the back of the tub wall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I did, and it was positive for blood. I developed a partial profile which matched Brandi Peters, and there was a mixture at one locus.
So we're talking about right in this area right here. Now, did you also do a comparison as it relates to a swab of the grab bar here, which is State's Exhibit number 63, Tallahassee Police Department number 126?
Yes.
And what were your results of that?
There was no red-brown staining on this, so I did not test it for blood. I developed a partial profile. It appeared to be a mixture of 3 or more people. All of the victims are included in that. And there are 2 starred alleles, again between 50 and 100 RFUs, that are foreign to all of the victims.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the starred alleles at 2 different locations, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you had Henry Segura's DNA, and those starred alleles are, you can't make calls based upon the FDLE protocols, correct?
They could be used for exclusion.
But
They
not
cannot be
inclusion.
used for inclusion.
Okay. And did you also make comparisons as it relates to Henry Segura using that chart that we talked about in State's Exhibit number 148?
Yes, I had to say that I could not determine, there was no determination for Henry Segura.
Okay. So you could not exclude him, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that the RFUs are too low for calling purposes for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, but as it relates to those 2 alleles, were they consistent with Henry Segura's DNA?
At one of the loci, there was a starred allele at D8, which was a 16. And Mr. Segura's type is 1216 at that locus. At the D5 locus, there was a starred allele that was 12, that was foreign to the victims. Mr. Segura's type at that locus is 1214.
So it would be consistent with Mr. Segura's DNA.
I can't make any conclusions.
Understand. But that's why you couldn't exclude him, correct?
Correct.
So as I understand it, for the most part, your analysis, or not for the most part, but in entirety, your analysis is essentially, you can say who was included as relates to Brandi Peters, Tamiyah, Taniyah Peters, and Henry and JaVonte Segura. In some cases, you found evidence of other donors, but the data basically was insufficient to be used for inclusion purposes if any donor was eventually identified, correct?
Later on, I got, later on, I got standards from other family members, and I was able to compare them to all the different foreign profiles that were callable. And sometimes I could include them or exclude them.
But that's a fair summation of all the DNA that we've just talked about, that, again, you can make identifications as it relates to Tamiyah, Taniyah, Brandi, JaVonte, but for the most part, any of the foreign alleles that we've talked about are either solo RFUs or only one location or loci to make them statistically irrelevant, if you will.
Well, I cannot do any kind of statistics for those starred alleles between 50 and 100 RFUs, and that's what most of them were.
Okay. All right. 1 moment. Just for clarification, we talked earlier about the foreign DNA that was found on the child with the white sandals in the bathtub. With my understanding, there was one loci that was different, correct?
Could you tell me, would that be TPD Exhibit 43?
It's going to be... Stacy did on 60, TBD 43.
The allele that's foreign is a Y.
Okay, so the only thing you know is a male.
Correct.
Okay.
You were talking about the grab bar, I think you misstated the number, Mr. Pugh. So 63, stated.
State's exhibit number 63, Tallahassee Police Department number 126 should be that we're referring to for the grab bar.
That wasn't the number you just gave us.
No, that was a different one. That was for the child.
Okay.
That was State's exhibit number 60, Tallahassee Police Department number 43, which is the swab from the left hand of the child with the white sandals. No further questions.
Are you gonna have some for us, Mr. Brown? Why don't we go ahead and take a lunch break? Does that cause you a problem?
No, sir, that's what I was saying.
All right, why don't we go ahead and take a lunch break? Let's be back ready to go at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch. Either side anything?
There you go. There you go.
All right, we'll see y'all at 1 o'clock.
May I leave my things here?
Okay, so they are going to take a lunch. This is confusing now. I thought that maybe I might have a handle on it, or they were going to give a Perry Mason moment, a boom moment, boom, gotcha. But that DNA, that even is more confusing. That the story that is being developed is just even more confusing. So, all right, so we finished this little clip. They just ended Vance Wiggins. He was the Florida State Florida State child support manager. And basically, they just wanted to finish up. Brandi called to check, and she called December 17th of 2010. 10, and then November 17th, she called to check the status, and then 3 days later, she's gone. So then we got to Joella Brown, who's a retired DNA analyst. She explained DNA markers, short tandem repeats. And she explained that when they say a 10, 12, 10, 15, 12, so it's you get 10 from your mom or 12 from your dad, and they combine that together. So I thought that was kind of cool. And then they talked about Antonio Anthony. I'm like, who the heck is that? So it ended up being Antonio is the twins' biological father. So they talked about mixture on the front doorknob. This was all blood, unfortunately. So it was Brandi's. Kind of a nothing burger, to be quite honest. Everything was just coming back Brandi. Maybe the foreign DNA interior handle. She thought, there might have been a male on there. But if Henry's been there, he's going to have DNA. I don't know. They found, there was a foreign donor under her right index fingernail, but it was too low to use. There was another foreign donor on her right little finger, again, too low to use. Right thumbnail, foreign donor, too low to use. I kept waiting for that. Oh, yes, male DNA, and it matched Henry Segura, like in Tallahassee. I kept waiting for that. Didn't come. It just did not come. But this I thought was interesting. They found blood on the handle, that little shovel that they found, or that was right next to the knocked over tree. I thought that was because at the beginning, hold on. What did the state? So the state said, no, he called it okay. Defense's opening witness said there was DNA on the shovel and the spade, foreign female DNA under Brandi's fingernails. So this is all the defense DNA. But then the state, what did they say? They called it a spade. I thought spade is a splatter zone. Okay, this is all defense. No blood was found on the spade. It was just placed there as a sign from the cartel. That's the defense opening statement. That's a lie. So he flat out lied to us. Okay, so the defense literally said no blood was found on the DNA. It was just placed there as a sign from the cartel. But then we just found out that there was blood. That's why I'm like, wait, why are they even caring about the handle? I'm sorry, the shovel. There was blood on the shovel. The top and the back of the handle matched Brandi. The front, the side, the front of the blade. There was no blood there. But blood was found on the top of the handle, the base of the handle, the edge of the blade, the back of the shaft, and then maybe a couple other things I didn't quite get. But there clearly was blood on that shovel. So, defense, Mr. Prince, you lied to us. Phones and toilet, male DNA was present but not sufficient. And again, I think state was saying, or no, I guess the defense was saying there was maybe the blood of a cartel member was there. I don't know, we're going to have to wait. Okay, so here's where it gets really confusing. The couch had blood on it, and it came back to Taniyah and Tamiyah. So how on earth, Taniyah was drowned, and there was no bruising, because the one analyst, let's see, he came in after Mark Lewis, maybe? No, he was the initial. There was one guy right after the ME. He came in and he used a special kind of light to see if there was bruising under their skin, and he said he did not find any bruising under the skin. What was his name? All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. So I'm just trying to piece this together, right? So there was blood on the couch, but Taniyah was drowned. Tamiyah was shot. But if she was shot there, there'd be blood all over. So she wasn't shot there. Or maybe she was. I don't know. Just trying to figure out the scene, like how this all happened. Brandi's blood was in the tub. So how did that happen, too? Grab bar. There was male DNA on the grab bar in the tub, but no conclusions could be made to indicate it's Henry's. So to me, this was just kind of a nothing burger. Sorry to say. I was expecting something more dramatic, like Henry's DNA was found underneath her fingernails, but it was not. Or at least it wasn't conclusive. All right, let's move on. Hey, Mandy. Good to see you. All right, so the next clip here is going to be, this is continuing on with Joella Brown. Wow, there's a part 2 and a part 3. Okay. All right, let's continue on.
Oh, yes, especially. Oh, yes, especially heat.
And that was actually going to be the next question I asked. Beyond just temperature change, if exhibits are exposed, for example, to fire, that can ruin the DNA quality. Is that right?
Oh, yes, it would destroy it.
Okay. And so even though there may be DNA present, if an item is burned, that DNA may not show up anymore.
Correct.
Okay. Another thing that I want to ask you about, and it doesn't appear to have happened here, but during the amplification process, different. In the middle row here, right there, you guys use a red dye referred to as rocks dye. Is that correct?
No, actually, that middle one is green.
Oh, okay. It's on the bottom row that it's red. Is that right?
Actually, that's yellow.
Okay.
The red, in Profiler Plus and Cofiler, red is used for the size standard. So it actually is not the analyzed alleles in that particular kit. In other kits, it is used.
Okay. And rather than guessing at every color in the world, I guess the point that I'm trying to get to is that occasionally when amplification is occurring, dye can bleed over and cause a false peak pattern that you would see at regular intervals, as an example on the bottom row. Is that true?
Yes, especially in the bottom row where yellow is the dye. There can be what we call pull-up from a different color, and usually in yellow, the pull-up comes from red, which is the internal size standard.
Okay, and that isn't anything that's occurring here. I'm just asking you that as a general matter, correct?
Yes, that's something that we can very easily identify.
Okay. Now, I want to go through some of your specific findings, because Mr. Fuchs asked about inclusion, but I want to ask you about parties that were excluded from some of these different items. So starting with State's Exhibit 103C, which is TPD 48 FDLE 3, a scraping of Brandi Peters' right middle finger. You testified on direct that, of course, Ms. Peters' DNA was present, correct?
TPD Exhibit 48?
TPD 48 FDLE 3, State's Exhibit 103C.
Yes.
Isn't it also true, though, that the twins who have the same DNA, JaVonte, Henry, that is Mr. Segura, the defendant, were all excluded as possible contributors to that sample?
They did not match the foreign donor, correct?
And in this particular sample, 103C, there were only contribution by females. Is that right? There was no Y marker there.
There was no Y, correct.
Okay. So what that means, we're looking at amlogenin right there, which is the gender indicator. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we see a peak for an X and a Y, as we see here, you know that there's going to be some contribution by a male, correct?
That's correct.
And if there's only an X peak right there, that means that at least as far as the electropharogram is showing, only females have contributed to the sample.
That's correct.
Okay. So was this one of the samples, by the way, that you came back later and compared to DNA of friends, family, officers, other people who were potentially on scene?
Yes, I believe so.
And for 103C, all of those folks were excluded, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to clarify again, that's the scraping from under Brandi Peters' right middle finger, right?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on then to States 103H, which is TPD 53, FDLE 8, a scraping of Brandi Peters' left middle finger. Again, you said Brandi's DNA, of course, is there. She's included as a contributor to the mixture, right?
Yes.
And again, you found there that the twins, JaVonte, Mr. Segura, the defendant, and others were all excluded from that contribution. Is that correct?
Let me take a look at it just to be sure.
Sure.
Yes, Taniyah, Tamiyah, JaVonte, and Henry Segura were all excluded. Is that the question?
Yes, ma'am. And again, that was States 103H, TPD 53, FDLE 8, which is the scraping of Brandi Peters' middle finger.
Yes.
Left middle finger, sorry. Okay, and on States Exhibit 103I, which is TPD 54, FDLE 9, scraping of Brandi Peters' left ring finger. I'll give you a second to get there.
There was only one foreign allele at one of the markers, and all of those people, Taniyah, Tamiyah, JaVonte, and Henry Segura, were all excluded, yes.
And I suppose it's helpful at this point to stop and ask you to explain in a little more detail. When we use the term foreign allele or foreign contribution to a mixture, that means there's DNA present which does not belong to the people that you listed. All known parties that you have profiles for, none of those people contributed to this mixture, correct?
Well, when I use the word foreign, I mean that obviously this is a fingernail that belonged to Brandi, so I would expect her DNA to be there, which it is. So anything that I find that is not hers, that is a foreign allele. However, all of those people that I mentioned do not have that particular allele that's showing up.
And again, so that includes, in addition to all the victims and Mr. Segura, Miss Peters' mother, her sisters, who she'd been in recent contact with, and the law enforcement officers who responded to the scene. None of the people we know were recently around Brandi were found to have been a contributor to the mixture under her fingernails, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to States Exhibit 82, which is TPD 73, FDLE 21, a swab of the interior front door deadbolt. Just let me know when you're there.
Yes. Okay.
On that one, it was Brandi Peters, the twins were both included, is that correct?
Yes.
But in addition to the twins and Brandi, well, I guess let me ask you this first. This is an all-female data set, correct? There's no Y marker at amylogenin on this one?
That's correct.
Okay. So you were also able to identify on States 82, TPD 73, FDLE 21, the swab of the interior front door deadbolt, foreign female DNA, that is DNA not belonging to the twins or Brandi, correct?
Yes.
Was this one of the samples that you did the same thing that we were talking about a minute ago, where you compared it also to all the known parties who were around the victims leading up to their death, officers, family members, friends, things of that nature?
Well, I'll have to check. Which individuals were you asking me about?
That same group that we were talking about with respect to the fingernail scrapings in the front door there. Brandi's mother, her sisters, the responding law enforcement officers, and other individuals known to have been in recent contact, friends of Brandi's who were in recent contact with her. Were all those folks that you had known standards for excluded?
I'm not sure what the relationships are, but these are the ones that I had. Marquisha Larry, Taisha Williams, Mariah Peters, Talisa Williams, Cassandra Williams, Azure Minot, Mary Richard Williams. All of those were excluded from that particular exhibit, yes.
And again, this is a all-female sample. There's no Y marker for States 82, TPD 73, FDLE 21, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, the next one I want to ask about is actually this sample that's up here, States 35, TPD 33, FDLE 24, the swab of the phone cradle. Can you tell us first and foremost how you would characterize this sample, I guess is the easiest way to ask that question?
Well, this is a mixture. It's a low-level mixture.
And how many people did you determine were contributing or potentially contributing to this mixture?
Well, it looks as though there are only 2. However, if you look at the locus out here, you see how the peak heights are not equal. So that's indicating there could be a third person there.
And that's one of the general principles of interpretation you talked about before, that you would expect peak heights that are coming from the same person to be almost the same in terms of their height, correct?
Yes, and these, I think I have the same one here. Here, that 24 is 576 RFUs. The 26 is 274, so that's about half, 50%, and that indicates that that's probably more than one person contributing to that.
And that's one of the topics that's covered by FDLE interpretive guidelines, right? You validated interpretive guidelines that were to be used with these kits, and one of the things that those interpretive guidelines talked about is peak heights can only vary by a certain percentage if you're going to call them as belonging to the same person. Is that true?
To belong to the same person, our lowest limit was 60%.
And this one you said was down around 58?
50.
Okay.
Or so.
So, which of the allele or potential allele showing up on this mixture here were you able to identify as foreign to the victims?
Of the entire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did this go? There we go. Here, 15, 17 are the only two alleles showing up, and Brandi's type is 15, 17. So I called the major 15, 17, and the minor I had to call inconclusive because I couldn't see anything minor. But it's possible that whoever's minor in there has a 15 and or a 17.
And can you explain masking in a little more detail to the jury and explain how that's a problem of particular importance when you're dealing with samples that could potentially include a contribution by multiple related persons?
Yes, as we see it, see here, there's only a 15 and a 17, and that's Brandi's type. The children at that locus, the girls are 15, 17 as well, and JaVonte is at 17, 17. So are the girls and JaVonte included there? They could be, because there's so much DNA here from the major component, I can't really tell if that's shared with another contributor. And that happens especially when you have related people that we're trying to analyze. However, over here at VWA, we see the two large peaks, and I called a major as 15, 18, and that is Brandi's type. Then there is a 14 and a 17. Now, I can't be absolutely sure that those go together. There could be three people there. The second person could have a 14, 15, for instance, and the third person could have a 17, 18, for instance. The girl's type at that locus is 14, 15, and JaVonte's is 15, 18. So I can't tell if JaVonte is there, just masked by his mother. But the 14 could have come from the girls. The thing that is foreign is that 17. None of the people in the family have a 17. So that is what I would call foreign then.
Okay. And then moving on to FGA, is there any, are there any allele or potential allele showing up there that are foreign to the victims?
Okay. Brandi's type is 24, 26. She is the, actually I did the computation, it's only 40% there. And because of dropout, it's possible that those do go together. I mean, they go together, but is there someone else contributing to that 24? I don't know for sure. But I can say for sure that the 21 and the 25 are foreign to everyone in the family.
That actually raises another question I'd like to ask you about. So, for example, you were indicating there that the 24 and the 26, those two peaks right there, the biggest two peaks there at FGA, could go together, but we have a disproportion in peak height there, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that can indicate is multiple people with a 24 showing up. When multiple people on a sample have the same number, those numbers can stack on top of each other sometimes. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So just to clarify then, which ones were potentially foreign at FGA?
At FGA, none of the children or Brandi have a 21 and a 25. So those are the minor component. But they are below 100 RFUs.
And this may be an important time or a good time to talk about. Can you tell the jury what a genotype is and how it's relevant if you're going to try and do inclusion statistics?
Well, a genotype just refers to all the alleles you have at all of these markers.
And so, for example, I know you didn't do this here, but if you were trying to determine, for example, a minor contributor, you would have to have at least one marker or locus where you have a full set of DNA from any potential minor contributor. Is that right?
Not exactly.
There's a more nuanced answer.
A little more.
Okay.
For instance, as I was saying, with the mother and the children, she is going to have, the mom is going to have at least one of the alleles that the children have. So there could be a mixture of the mother and the children, and it wouldn't necessarily look like there was a full minor component there, because hers would be, one of her alleles is masking one of the children's.
Generally, when you're dealing with unrelated persons, with the principle that I was trying to articulate with the last question, which is that if you're going to identify a clear major and a clear minor, in order to do inclusion statistics for a minor with unrelated persons, you would need a genotype, that is, 2 allele present from the minor contributor at least one marker.
Again, it's possible that they share alleles, so it's possible that there's only one allele that's foreign to the person you know who's there.
And I was going to ask you this as well relative to inclusion statistics. FDLE has a bank of frequency of occurrence for each of these different alleles at each of these different locus, correct?
A data set that we use, yes.
And that was based on some objective study where somebody, determined what the frequency of occurrence in a given genetic population was. Is that right?
Yes.
And those statistics, that is how frequently a particular number occurs at a particular locus, that's based on a frequency of occurrence in unrelated individuals, correct?
That's correct.
There is no data bank for frequency of occurrence with related individuals.
No.
Okay. All right, so then moving on to amylogenin, down on the second row, we see a 1820 RFU value for the X and only a 398 for the Y. What would that tell you, if anything, about the relative proportion of male to female DNA in this particular mixture?
Well, it would tell me that the major component is female. The minor component includes at least one male.
Now, since you broke it down like that, let me ask you this as well. We talked about potentially doing inclusion statistics for a major contributor or a minor contributor. You can do inclusion statistics to the mixture as a whole as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so then moving on to, what is that right there? This one here, the second one on the second row. I think that's D5. Let me come closer.
D8.
D8, okay. Is there anything foreign that you were able to identify at D8?
Excuse me. The major component is 1115 and the minor component is 12, a 12 allele.
And what does it mean when it says 12 plus?
That means it could be 12 plus anything else. And the reason for that is it's so low. It's 191 RFUs. That's taking into account possible dropout.
Okay,
Now
like you talked about before.
Yes.
Okay.
The girls do have a 12 at D8, and so does JaVonte.
I don't think I asked you this question specifically relative to this sample. Is dropout prevalent throughout this sample?
Yes. If you look over here, well, first of all, these are starred alleles, so they're very low. These, they're so low that there could be another allele that goes with that 18. The 18 is only at 79, so there could be a 20 or something else that goes with it.
That just falls off the reading altogether because the quantity is so small.
Yes, so in that case we would use an 18 plus, meaning it could be 18 and anything else.
Anything else that's not showing up due to dropout.
Correct.
Okay. And then moving on down here, I guess I skipped D21. Were you able to identify any foreign DNA at D21?
At D21, Brandi's type is 2528, and those are the only alleles there, so I had to call the minor inconclusive at that locus.
Okay. Same principle you were just talking about, no evidence at all of contribution from anybody else, and you don't know whether it's masked or whether it just fell off.
Correct.
Okay. How about at D18?
At D18, the major component is 1719, which is Brandi's type, and the minor component is an 18 plus.
Okay. For the same reason we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And then down on the bottom row, I guess this one's D5.
Yes.
Any foreign contribution there?
Well, the major is 1111, and that is what Brandi's type is. Then there's a very minor 7 and 12. And actually the girls have a 7 there, and it turns out that that's a very rare allele. You wouldn't expect it to just pop up. In fact, the database tables that you were talking about listed as 0% in African Americans.
So it's an extremely uncommon.
It's uncommon. The reason the girls have it is that their father has it. So I wanted to take that into consideration as possibly the girls' 7 is there. After all, this is a phone cradle that they could have touched. So
And I'm not sure I asked this question precisely before. You said at first glance this may appear to be a clean two-donor mixture, correct?
Correct.
But because we have masking due to potential contributors being related, and due to the fact that there's prevalent dropout throughout, you talked about that there may be additional folks contributing to this mixture, correct?
Correct.
And that's why we've been going through identifying foreign DNA, that is DNA foreign to all 4 victims.
Right.
Okay. Under the FDLE interpretive guidelines, you would say that in order to have a clean two-donor mixture, where you know it's 2 donors, you would have to have 4 allele present at whatever locus you're talking about without evidence of contribution from any 3rd or 4th party, correct?
Correct.
And to have a clean 3-donor mixture, you'd have to have 6.
If they were unrelated.
If they were unrelated.
Yes.
And again, in a data set where folks are related, same thing. There's going to be masking because everybody shares alleles, correct?
Correct.
And in a low volume sample like this, the same thing as we've been talking about, there's going to be dropout likely, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Moving along down here to D13, any foreign contribution down there?
The type there, the major type is 1111, which is Brandi's type. So the 12 is the minor component.
Okay. And then lastly, we've got D7 on this page.
D7 actually is tested for in both co-filer and profiler. And in this one is profiler plus, and in this case, as you can see, everything dropped out for that allele.
No readings whatsoever.
For this particular one.
For profiler.
I think I might have had it on co-filer, but I'm not sure. I did have a result on co-filer for D7. Both D7 is in both profiler plus and co-filer.
So this is, what I'm showing now is 1B, previously admitted. Explain why there's some overlap, if you could, between the co-filer and profiler pages. Why do they report data on some of the same locus?
Well, I believe that the companies made it that way just to make sure that, you know, you had put the same DNA in both of the tubes. It's 2 separate tubes. And so it's just a double check to see that D3 is one that overlaps and D7 is one that overlaps, those 2 kits.
Okay. Any additional foreign contribution at D3 or D7 that we didn't see on the profiler page?
Well, on D7, the major component is 11 and 12, and the minor component is 10.
And the minor component is foreign to the 4 victims. Is that what you were saying?
No, the girls have a 10 there, and so does JaVonte.
Okay, so that may be an instance of the kids kicking in, potentially.
That's possible.
Okay. What about at the top right here? It looks like maybe D16.
D16.
Is there any evidence of contribution by a foreign party there?
The major is 913, which is Brandi's type. There's a minor component of 11. JaVonte does have an 11.
So nothing foreign to the victims there. Is that right?
Well, I actually considered that JaVonte and the girls were excluded from this, although I did take it into consideration that sometimes something like that rare 7 is showing up from the girls.
So that's one of those situations where you could potentially note that a party is excluded, but based on the circumstances or the type of object, for example, we're talking about a phone cradle that was found in Brandi Peters' bedroom, something that you would expect people to handle regularly. You take that into account and you make logical assumptions or inferences about the potential contribution of other people who would regularly handle that. Is that
I
right?
tried to, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you would note. If it's a regular exclusion where you're saying with certainty that somebody did not contribute, that would be made clear in the reports that you provide to law enforcement, the state, and the defense, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think we had THO on the profiler page. Is there any evidence of contribution by a foreign donor there?
The major component is 7-7, which is Brandi's type, and The 8 and the 9 are being very small. I consider those minor components. The girls have a 7 and 8, and so does JaVonte. So 9 is definitely foreign.
Okay. What about it moving across there, the next one, TPOX? Is there any evidence of contribution at that locus?
Brandi's type is 8-10. That's the major component. The minor component is 9. JaVonte does have a 9 there.
All right. And then, I can't see what the last one is. Is that CSF?
Yes.
On the far right on the second row. Any evidence of contribution by a foreign party there?
No, there was just 11-14, which was Brandi's type, and I could not identify a minor, so that is inconclusive for the minor.
And then the last one, it looks like down on the third row, D7 is the only one where you got interpretable data. Am I seeing that right?
The major there was 11-12, and the 10 was the minor contributor. Although the girls and JaVonte all have a 10.
So not necessarily foreign contribution down at D7?
Not necessarily.
Possible though? Okay.
Yes.
If, given how messy this sample is with dropout, related people, and low RFU values, if you were going to do inclusion, would you do inclusion to the mixture as a whole, or would you try to do it for a minor contributor?
I would do the mixture as a whole. However, due to our rules at FDLE, I could only use the loci that did not have any star alleles for statistics.
So that's what you were talking about before. You could use those start alleles with low RFU values between 50 and 100 to exclude people.
Correct.
Like Mr. Segura, who's excluded from the sample, correct?
Yes.
But you can't do inclusion statistics using start allele.
Correct.
Okay. If you had a known profile, a set of standards that you were going to try and do inclusion, which method of inclusion statistic would you choose to do here? Would you try to do it to the mixture as a whole, using only foreign allele above the 100 RFU threshold, or would you do it, try to identify clearly the minor contributor and do it in that way?
No, I would use it as a whole, which means if there's only a few loci that could be used for inclusion that don't have starred alleles, one of them is VWA, another one is D8, and what I would do is use statistics for using all of those alleles, including the major ones, since they could be shared.
Again, it's more likely that they'd be shared in this case because everybody's related, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Or at least all the victims are related, I mean to say. Okay. I'll take this down now. The next sample that I wanted to ask you about is States 36, which is TPD 34, FDLE 25, a swab of the handset associated with that same telephone that was found in Brandi Peters' bedroom.
Okay.
Were you able to make a determination about potential contributors to that mixture?
There was a mixture that included one male. There is a Y. I'm not sure how many males, I should say. There is a Y, at least one male. And one foreign allele at D3. It appears that Tamiyah and Taniyah are the major contributors to this profile.
Were Brandi and JaVonte included as potential contributors as well?
I have to read my report. I could not determine major and minor contributors. Brandi, Tamiyah, Taniyah, and JaVonte are all included as possible contributors.
And just that one foreign potential allele at D3, you said?
Yes.
Okay. What about states 34, which is TPD 32, FDLE 23, a swab of the phone cord, the end of the cord, again, associated with the same telephone found in Brandi Peters' bedroom? Were you able to identify the major contributor and identify other included parties for this sample?
I excluded everyone. Oh, I'm sorry. All the individuals that I had gotten in addition to the family, the sister, mother, etc., they were all excluded as contributors to that one.
And Mr. Segura was excluded as a potential contributor as well, right?
Yes.
With the twins as the major donor and Brandi and JaVonte being included as potential contributors to the mixture?
Oh, let me find that. Sorry.
Take your time. I know you're having to refer to multiple reports for these.
Yeah. Yes, it's a mixture of Tamiyah, who are major, Brandi Peters, and JaVonte.
Okay, and then you started to mention all those other standards for folks who had family members, police officers, the defendant, Mr. Segura, all those folks were excluded as potential contributors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about states 26, TPD 17, FDLE 44, which is the projectile found in the hallway closet? Were you able to determine that Mr. Segura was excluded from the DNA found on the exterior of that projectile?
Yes.
And to be clear, was there foreign DNA identified?
There was so little DNA identified that we call that only DNA results. And actually, Brandi, Tamiyah, and JaVonte are all excluded.
Okay, so Mr. Segura and all four victims are excluded as having contributed to the DNA found on that projectile?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to states 76, which is TPD 71 and FDLE 71. And there are a couple of different parts. There's Area 4 and Area 5 that I'm going to ask you about. We'll go to Area 5 first. This is the shovel that was found next to Brandi's body.
Yes.
Were you able to identify DNA that was foreign to the four victims on this item in Area number 5?
The major matched Brandi Peters, and it was a red-brown stain. The minor components were so low that we would just call those DNA results, and all were excluded, yes.
So when you say all were excluded, that means JaVonte and the twins were excluded, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Segura was excluded.
Yes.
And all of the other folks that we've talked about, the family, friends, officers, they were all excluded as well, correct?
Yes.
So we've identified a foreign male contributor to this mixture.
Yes.
Okay. What about with area number 4? Were all 3 of the children excluded again?
There were only DNA results, and the amylogenin showed XX, so JaVonte would be excluded. I can't say that anybody else is excluded.
Oh, the only result showing up on that one was that the amylogenin marker?
Yes.
And that'll happen sometimes if it's a really poor sample, because amylogenin is generally the easiest to amplify, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that was a very low quantitative value for the biological material in that sample?
Yes, it was off of the edge of the shovel blade. Considering it's a shovel, there was probably dirt on it.
Okay. I wanted to ask you quickly about a couple of these other ones. States 58, TPD 28, FDLE 55, a swab of the blood on the door frame of the bathroom, the common bathroom off of the hallway there. That was a single donor sample where the twins are the identified contributor,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And same thing with States Exhibit 72, TPD 45, FDLE 67, a swab of the blood on the couch cushion out in the living room. That was
Yes, it was a complete profile and it matched Tamiyah.
Okay. Number 17, States Exhibit 17, which is TPD 8, FDLE 38, a swab of blood on the hallway floor near the common bathroom. This is a mixture, correct?
Yes,
And you were able to identify the twins as the major contributor?
yes,
With Brandi, the defendant, Mr. Segura, and JaVonte all being excluded?
yes,
And you were able to identify a foreign minor contributor as well, correct?
Well, I could not determine a DNA profile for the minor contributor. And Brandi, Henry Segura, Antonio, Anthony, JaVonte, and the officers are all excluded to the mixed DNA profile. But I did not determine an actual profile for the minor contributor.
There wasn't enough DNA there.
Right.
We were only able to say that the victims and all the other people you had standards for were not the contributors.
Correct.
So we would consider that, although we don't have a profile, we would consider that foreign contribution.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about States Exhibit 63, which is TPD 126, FDLE 116, a swab of the bath bar. May I approach the witness, ma'am?
You might. We'll probably get pretty close to the point where we need a break.
This is probably
All right, so we take 10 minutes, right? Either side need anything?
No, you're right.
All right. Take 10 minutes?
All right, so they're just going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the next clip, which is 32 minutes, and then I'll recap altogether. So I'm not going to recap just yet because he's just going through and he's just kind of basically confirming that foreign DNA was found, but it wasn't enough to really prove anything one way or the other. All right, so we'll just go to the next, which I think he's going to bring in the bat. Something about a bat, because he feels a bat was involved. So let's get to that. Let's get to the bat. I have to chuckle, though, at the closed captioning there. Thanks, Daddy, for the dirt. Not sure where that's going to go.
Ms. Brown, we were about to talk about States Exhibit 26, which is TPD 17, FDLE 44, swab. Oh, I'm sorry, States Exhibit 63, TPD 126, FDLE 116, which is a swab of the bath bar. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You might.
let the record reflect I'm showing the witness was marked for identification as Vance 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a profile that I generated, and my initials are on it.
For the swap of the bath bar?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the profiles you developed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to stipulation, I would move into evidence what's been marked for identification as defense 12 and as defense 12.
Any objection? There, be admitted.
And just for clarity's sake, this one's not a composite exhibit with the co-filer page because the co-filer kit didn't yield any results in this on
It
this
yielded only an X.
one. Okay, which we have on this one too.
Correct.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Denied.
What type of mixture did you identify this, or what type of data set did you identify this as you started your interpretation relative to the swab of the bath bar?
This is a low-level mixture of 3 or more people.
And when you say 3 or more people, what is that opinion based on?
That is based upon the fact that, if you recall, I said that if a mother and her children are on a mixed DNA profile, you'll have a maximum of 3 alleles. And we have some loci which have 4 alleles, such as this one right here, D8, and this one here, D5.
So D8 and D5, we have evidence of contribution by, you said at least 3 people, or was it at least 2?
At least 3.
Okay. Were you able, well, let me ask you this first, I guess. Looking first at the top row on the left right there, D3, is there any evidence of contribution by a foreign party or a third party for that matter?
Well, the only alleles there are 15, 17, and those are the alleles that Brandi and Tamiyah and Taniyah and JaVonte all have.
Is there any evidence of masking going on there, or does it appear to be contribution from a single party?
Probably there's masking going on.
Okay. We do have equal peak heights there. We have 245 and 246 RFUs, correct?
Correct.
So what would that generally indicate?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't interpret based upon just one locus.
Sure.
If I was only looking at this locus, it looks like it's just one person.
You have to look at the sample as a whole.
Correct.
Okay. Which means taking into account, like you said before, D5 and D8, or maybe that's vice versa, I can't see those two.
That's D8 and D5, yes.
D8 on the second row and D5 on the bottom row?
Yes.
Okay. As you went through, were you able to identify potential contributors to this mixture?
Yes.
Who was included as a potential contributor to the mixture?
All of the victims were included.
Okay, so Brandi is included, the twins and JaVonte are all included.
Yes.
Okay. And no determination could be made regarding Mr. Segura, correct?
That's correct.
Is part of the reason why no determination can be made regarding Mr. Segura because there's only 2 allele or potential allele in this mixture that are foreign to the victims?
That's correct.
And both of those are starred allele, correct?
Yes.
So that's the 16 that's at 74 RFUs at
D8.
D8, and then down here at D5, we've got another foreign allele, the 12, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Under FDLE's interpretive guidelines, would it be proper to do inclusion statistics using those 2 foreign alleles?
No,
And why is that?
because they are under 100 RFUs.
And when FDLE went through the validation process for profiler and cofiler, it was deemed that for inclusion purposes, using starred allele was not reliable. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
I'll take this one off. Let's talk briefly about State's Exhibit 61, which is TPD 124, FDLE 114, a swab of the bathroom faucet. That
Okay.
is the common bathroom.
Which one are you referring to?
State 61, TPD 124, FDLE 114. What kind of sample are we dealing with respect to that?
That's a mixture also of 3 or more, including all of the victims plus a foreign donor.
And with respect to the foreign donor identified there, were you able to exclude Mr. Segura?
Yes,
So that's DNA foreign to the 4 victims and Mr. Segura.
yes,
Okay. Was this one of the samples that you also compared to all those other people we talked about, the officers, family, friends?
yes,
Were all of them excluded as well?
yes, they were.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to go back, and I won't put the electropharogram back up, but on State 63, TPD 126, FDLE 116, the swab of the bath bar that we talked about a minute ago when we had the electropharogram up.
Yes,
After you did your initial testing in December of 2010, at some point later in 2011, were you able to make a determination about Brandi Peters' mother's potential contribution to that mixture?
yes, it was, excuse me, excluded.
Is that the one where, I think there was a report where you indicated, same as with Mr. Segura, no determination could be made about her potential contribution? This isn't the January 31st report, it's another supplemental.
Are you referring to the July 15th, 2011 report?
That may be the one. Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
And we're still talking about TPD 124 or 126?
I jumped back to State 63, TPD 116, FDLE 116. Sorry about the confusion.
TPD 126.
I have it backwards. TPD 126, FDLE 116, which is State's Exhibit 63. The swab of the bath bar. Sorry.
All the individuals that I'd gotten buccal swabs from, which I had listed before, are excluded as contributors to this mixed DNA profile with the exception of Mary Richard Williams, and I can make no determination about the possible contribution of this individual.
And same as with Mr. Segura, that doesn't mean that she's there. It means you can't make any determination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And part of the reason you can't make any determination, same as with Mr. Segura, is that parties related to that potential donor, Brandi Peters' mom, their DNA is potentially there. Is that true?
Her daughter and grandchildren, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Just like for Mr. Segura, his son is included as a contributor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about jumping back and forth like that. I'll go on to State's Exhibit 65, TPD 128, FDLE 118. This is a swab of the toilet flush handle in the common bathroom. And I just wanted to ask about this particular sample. Mr. Segura was excluded as a potential contributor to that exhibit as well, correct?
I got very little results from that. We classify, if we don't have anything callable, just as starred alleles, we call that DNA results only, which I can't exclude people from. I could make no determination for Brandi Peters and Tamiyah and Taniyah and JaVonte, but all others are excluded.
Okay. Including Mr. Segura, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 67, which is TPD 130, FDLE 120, a swab of the exterior common bathroom door handle?
That was a partial profile mixture. Brandi and the girls are included. There is a Y component, but JaVonte is excluded, as is Henry Segura.
So we have foreign male DNA, that is DNA foreign to Mr. Segura, JaVonte, and the twins showing up there.
Yes.
Okay. All right, how about State's Exhibit 96, which is TPD 133, FDLE 123, a swab of the kitchen phone plug insert.
I did develop all 13 markers. There was no blood, no red-brown staining on that one. It's a mixture of JaVonte and Tamiyah Peters included in the mixture. Brandi Peters was excluded. Mr. Segura was excluded.
And this is also one that you were able to exclude all the family members, friends, and law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Were you also able to identify foreign DNA in this sample as well?
Yes.
Was there enough for a full profile there, or no?
No.
So it's DNA foreign to the twins and JaVonte, who were listed as included, and also foreign to everybody else you had known standards for, including the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you as well about the sexual assault kit. 103HH is the state's exhibit number. TPD 92, FDLE 86. You indicated previously on direct that there was no semen identified, correct?
Correct.
And that will often be the case if you're doing a sexual assault kit where a prophylactic is used. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And what about swabbing for touch DNA? Is there any point in doing that in a location like that?
No.
And why not?
The only thing that is usually successful in a sexual assault case, which is not semen, is maybe breast swabs, if there might be saliva there. But there's too much DNA from the contributor to the vaginal swabs, the oral swabs, the anal swabs, to be able to get touch DNA. Touch DNA is very, very low level.
Same principle you were talking about before with Mr. Fuchs, where victims, if there's blood from the victim, that's going to, or at least has the potential to overwhelm any touch DNA from a different party, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were also some exhibits that were not tested that I just kind of want to run through. Go to those. This is from the list in your January 31st report. Pertaining to possible hairs. There were possible hairs identified, a number of them. None of those were tested, correct?
The January 31st report?
It's on page 5 of 11.
Which exhibit?
I don't have state exhibit numbers, but there's a paragraph there on page 5 where hairs are referred to, or potential hairs. TPD numbers 118, 67, 68, 7A, 8A, 9A, 11A, and 12A.
Okay.
You indicated that possible hairs were recovered from those items, correct?
Yes.
Would those have been hairs with a root that at least were potentially capable of being tested for DNA?
I'll have to check each one of those.
Okay.
No, I did not examine that, so I can't tell you if there was a root or not.
And whether to test hairs or not, that's, you can make that determination on your own, but a lot of times if law enforcement wants you to test something like that, they can specifically request that you do that, correct?
Yes.
And nobody requested that you did do that in this case, correct?
I did a lot of other testing on the earring.
Right.
So that is why, yes.
Okay. A couple of other untested items I want to run through.
Did you want me to tell you about the other hairs? The
Sure,
other
yeah,
hairs?
sure.
I think the exhibits that were listed as 8A, 9A, 154A, etc., were not from the house.
Okay, we can skip over those ones for now then.
Okay. The exhibits, which were FDLE 169 and 170, were from floor mats in a vehicle. Those were also not from the house.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about these individually then. There was a hair recovered from Brandi Peters' sock. Attached to her sock, it was states 103BB, TPD 84, FDLE 83. Was that a hair that had a root and was capable of testing?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding that one. Did you say it was TPD 84?
TPD 84, FDLE 83, yes ma'am. Also states 103BB. Identified as a hair attached to Brandi's sock.
What is the FDLE number on that one?
FDLE 83.
83?
Yeah, TPD 84.
I'm sorry, but I can't find that one.
No, that's all right.
This is a copy, and so I don't know what happened to that page.
Okay. Let me ask you about States Exhibit 37, which is also TPD 37 and FDLE 59. That was a swab of blood, or apparent blood, on the sheets recovered from Brandi Peters' bedroom, the master bedroom in the house.
Yes,
That was not analyzed for touch DNA, correct? It was only the swab of the potential blood there,
it was a swab submitted.
not the actual sheets.
Correct.
So TPD didn't take a swab of the sheets for touch DNA, it was just
No.
a swab of potential blood.
Not that I received.
Okay. And same thing with States Exhibit 103EE, which is TPD 88, FDLE 133, Brandi Peters' yellow tank top. That wasn't swabbed for touch DNA and tested for touch DNA either, correct?
Was that TPD 83? Sorry.
TPD 88, FDLE 133.
The yellow tank top?
Yes, ma'am.
I did develop a partial DNA profile, and it did match Brandi Peters. In terms of DNA from touch, no, I don't believe so. I think it was so blood soaked that no areas were available for touch.
Okay, that was a swab of blood then? Or did you have the actual shirt itself?
I think I had the actual shirt. Yes, I did.
Okay. What I want to ask you about where you did get some results, States Exhibit 32, TPD 12, FDLE 105. This is a purse from the master bedroom in the house. And I want to ask you specifically about the swab of the bottom and sides.
Okay?
You found that Brandi and JaVonte were included from the swab of those sections, correct?
Yes.
And also identified foreign DNA
Yes, it was a mixture of at least 3 individuals.
with the twins, Mr. Segura, cops, friends, family members, all those folks excluded from having contributed to the mixture, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions as well about the contents of the purse. And I don't have the state's exhibit numbers for these, but I'll go slow and ask you about them. You at some point tested the contents of the purse for DNA as well. I'll be referring to your October 7th, 2011 report.
October 7th.
Let's start with swab number. I guess first let me ask that. You took swabs from multiple different surfaces of the contents of the purse, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about swab number 1 first. What were you able to identify there?
That was a swab of a wallet,
Mm-hmm.
and it demonstrated a mixture of at least 3 individuals. A partial DNA profile for the major contributor and a partial mixed DNA profile for the minor contributors could be determined. The major DNA profile matches Brandi Peters. Tamiyah and Taniyah are also included as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile.
And there was a Y marker present in the sample as well, so you have some male DNA as well contributing, correct?
Yes, the DNA profile for the minor contributor is consistent with originating from at least 1 male individual. JaVonte Segura and Henry Segura are both excluded as contributors to this minor DNA profile.
So that would be foreign male DNA on
Correct.
that swab as well?
Correct.
Okay. How about swab number 2?
That was also from the wallet. It demonstrated the presence of at least 2 individuals, and if I assume 2 donors to the mixture, a partial DNA profile for the major could be determined, which matches Brandi Peters, but the DNA results for the minor contributor were limited and is insufficient for inclusion purposes.
You were able to do exclusion though, right?
Right. It's consistent with originating from at least 1 male individual. Tamiyah, Taniyah, JaVonte, and Henry Segura were all excluded as contributors.
So that's again foreign male DNA and not belonging to JaVonte or Mr. Segura on that
That's
item?
correct.
Okay. How about swab number 3?
That's another swab from the wallet, demonstrating the presence of at least 2 individuals. DNA profiles for major and minor contributors could not be determined. But the mixed DNA profile is consistent with originating from at least 1 female individual, and Brandi Peters is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. Taniyah, Tamiyah, JaVonte, and Henry Segura are all excluded.
Was this one that had indication of contribution by a male?
No.
So this is an all-female mixture, but the twins are excluded as well, of course, then, as JaVonte Segura and the defendant, Mr. Segura, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how about swab 4?
This is another swab from the wallet, demonstrating the presence of at least 2 individuals. Assuming 2 donors to the mixture, a partial DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined, which matches Brandi Peters. But the results for the minor contributor are limited and it's insufficient for inclusion.
This was another one with contribution from a male, correct?
Yes.
With both JaVonte Segura and the defendant, Mr. Segura, being excluded.
No, there was no determination I could make for that,
Oh, okay.
for either one of them.
Okay. And how about swab number 5?
This was also a mixed DNA profile from the wallet and contained at least 2 individuals, and assuming 2 donors, a complete DNA profile for the major contributor matched Brandi Peters, and there was a partial DNA profile for the minor contributor, which is consistent with being from a male. Tamiyah, Taniyah, JaVonte, and Henry Segura are all excluded as contributors to the mixture.
So that's, again, foreign male DNA showing up there as the minor contributor.
That's correct.
Okay. There were something like 200 samples submitted to you in total in this case, correct? Roughly.
Yes. I didn't count them, but yes.
And Mr. Segura, other than his own buccal swab, Mr. Segura was not included as a contributor, meaning that you were not able to identify him as a contributor to any one of these mixtures, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions for the witness.
Redirect. You couldn't include him based upon FDLE, or if you basically couldn't call the alleles because of low RFUs based upon the standards from FDLE, correct? In certain issues.
There were some alleles that were between 50 and 100 that can't be used for inclusion.
But one you could not exclude them from, certainly, is the one from the grab bar of the bathtub in which children were drowning. Right next to the blood from Brandi Peters, correct?
I could not make a determination.
DNA, we talked about this earlier. Can't really say when it's left somewhere, correct?
Correct.
Someone who doesn't take care of their house, for instance, could have DNA for an extended period of time. They don't take clean.
That's possible.
You ever heard the term lack of evidence is not, or absence of evidence is not evidence of absence?
Have I heard that term?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it much.
Okay. Would it mean that because there is not DNA found from Henry Segura at this place that he's never been at the home?
I would say probably not.
That's not what it would mean, wouldn't it? DNA really isn't a situation that shows if somebody was there or somebody was not there. It's whether their DNA is left behind, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In order to leave behind your DNA, you have to have some sort of bodily exclusion. Don't have to, but there's touch DNA, as you said, would give off very, very low numbers. Or in some cases, normally what you would expect the higher numbers are sweat, blood, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. So again, just because the DNA is not there doesn't mean he wasn't there, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, DNA can be transferred from one person to another, can't it?
Yes.
So if I shook your hand right now and I walked out and put my hand on that doorknob right there, there's a chance that I'm going to leave your DNA on that doorknob, even though you never touched it.
Possible.
So I know, and I'm getting to the point of DNA, as much as we've heard about DNA, it's not an exact science when it comes to certain things like that, right?
Well, you have to be careful what conclusions you make from it.
Correct. Okay. For instance, a perfect example would be somebody who doesn't clean their house very well, and you find a mixed DNA sample there at a carpet spot. There's no telling when that second piece of DNA was left, right?
Are we talking about a blood stain there?
Yeah, there's a blood stain that was there, if I remember correctly, your testimony, and I can give you that number. It's going to be, I believe it was State 17, TPD number 8. The major contributor was Tamiyah and Taniyah, and there was a minor contributor with an allele at one loci, I believe was the testimony, if I've got the right one.
Yes, it was a mixture, and Tamiyah were the major contributor.
So what could theoretically happen then, hypothetically of course, is that the DNA from the blood droplet from Tamiyah and Taniyah could have fallen there. Someone else's DNA was already there, and therefore you have a mixture. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, can't tell when things are found or when things are left there.
No.
And we talked about degradation and things like that, and certain things can be left for a extended period of time, right?
Yes.
For instance, if DNAs are found on a phone that is not operational, you would expect that it was probably left back when the phone was operational and not when it wasn't. Nobody uses a dead phone, do they?
They might pick it up.
They might. But typically you find on the handset especially is when somebody's talking on the phones when they're leaving their DNA, right?
Probably that's so.
Yeah. Again, can't say when it was left. What you can say is that it's there or not. And there's no telling, even with a mixture, when one person contributed versus another contribution, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't mean they're contributed at the same time.
Correct.
As you said, just be careful with the conclusions, correct?
Correct.
But what you do look at is how they affect and in proportion with other issues as to the crime scene. Take it all together, correct?
I'm not a crime scene investigator. I don't know.
Fair enough. No further questions.
Hey, juror, I have a question of this witness. All right, if not, you can step down. We need to keep her further.
Yes, Your Honor, she can be retained.
All right, be ready, retained under the rule. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time state's going to call Sergeant Corbett. We'd ask for about a 5-10 minute break to set it up for his presentation.
5-minute breaks don't work very well, but don't kid anybody. Yeah, we'll take 10 minutes.
All right, thank you.
All right, he did. He said, "Well, kitty, buddy." All right, that didn't really go well, I thought, for the state. What did you guys think? Well, we took a couple polls, but I honestly did not think that went very well for the state. So, Miss Joella Brown, retired DNA analyst, was on. So we got into the cross. Yeah, I think the cross just completely kind of blew up the state's, because Henry's DNA wasn't really found there, or he couldn't be included, and Joella just kept saying, I can't come to any conclusions. Yes, male DNA or foreign DNA was found, but there wasn't enough to test it, or I can't come to any conclusions. There was some DNA on Brandi's purse and wallet. There was at least one male, but Henry and JaVonte were excluded. There was Brandi's blood was found in the bathtub, but couldn't make a conclusion it was Henry's. And they didn't swab any touch DNA. All they did was blood. So, I mean, why didn't they do touch DNA? I don't get it. That one didn't move the dial for me at all, unfortunately. I was hoping that would be a bigger moment, but that didn't move the dial for me. And then specifically, just because DNA isn't there doesn't mean he wasn't there. And then he says DNA isn't an exact science. I'm like, now it's not an exact science? All right. So 2 polls we took were, is the defense making DNA analysis more or less confusing? 72% of you said more confusing, 9% said less, 18% were not sure. Then I definitely was making it more confusing to me, because again, no smoking gun in my opinion. Then will the DNA evidence sink Henry? 22% of you thought yes, 33% of you thought no, 33% thought not sure yet. Yeah, I'm in the no category. I don't think the DNA really proved anything, to be quite honest. What are you guys saying? Anything in the chat here? Krista Limited Edition says, she was a good witness though, answered all the questions from both sides, reported just the facts. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with that. She was a good witness from that standpoint. Moni G, she can only test what they give her, right? Yeah, she can't test really anything else. Julie says, when a sample is degraded or diluted, it's not an exact science. I get what he was saying. Oh, because if she, okay, yeah, that's when he said if somebody doesn't keep a clean house or they don't clean, then DNA will be around for a long time. So he said he was there that day. He literally said that he was there at like 1:30 or 2, and then Brandi had to leave to get the twins. So he was there. His DNA should have been on, but they didn't do touch DNA. They just did blood. Widespread Panic says, I don't think the DNA evidence was damning, nor did it completely exonerate him. So you think it was just kind of a wash? Yeah. Pammy says, was not very good for the state. No. Yeah, I didn't think so either. Moni G says, yeah, but an amateur in the heat of the moment is unlikely there would be no trace, right? Or do I understand nothing about DNA? I would think, yeah, his DNA, well, again, they didn't test for spit, saliva, touch DNA, nothing. It was just Brandi's blood. You know, that's really all that I got that they were testing for. Therapist, says I would have voted no on that poll. Did I not alert you? I thought I posted that I did a poll. So you would have said, will the DNA sink Henry? You would say no. Pammy says, I cannot believe no touch DNA was performed. Yeah, that's what I got out of that. That she just did the blood. All right, let's move on to. Okay, we did that one. Okay. All right, now we're going on to another section here. This is about an hour and a half, and then after that we have just another half hour. So we got like 2 more hours, so we'll be done around 5-ish, just so you guys know. And with any kind of pants, any kind of, I'll just talk under here. Okay, pants. Jesus, kitty. All right, let us continue on.
Court is back in session.
Okay, I will see you on the other side.
Remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please, except for witness. If you would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give in this case be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. Slide up to the rail, please, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Certainly. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And what do you do with the City of Tallahassee?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit, and that is the unit in the agency that is responsible for sort of all the technological or high-tech ways that we may gather or analyze evidence in criminal cases. It includes things such as digital forensics, examinations of computers or cell phones, video retrieval, video surveillance, and what I spend most of my time doing, which is the analysis of communication records or phone record analysis.
Speaking of which, in order to do this, I assume you have some sort of extended training and or experience that allows you to do so?
Yes, I've been doing this for a number of years. I have well over 1,300 hours of general technical training, and then close to 800 hours of training specific to cell phones and how cell phones operate, how the networks operate, how to analyze and map records in that.
Okay. And is that something that changes constantly, or is it something that's kind of a one-time deal?
No, it does change. There's a lot of the basics or the basis of what we do remains, but the cellular technologies themselves have evolved. The way they operate is a little different. And of course, the devices themselves have changed a lot. Phones have gotten a lot smarter. They hold a lot more information. There's a lot more we can do now than we could many years ago.
Okay. So you kept up with that training experience and how things change on a regular basis?
That's correct, I have.
Okay. Have you been previously testified and offered your opinion and cell phone, or at least your interpretation of cell phone information as it relates to locational aspects as well as contents of phones?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
66.
Okay. And this time, Your Honor, I would tend to the witness.
Any board hours? No. All right, you may proceed.
Okay. In order to prepare for your testimony here today, did you obtain phone records for Brandi Peters?
Yes, we did.
And Your Honor, may for the record purposes, those have already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 126. Did you also obtain phone records for Henry Segura?
Yes, we did.
One phone or two phones?
2 phones.
Okay. And I believe one of those would be a primary phone number?
That's correct.
What was the phone number for that?
That primary phone, I'm going to mess these up here, was the 850-509-4380.
Okay. And Your Honor, for record purposes, that would be State's number 130 is the cell phone records for that. And did he have a secondary phone?
He did, yes.
And what was that phone number?
That phone was 850-408-8669.
And the records for that are located within State's Exhibit number 137. That 408-8669 number, is that also the phone number that he originally attributed to Silas Thornton's that was later determined to be Mr. Segura's?
That's correct.
So walk us through, how do you go about doing an analysis of this information?
Well, there's a lot of analysis that we can do to begin with. We can look at who a phone is communicating with just by looking at the numbers that it's calling or being called by. We may look at location information, where we want to know the approximate location of a handset, approximately where someone was when they made or received a certain call. We can look at someone who someone communicates with most frequently, what numbers do they call the most, and maybe identify relationships or patterns like that. So there's a lot of different analysis that we can do, and it is dependent upon the investigation and what the investigator needs, what it is that we're trying to determine for a particular case. But it all starts with the actual records, going to the records themselves and pulling out the pieces that we need.
Okay. Are you familiar with what a Cellbrite is?
I am, yes.
What is a Cellbrite?
Well, a Cellbrite is it is a commercial product that does cellular phone or phone forensics. It is a piece of equipment, forensic equipment, that we can plug a phone into and download the contents or download the information from the phone. Again, that is a particular one specific product. We oftentimes have kind of turned that name into a verb, and we say Cellbriting a phone or Cellbrite. There are actually a number of forensic tools out there. That just happens to be one of them.
Okay. And did you do a Cellbrite, if you will, of, to use the verb, of Mr. Segura's phone, primary phone number?
I did not, but one was done, yes.
Okay. And was that part of the analysis, and for what your testimony is here for, did you use that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record purposes, the Cellbrite would be State's Exhibit number 140. Prior to coming to court, did you prepare certain things and visual aids in order to assist you in testifying and explaining these items to the jury?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would they help explain these things to the jury as far as what we're talking about with contents of the cell phone and things of that nature?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And if we could, Your Honor, if we can.
What's that?
If we can use his use that visual aid then for purposes of testimony.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay.
You'll have to.
Obviously, an advertisement for City of Tallahassee where you were employed, correct?
Yeah, just a cover page. Just we have to have something at the beginning of the presentation, so we put that up there just to get us started.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned, all of our analysis begins with the records themselves. The two of the phone numbers that we talked about were serviced by Verizon Wireless, and we know that Verizon is really able to give us a number of reports, but 4 main reports that we look at. And those are our standard call detail records, and we'll talk about them a little more here in a second, but our regular call detail records, they have a separate report for text messages to show who is texting who. They have another report where sometimes they're able to actually give us the text message content. So not only can we see the numbers that are being texted back and forth, but we may be able to see the actual content of what's being said. And then finally, there's this RTT report, which is more of an engineering report that helps us a little more accurately determine the locations of handsets. And if I'm sorry.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
So this is our call detail records. And we'll run through this kind of quickly here, but this is the main report that we work off of. And the report like this contains things such as the date and time of an event, the duration or how long that event happened. It tells us who's calling who, if it's an incoming call or an outgoing call. And it usually gives us some location information. In this report, we get a cell site and a sector that the handset was communicating with for that particular event.
It says over here something about Jacksonville. Why?
So there is, all of our cell sites are kind of, geographically they come back to one point. All of our cell sites are kind of linked together and they come back to one thing that we generally call a switch. And for us, most of our cell sites kind of group back to Jacksonville. But that's our first kind of indication of where the handset might be, in that it's communicating with cell sites that are tied to the Jacksonville switch.
Okay.
So as we look through, Verizon provides us with a key or instructions for how to interpret the records and understand what everything means. And we can apply those to the records. Again, we have a section of the report that tells us the date and time of the event, in addition to our switch name there. We talked about the Jacksonville switch. This is kind of all the cell sites that are tied together into that one general area. We'll talk about more.
So what are all these little things?
So each of these are cell sites, and it's important for us when we're determining the location of a cell site or location of a handset. We may know the particular cell site that the handset was communicating with, but we also want to have an idea of the cell sites that are around it. It helps us really determine what the effective range of any particular cell site may be. So we do look at all the cell sites that are in our area.
By cell site, you're talking about where a cellular phone is? What is a cell site?
No, I'm talking about the actual tower, and we'll get into that in a second here. But for cellular phones, cellular devices, they will communicate wirelessly with a cell site or a cell tower. And knowing the location of those helps us determine, again, the location of that cell site, gives us a general idea of where a handset might be. In addition to not only knowing where the cell site is located, but we usually get an indication of which side or which sector of a cell site. So there's antennas that are pointed in specific directions. And so not only do we know where the cell site's located, but we know which side of the cell site the handset was communicating with. And that again helps us kind of narrow down that area a little bit on determining where a handset may or may not have been. So just as we look at the other sections, this is the location or part of the report that gives us that cell site information. We can see the cell site and the sector that I was just talking about. We have a section of the report that gives us directionality, whether it is a terminating call incoming or originating outgoing or possibly forwarded. This is the section of the report that just tells us the target number, the phone number that's for. In this particular case, then the records we're looking at would be for the 850-509-4380. Again, just to know which set of records we have. And then finally, we have the calling party and the called party. So this tells us which phone numbers are communicating with each other. And finally, the seizure duration time, and that's in seconds for us. So that's kind of our basic call detail records report from Verizon.
Okay. And Steve saying for Verizon, are different companies different?
Yes, different companies are different. The reports they give us will contain basically the same information. It may look a little different. They may be able to provide more or less information than another, but we generally get the same types of information. And we'll look at Sprint records here in a second.
Okay. And I noticed that that what you were showing up there had to do with records from 509 phone number. Who had it out of these phones that you analyzed? Which were the Verizon?
Both the 509 and the 408, both of Mr. Segura's phones were serviced by Verizon Wireless.
Okay. Can move on to the next one?
So this is our text detail report, and for Verizon, they send the records of who's texting who separately, and this is that report. You see it looks very similar to the call detail records report, except we don't get location information here. We don't know which cell site the handset was using for the text message events from them.
Earlier you said sometimes you can get text messages and sometimes you can't.
That's correct. So Verizon retains text message content for a relatively short period of time, and if we're able to serve a legal demand on them quickly enough, then we can get the content of the communications. And that looks like this. It's a rather lengthy report that has a lot of information. But again, here at the bottom, at the very bottom, we can see what the content of that message was. In this example here, it's just a voicemail notification. It's just a text message sent to the phone saying, hey, you have a voicemail. But again, this is what that text message detail looks like and where we're able to extract the content from.
What are we looking at here?
The other report that I mentioned was the RTT report, or distancing report, and it's a very complicated kind of engineering report. But very simply, the benefit of this report for us is that not only do we see the cell site and sector a handset was communicating with, they're also able to give us an approximate distance from the cell site that handset was for a particular event. So by having, again, if we just have a cell site, we kind of have a general area. If we have a cell site and a sector, then we can kind of narrow that down to a portion of that area. And then if I have a distance from the tower, it just helps us narrow down a little bit more where a handset may or may not have been.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the Sprint call detail records. Again, very similar looking to the other call detail records that we saw. There are columns that contain information about who's calling who, when, and for how long, and we get location information as well. And I can kind of skim through there. They also give us a key to help us understand those, and we can look at the different sections. Here we see the who's calling who phone numbers. We have a section for whether they are incoming or outgoing, the start date and time and end date and time of the event, and the duration, again in seconds, for how long the event occurred. And finally,
go back to that real quick.
I will.
It's probably self-explanatory, but we have incoming, outgoing, routed call. What are incoming calls? Someone's calling you?
That's correct. So an incoming call, and what we see here, they don't have a section in this report that tells us specifically what the target number is. But if we look at like this incoming call here, we can see that the number being dialed is the 850-590-8171, Ms. Peters' phone number. So anything that's coming into her phone will show, so these are her records, and so that's from her perspective. So if it's incoming, that will be someone calling her, and if it's outgoing, that will be someone that she was calling.
What is a routed call?
A routed call means just that it was routed in some way, and that is often to voicemail, where the call, instead of being answered, was routed over to voicemail. Sometimes calls can be routed if you're traveling or in different areas, but most of the time we see that it would be in relation to voicemail. And again, the last section of our report here is just that location information. We're getting the same information as we saw in the Verizon report. There's a general kind of switch identifier, and then we have the cell site and sector. It looks a little bit different, but the same kind of information that we saw earlier in the Verizon report. So one of the basic pieces of information or basic analysis that we're usually asked to do is location, the approximate location of a handset. And so to do that, we have to take those numbers in the report and kind of get them out and put them on a map so we can kind of look at it and see what locations may be included or excluded. So just as an example, working through a cell site here, we can see that for this event, the handset was communicating with cell site 844 and the beta sector, which is actually the second sector. Verizon gives us a list of where all their cell sites are, so we're able to take that 844 and go to another spreadsheet and go down the list and go, oh, 844 is located on Putnam Drive. And then we can actually look at that cell site. Hopefully you guys can see this. It is, this particular cell site is broken down into 3 sides or 3 sectors, and Verizon gives us the direction that each of those sectors are pointed. So with that information, we're able to put something onto a map and do some basic analysis. If we look at Putnam Drive at the address that Verizon gives us, there is actually a cell site there. We can represent the sides of that cell site or the directions that those antennas are pointed by arrows. And if we take away the background, we can kind of see. We saw from the report here that the cell sites listed were 355 degrees, 125, and 245. And if we look at those on the map, we can see that they correspond. So this would be the layout of that particular cell site and its sectors. Again, as I mentioned, we would look at all the cell sites that are around the particular cell site our handset was using, and it helps us, again, kind of determine that area where the handset may have been. When we represent what side or sector of a cell site the handset was communicating with, we're going to do that with an emphasized large arrow. So that 844 sector 2 that we saw here is represented by the blue arrow. So we will have different colored arrows for different phone numbers, but we will always have them kind of emphasized by a large arrow. So that tells us for this particular event, the handset was communicating with this sector of this cell site. We would expect that sector to cover approximately to where the dashed lines are. There's a point that as you're driving circles around a cell site, your handset will switch from one sector to the other as we get on kind of the opposite side of the cell site. And that we anticipate that being about halfway between the sectors is generally where that handoff or trade-off would be.
Is that a hard line?
No, absolutely not. And there's really no hard lines at all when it comes to the energy that the cell phones use. So anywhere, that's why it's represented dashed here, and we kind of don't put limit lines on how far the cell site may go out. We're just showing the direction of the sector and just kind of an approximate area where that transition may happen. So with the RTT information that we talked about, where we get the approximate distance, then we're able to come in and draw a line or draw an arc around the cell site. And we draw it all the way around. Again, there's no real way to say exactly or definitively where this cell site ends, but it's going to be somewhere in this area. We would expect for the handset to be communicating with this cell site or this sector here, somewhere about here, and that would follow this arc all the way around to somewhere around here. But we can see that not only do we have the cell site in the sector, but now we've got kind of that distance, which helps us take down that kind of larger area into something a little more manageable. And then finally, sometimes we're able to get, for particular events, the handset may report distances from more than one cell site. So we may be able to put several kind of lines or circles on the map and then really look at where they overlap. And that takes that kind of large sector area that we were looking at just before, where the handset could have been here, and tells us that more likely the handset's going to be at this part or very near this area as where those two distances overlap.
So that's basically how this functionality works, everything functions as far as tower communication, things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now you also talked about cell brights earlier and the ability to go back and look at phone numbers and phones to make determination about text messages and content and things along those lines as well, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you perform analysis on those as it relates to Mr. Segura's phone back around the time period of the homicide?
Yes, we did.
Okay. In order, going back and looking at those phone numbers, were you able to obtain any the contents of some of the text messages from Mr. Segura's phone?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And at any point, did you find any text messages from Mr. Segura regarding disposing of a car?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And are you able to determine when that was sent or anything about that text message?
We could, yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. It's in another, here it was probably November, I believe 22nd, around there, is when that text message was sent of 2010.
Okay, approximately 3 days afterwards?
Yes.
You said it was in another visual aid you have going on?
It is, yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and walk through that visual aid then. How about that? So what are we looking at here?
You had mentioned the Cellbrite report or our forensic report, and this is just a cover sheet of that report that tells us a little bit about the phone itself, what the make and model of the phone, our software version, those kind of things. But this is just again, just kind of a cover sheet from that forensic report. And this is different from the carrier records. This is not something that we're getting from Verizon or from Sprint. This is where we're taking information out of the phone itself when we have the actual device. And we're able to get a lot more information most of the time than what we could get from the carrier. It may be browser history or emails and text message content and phone logs and pictures, all those kind of things that we keep. We're able to get those when we have the actual phone itself.
Okay.
So this would be the SMS section of that report, and it's...
What does that, hold on, what does SMS mean?
Short message service or text messages. So when we talk about text messages, they're often referred to as SMS or MMS for multimedia. But there's a section of the report here that lists out the text messages that the forensic examination was able to extract from the phone. If there are contacts stored in the phone, then the software will kind of assign those contact names to the phone numbers, which gives us a little better perspective. We know who that person is by name, or at least who the person has them in their phone as by name. We get the date and time of those events and, again, the content of those in some cases.
What are we looking at here?
So this would be the actual carrier records. We're going to kind of look at comparing the carrier records to the phone itself. And so we go to the carrier records and we see that there on the morning of November 16th, there should be, or we see 3 text messages that are listed from Mr. Segura's records as being outgoing to the 850-556-8782. We see those are at 7:44 a.m., 7:46, and 7:47.
Are we able to identify that 556-8782 number?
Yes, that was Mr. Segura's number.
I'm sorry?
Mrs. Segura.
His wife?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about, so this is the 16th, so this is going to be, the homicide occurred on the 19th, which was a Friday, so we're talking about Wednesday then?
Yes. Tuesday.
Tuesday, excuse me. Okay. All right.
So we were able to get, again, from the carrier, going back again to the carrier records, we were able to see the text message content that was saved by the carrier. We do see these text messages in that text message report, and we're able to see the content of them.
And what do we look, so this is the content of that text message that Brandi sent Mr. Segura, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this portion down here is what it is that she was saying, the content of that?
Well, yes, and what we see is this is, again, the highlighted sections of this show the date and time, and that corresponds with the text message report. We saw there was one at 7:44. We can see the originating number, which was Mr. Segura's number, and the terminating number being Mrs. Segura's. And then, yes, down here at the bottom in highlight is the content of what was sent from his phone to hers.
Okay. What is, it's signed by Queen B. What does that mean?
We saw that on Ms. Peters' text signature, that she seemed to have a built-in signature for her text messages that indicated the Queen Bee.
All right, then I'm confused. This is Mr. Segura's phone sending to his wife, correct?
That is correct.
But the content is signed Queen Bee, which is Ms. Peters.
That is correct.
Why would that be?
Well, one possible explanation, of course, would be that Ms. Peters sent Mr. Segura a text message, and then he forwarded that text message to his wife, or forwarded that content on. So it's just the same content that he received that he forwarded on to his wife.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is where Mr. Segura then has forwarded in a text message he received from Brandi onto Mr. Segura's wife.
That's certainly a possibility, yes.
Okay.
So let's clarify though, the 556-8782 number, whose number are we talking about?
That is Malika Segura.
Which is Mr. Segura's wife.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the 509-4380 is Mr. Segura's phone, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But Queen Bee is Brandi Peters.
That's correct, yes.
And this was done on the 16th at 7:44.
Yes.
AM, PM?
AM.
How do you know whether it's AM, PM? I assume it works on a 24-hour clock then?
Yeah, it does, yes.
Okay. Next.
So we saw again there were 3 text messages from the text message report. We looked at one. The other 2 text messages we were also able to get from the text message content from Verizon. So same thing, same originating and terminating numbers, and we can see the content down here.
Again, signed by Queen Bee, but this is a text message from Mr. Segura to Mrs. Segura, correct?
That's correct.
Again, appears to be possibly forwarding an email or text message that he received from Brandi Peters onto his wife.
Possibly, yes. The third text message we saw in the report was at 7:47. We also get it from the content, and again, same information. We can see the text message content here at the bottom.
Again, same thing, Mr. Segura forwarding on to a message from Brandi Peters onto his wife.
It appears so, yes.
Okay.
So when we look in the Cellbrite report, so now we're going to the information that is stored within Mr. Segura's handset. We don't see these text messages in there. We can see that there's text messages before and after, but these 3 text messages that we saw in the carrier records that were sent from his phone to his wife's phone are not in the Cellbrite report. We did not recover those from his actual handset.
Why would that be?
It could be that they were deleted.
Okay. Next.
So we look on the 19th of November at about 2:19. This again runs military time, so our 14:19 will be 2:19. And we can see that there should be an incoming text message from the 590-8171, which is Ms. Peters, to Mr. Segura's phone, the 4380. Again, from the carrier content, we're able to get the actual content of that message. We can see what was said. And we see that there at the bottom.
Okay, and again, so this is on the 19th now.
That is correct.
So at this point on the 19th at around 2:20, she's asking if he hung up on her.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so the originator is 590-8171?
That's correct.
Who is that?
That's Ms. Peters.
Okay, and then the 509-4380 is Mr. Segura, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And these are all from Mr. Segura's phone, correct?
All the content that we're looking at here, yes, is from Mr. Segura's phone.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
Again, later on the 19th, in the evening hours, and this report kind of starts at the bottom and works up, but we can see text messages that began about 3:56, 4:15, 4:56, 5:04, and 8:14 that are all originating from the 556-8782, which is Mrs. Segura, and they're destined for or sent to the 509-4380 or Mr. Segura.
Okay, so what is that telling us?
It just tells us that Mrs. Segura texted Mr. Segura about 5 times during the afternoon of November 19th.
Okay. During this time period, does it indicate whether or not he responded to any of these text messages?
Well, as this is the report here, if he were to respond by text, we would see then an outgoing or originating text message from his number to hers, and we don't see any of that here in the report.
So what this tells us is on the day of the homicide, on November 19, 2020, starting around 3:56, he's receiving text messages from his wife all the way until 8:14, but he's not responding to any of them.
That's correct.
Okay.
Again, we're able to get the text message content from the carrier, so we can see what was actually said in those text messages. We can see the first one there at 3:56 is call me back. 4:15 is answer the phone.
Again, this is from his wife to him, correct?
That is correct, yes.
No response.
There do not appear to be responses, no. We can also see the 4:56 and the 5:04 text messages. See the content that was sent there.
And it looks like this one right here, you gotta do math every single time here, so you gotta bear with me. At around 5 o'clock, she's complaining because she can't depend on him.
That's correct, yes.
Again, he's not responding to any of these text messages or inquiries from her, correct?
We don't see any text messages or phone calls going back.
So it's not just text messages he's not doing, he's not calling her back, he's not responding in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct.
Okay, next.
And then finally, the 8:14 text message, which is the last one we saw there in that little snippet of the report, was broken up into 2 sections here, and we can read the content.
8:15, she's reflecting her frustration with him not being there, can't rely on him, and things of that nature, correct?
That's correct, yes.
If you can, if you don't mind, please read the content of this.
Both of them, it says, I am so through with you being such a fucked up husband. You are no one that I can seem to depend on since you get lost so easy. I needed you to have my back again today, and you were nowhere to be found. I think that I finally get the hint that you do not have my back, so why should I have yours?
Next.
So in looking at Mr. Segura's call detail records, we see that there, from the text message content, there's indication of phone calls that are being made and not answered. So we, of course, want to look into the call detail records and see, is he actually receiving phone calls from his wife or from anyone? And so we look here and we can see that there are a number of incoming calls, and we can actually filter those down to just Mrs. Segura's number, either her cellular number or her work number, which was the 644 number. And we can see that there are a number of incoming calls, 122, 2, 315, 354, throughout the early afternoon hours of the 19th.
Okay. And these phone calls that we're talking about here, do any of them, you talked earlier about incoming, outgoing, there's a difference between active and passive.
There is, yes. When we talk about active events, we're talking about something where we believe that someone was behind the keyboard, that someone had to push some numbers into the phone, press the send button, press the answer button, something like that to actually show that someone was using the phone, versus the records it would leave if it was just sitting on the table and everything would be incoming and there would be no really required action of the phone. You wouldn't have to hit the answer button or anything else. And we can tell those events, the difference in those, and so we kind of categorize them as passive or active, which gives us an idea if a handset may be actively being carried or not.
And do these categorize as active or passive as far as relates to Mr. Segura's phone?
So as we talked earlier, we get a column that gives us kind of directionality here, and we can see that all of these are mobile forwarded or mobile terminated, which means that they're all incoming to the phone. There's no active or outgoing events in this time frame. So there's nothing to say to us that someone is actively using the phone or making phone calls or sending text messages. Everything is incoming. We would call that all passive.
All right, so this doesn't give any indication that the phone itself is in the possession of anybody, just that people are contacting it.
Just that all the events are passive. They're incoming to the phone and no one seems to be doing anything with the phone.
Okay. Next.
So we saw the text messages in the Verizon report. We saw the text message content from the carrier, where we got the records from the carrier. We, of course, want to verify everything that we can, so we looked at the phone logs to see that, yes, there were phone calls coming in that weren't being answered, so that kind of corroborated the text messages that we saw. And then finally, we looked into that text message report we got from the forensic analysis, and we say, are those text messages still in the phone or not? And again, in this case, those text messages that we spoke about, we did not recover those from the phone.
Meaning what?
Meaning, again, that they could have been deleted.
All right, next.
If we compare the text message report to the forensic report, we can see that these are the text messages that we're missing. We certainly are missing all of them. There are a number of text messages that we recovered from the phone, but the ones from Ms. Peters and Ms. Segura are the ones that we're not able to find within the phone.
All right. And we're looking at prior to the homicide being on the 18th, all the way up until the 19th, when we believe Ms. Peters to be deceased, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And then November 22nd, which were on our text messages that you asked me about earlier, we can see on November 22nd, which is 3 days after the homicide, there is a text message that is sent to a 210-4515 number that asks, are you up?
Are you able to identify whose phone number that is?
Yes, we did.
Who was that?
And that was a friend of Mr. Segura, Mr. Jones.
Okay, I'm sorry?
Roski Jones.
Rosky Jones, okay. All right, so on the 22nd, 8 o'clock in the morning, he's asking me if he's awake.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then there is another text message at 11:15 that says, here I wasn't sure how to say it on the phone, and goes on to talk about just getting the car gone.
So he wants a car gotten rid of, just wants it gone.
Again, looking at the content here, I wasn't sure how to say it on the phone, but I just wanted him to come get this car. He don't have to give me nothing for it, I just want it gone.
So Mr. Segura is trying to get rid of a car, doesn't care whether he gets anything for it, no money or anything, just make sure that car is gone.
That's correct.
Okay, next.
And then we see here that there's an indication again of a phone call. I wasn't sure how to say it on the phone, so we want to look at the phone records and see was there actual phone communication between them as well. So we look at the Verizon call detail records, and we come back and see that all the numbers here, everything highlighted, is the 210-4515 that we were talking about. We had the text message earlier in the morning asking if they were up, and then we see that there are a number of voice phone calls back and forth between those two numbers. So that seems to corroborate the text message content that there was some phone communication.
In this column right here, what is this?
That again is our duration, or how long a phone call lasts, and that's listed in seconds.
All right, so you have one that's obviously much longer than anything else, over 1,000 seconds.
Yes.
All right.
And then again, if we look at the text messages that we were able to recover from the phone, we can see that the first text message and our date and time here listed from the report is in GMT. So we kind of have to do a little math here to back up the time to our local time. But we do see that first initial text message that was sent out that said, "Are you up?" The other text message, a reference to the car, again, we did not recover from the phone. We do not see it listed here.
Again, indicating it had been deleted.
That's certainly a possibility, yes.
Next.
And then again, the one that we're missing, the other text messages are there. The one that we're missing is just that 11:15 text that we don't see in the forensic report of the handset.
Okay. What's next?
Wherever you'd like to go, we looked at location information for different days related to Mr. Segura's travels.
Okay. Did you also do a similar analysis as we're talking about there for Mrs. Peters' cell phone?
We did, yes.
You did?
We did, yes.
Okay. As far as a Cellbrite, were you able to do a Cellbrite on Mrs. Peters' phone?
We were not able to do a Cellbrite of her phone. Her phone phone was not recovered. We never found her phone.
Okay. So let's turn next to the content, the cell phone analysis as it relates to content then of Ms. Peters' phone, if we can, before we get into locational aspects. What are we looking at here?
Again, just kind of a cover sheet here of the Sprint call detail records that we talked about earlier, and we can kind of reduce that down to just the events around the evening of the 19th of November. We can see incoming and outgoing phone calls and text messages. For Sprint, they put the text messages and the phone calls in the same report. We have to do a little time adjustment with the text messages. They come in Central Time, but we adjust that out so that we can see sort of the pattern of communication on the 19th.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
Well, again, we had talked about the idea of passive events versus active events to determine if a handset may be in use or someone's actively manipulating it. What we see is that from the 5:51, just kind of where we started looking at this, until 6:53, there's kind of a mix of passive and active events here. There's, at 6:53, there is an outgoing text message, and that, again, as an outgoing event, tells us that someone was manipulating the phone and likely pressed the send button to send that text message. But we noticed that after that 6:53 time, beginning at 6:55 p.m. that evening, all of those events become passive, meaning that they're incoming, they're phone calls that are not answered, they're text messages that are not answered, and there's no outgoing activity after that time.
Okay. Next.
There's another report that Sprint is able to give us, and it is similar to that distancing report from Verizon. The good thing about this report, again, is it gives us a lot more information than the standard call detail report. We'll see records for other events, such as data sessions, and we may see location information for text messages, which we don't see in the other report. So we kind of use these two reports together to help us give a little better idea of what's happening with the call detail records. And if we kind of redact this down again to just the evening of the 19th, we can see that there are a number of events in the per call report that include a data session at 6:11, there's the voice call, a text message that we talked about earlier that was sent, and the other events here. And the last entry in the per call report is 7:49 p.m. That's the last event that we see listed in this report.
Okay. Again, that one I believe that you previously said was a passive event, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So we wanted to compare sort of, or look at if we could determine maybe when this handset was no longer able to communicate with the network, when it kind of left the network. And what we see in looking at the call detail records report is we see that there is an incoming routed phone call at 7:13, and then there's another one at 8:21. Another at 8:54 and 9:58. But we look at this 7:13 and the 8:21, and we go back to this report, we see that the 7:14 one is here. We see that voice call, but we don't see the 8:21. So what that tells us is that at some point after 7:49 and prior to 8:41, where I know that I should see an event in these records, if that phone were still communicating with the network, I should see that incoming 8 o'clock call just like the 7:13, but we don't see it. So that tells us that sometime in that time frame, this handset was no longer able to communicate with the network.
Okay. Next.
We did look at calls that date from Mr. Segura's phone numbers, both the 8669 and looking for any calls from the 4380, both of the handsets that he had.
And what did you find?
Well, we see that there are a number of incoming phone calls from the 408-8669, and then there is a single outgoing text message to the 509-4380. So all of our voice communication was on one phone, and when Ms. Peters sent him a text, she sent it to a different phone number, his primary phone number.
Okay, let's talk about that for a little bit. So she's getting phone calls from one phone number, but then responded to a text to a different phone number.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. That text that we saw earlier about hanging up on, is that what we're talking about?
That is one of these, yes.
Okay, which one was that?
Well, I'm sorry, that is the only text message that we see here, and that is at 2:19 p.m.
All right, so she's communicating with one phone number consistently, and then texts another phone number with a, did you just hang up on me?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you have next?
Well, we looked at the phone records for that second Verizon phone for Mr. Segura, the 408-8669, and we would of course expect to see the same events in his records as we saw in hers. If he's calling her, we should see it on both sides, and we do, but what we see is that the outgoing calls here, the phone number is preceded by the *67.
What is *67?
That's the code that invokes caller ID blocking. So what that does is kind of prevents this phone number from being displayed on the phone that it's calling.
And these are the phone numbers that were around that text message we just spoke of regarding communicating with Ms. Peters, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Next.
We had saw earlier the text message content from Verizon that we're able to obtain, and here again it says, did you hang up on me? What happened? Again, trying to corroborate everything that we can. We did see that there were voice communications between one of his phone numbers, which will be consistent with maybe somehow or another getting hung up on or disconnected.
But it's not the one she texted, it's the other phone number that he originally had told law enforcement belonged to Silas Thorton, but he's actually *67, that number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Appears to be trying to hide that phone number from Ms. Peters.
The *67 certainly prevents the receiver from knowing the phone number that they're being called from. We did look at the primary phone, the 4380, to see if there were any phone calls or voice calls from that phone number to Ms. Peters. We did not see any voice calls in there, so there was nothing, even though she texted that number, there were no voice calls from that number to indicate that they had been talking and somehow got disconnected. So for that day, we would kind of conclude from looking at that she was having communications with Mr. Segura on a number that she was unable to see. At some point, they may have been disconnected, and she sent the text message that we saw, "Did you hang up on me? What happened?" And then there was a response eventually from the 408 number.
Okay. What's the next analysis that you did?
Again, here we would be looking at location analysis for different days.
Okay, so let's start before the days of the murder.
So one of the first days that we looked at was Wednesday the 17th. We looked at the early afternoon hours of that day, and that was because we had information that Mr. Segura had gone to Ms. Peters' house on that date.
Okay. And Mr. Segura is the one that said that he had gone there on the Wednesday, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we had phone records all the way through, and we want to try to verify as much as we can. So we wanted to look at dates and times that we knew where the handset was by statements or other evidence where we knew the handset was, and we want to see what those records look like and make sure that the records, the location information, is consistent with that other evidence. So again, that's why we looked at this day, to see what the records look like when we knew that he was there. And what we see is from the primary handset, there are, again, we're talking about the 4380 phone. Really, we have 3 events in that time frame that we were looking at, and those are all incoming or forwarded phone calls, which someone else trying to call that 4380 number. One of them includes Ms. Peters there. So, yeah, and we see the incoming call at 1:36 from Ms. Peters on that day. All those events were communicating with one of 2 Verizon cell sites and sectors. And if we look at those on the map, hopefully this will. So again, we represent the cell site and sector that the handset is communicating with, here with a large green arrow for the primary phone or the 4380. We can see that it was primarily using this cell site and sector, but also communicated with the cell site and sector here. And both of those cell sites and sectors will be consistent with the Mustang Drive address.
And what is the Mustang Drive address?
It was Mr. Segura's residence at the time.
Okay. So what we're looking at here then is a call between Brandi and Mr. Segura on the Wednesday afternoon prior to the homicides, and it indicates that Mr. Segura was possibly at his home or somewhere in the vicinity of his home.
We're looking at a number of calls that occurred in that time frame, all using these same cell sites and sectors, including the one earlier from Ms. Peters. Yes.
Okay.
We do have that distancing information that we talked about, so we get a kind of an approximate idea of how far from the cell site a handset may have been for those events. We see that those are relatively, again, consistent with Mr. Segura's residence. And
hold on. Okay. In looking at this, though, his residence is kind of right in the middle of these, but doesn't actually touch either one of these circles or distances. Why would that be?
Well, we know that there is an error rate or a degree of inaccuracy in the distancing information. What I'm representing here is just the actual distance that's given in the records. And so that is what we represent on the map here, just the cell site, sector, and the distance. We know in using the data that there is a buffer to that in where a handset might be. And again, one of the main things that we're trying to do in looking at these known locations and known times is kind of figure out, is that consistent? Are we consistently a little short or a little long where we know where the handset is?
Okay. So in this particular case, we know essentially that he's at his home at this time, date and time, and this is what information would give us if in fact he was there, correct? Communicating with his phone?
Well, this is the information that we get, and we see that it is very consistent with the residents for these events.
Okay. Next.
We can look at the other handset now, the 408 number, and what we see in that same kind of general time frame that we were looking at, the early afternoon hours. With this handset, we see a couple of forwarded events here, but we also have originating events. We have outgoing calls. So this handset is actively being used, where the other one, everything was incoming to it. So we look at 1241, one of our first events here, and this is communicating with the same Verizon cell site and sector.
Hold on, it says undisclosed phone. What does that mean?
We had referred to these as a disclosed and undisclosed phone, in that the number disclosed to law enforcement by Mr. Segura was the primary, the 509-4380. The other phone, the 408-8669, was not initially disclosed.
All right, so when you're saying undisclosed phone, you're talking about essentially the burner phone, the 408-8669 number.
That's correct, yes.
The one that he utilized, star 67, later on to speak with Brandi on the day of her murder.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So again, we have the same distancing information that we're able to get for this handset. And when we look at all of these and we look at the primary or disclosed phone, the 509 number, that will always be in green, and the 408 number will always be in red, just so we can differentiate which records we're talking about. We did have a comparison. If we look at the two phones kind of overlapping in this time frame, we can see that the distances reported by both of them are pretty similar for this particular event. And so that would be consistent for the 1241, 1252 events, that those handsets could be together. They could be at the same location.
And they are, in fact, both operating on the Verizon system as well, correct?
That's correct. They are, yes, both using the Verizon service, so that really gives us something that is much easier to compare than if we were talking about two different carriers.
So what we're looking at really here is early afternoon on the 17th, 2 days before the homicide. These phones are together at Mr. Segura's phone or about Mr. Segura's home.
That would be consistent, yes.
Okay. Next.
So the next event that we see in the undisclosed phone or the 408 phone is at 148, and now we're communicating with a different cell site and sector. And so we can see the distance of that, again, is much more consistent with the Saddle Creek Run address than it would be Mr. Segura's residence.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, let me get back to that. We have the next event, 154, same. The handset's communicating with the same cell site and sector we saw at the previous event, and the distancing again is fairly similar here.
And that Saddle Creek Run, it's Miss Peters' house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Next.
And again, at a time where we've been told that the handset or Mr. Segura was at that location, we're trying to see what those records look like. How does that distancing compare versus other times in the records? 212, we have a different cell site here that the handset's communicating with, and we're able to see both that primary distance that's reported to us, and then sometimes we get some additional distances from other cell sites that the handset's able to see. We talked about earlier putting extra kind of arcs on the map here. But again, it gives us an idea of a little more where a handset might be.
Okay. So this is still the 408-8669 undisclosed phone, correct?
That's correct. For the time frame that we're talking about, as we saw earlier, the relatively few events we had on the other phone, they were all communicating with that cell site down closer to Mr. Segura's residence.
Okay.
239, again, the cell sites and distances that we see the handsets communicating with. We have an event at 245. The distancing is out a little further. 246, we can see now that the distancing is less consistent with the Saddle Creek Run. It's shortened up a little bit. Same cell sites and sectors, but the distancing appears a little shorter than what we saw earlier. And then finally,
could that indicate possibly return to home?
It certainly could. It would indicate some movement away from that area, or kind of south away from the Saddle Creek area. Could be an indication there. And then what we look at, the next event we see is 259, and for that event, we're now seeing the cell site and distancing very consistent with what we saw earlier. That would be consistent with the residents.
All right, so it appears as if on this Wednesday afternoon, just like Mr. Segura said, he had gone to Brandi Peters' home and communicated with the cell phone tower, both at her house and then on his way home and ultimately at his house.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, next.
And so just overall, we look at the comparison of the distancing information that we were given for the disclosed phone and the undisclosed phone, and we can see that both the cell sites being used and the approximate distances being reported are very different between the two handsets. And so it would not really, during that time frame, it would not be consistent with those handsets traveling together.
Next.
So the next day that we looked at would have been actually the day after the homicide. Well, we looked at the day of the homicide and the day after the homicide. So whichever.
Let's go to the day after the homicide, please.
So the day after the homicide, again, in trying to compare known locations and what the records look like, we knew that Mr. Segura had taken a trip to see a friend of his in Wiggins County.
Okay.
We have records again for both handsets, and if we kind of put these together, hopefully you can make that out. The red again being the undisclosed phone and the green being the disclosed phone. Already just in kind of looking at that cell site column, which is this third one over, we can see that both the red and the green are communicating with the same cell sites generally as it progresses through the morning here. So already just in looking at that, it kind of looks like these handsets may be together this day versus the other day.
All right, now we have 6:05.
Yeah, so we look at those events that we just saw there in the records, and we look at those on a map and determine maybe if it was consistent with travel as we've been told. So the 6:05 event on the undisclosed phone is communicating with the same cell site and sector that we saw earlier. That was consistent with the residents. And as we continue a little later on in the morning, 8:34, we can see that now the handset's communicating with a cell site a little further south, will be consistent with maybe Crawfordville Highway. 10:21, the disclosed phone is now communicating with a cell site and sector closer to the Panacea area, which again will be consistent with continued travel from Mr. Segura's residence to this Natural Springs Road address.
And what is the significance of that address?
That is the residence of his friend.
Mr. Silas Thornton?
Silas Thornton, yes.
Okay.
The next event, 10:21, again communicating with a cell site and sector that would be consistent with servicing Mr. Thornton's residence. Bless you. 12:11, we see that our undisclosed phone is communicating with the cell site closer to the coast here, but again, also something that would service the area of Mr. Thornton's residence. And then the disclosed phone at 12:15 communicates with that same cell site and sector. So now we're seeing both phones using the same cell sites and sectors in somewhat close proximity to each other.
Okay.
In these events, the 12:11 and the 12:15 events, one for the undisclosed and one for the disclosed, we do have the distancing information. So we look at that for the 12:11 event, and we see that there is, we get a number of different distancing informations here. But all of those are generally consistent with Mr. Thornton's residence. We look at the other handset and the distance that it's giving us, and again, same. And then we can kind of look at both handsets here together, again, the red being the undisclosed and the green being the disclosed. But both handsets are reporting very similar distances from the cell site, and both of those would be consistent with Mr. Thornton's residence.
So let's, if we can now, let's turn to, what are we doing? What's this?
Well, just some of the distancing reported was actually almost identical, and so when we represent it on a map, it's hard to see when we're looking at both phones together it's a little bit hard to see which distance is for which phone because some of them are literally the same. So we have a different kind of map here where we're able to kind of look at the disclosed phone here on the left and the undisclosed on the right. We can kind of look back and forth and see that at least one of these distances here is reporting just the same. But it gives us a kind of a different way of looking at those distances and seeing how close they are to one another. And again, we would say that this would be consistent with those two handsets being together that Saturday morning.
Okay. Next analysis, let's turn, if we can, to the day of the 19th. And we've talked a lot about Mr. Segura's phone. Are you able to do any of the overlays or anything, or go back and look at Mrs. Peters' phone on the day of the homicide? I know we already did some of the text messages, but as far as locations go.
We can look at her location information, yes.
And did you do so?
We did look at it, yes, absolutely.
All right. Was there anything inconsistent with her being home in the evening hours of the 19th?
No, there was not.
Now, Mrs. Peters, one of the issues may be a time of death. Did you ever go back and look at her records and did they give any indications of what may possibly be the time of death?
Well, what I look at more is the use of a handset as opposed to time of death, and I look at how frequently someone is on their handset, how frequently they're using it, and then when and if that handset quits being used. And that is an indication to me that for some reason the person has stopped using the phone, and either they're unwilling or unable, or the battery died, the phone fell in the water, whatever it may be. But for some reason, at a particular time or time frame, they quit using that handset. And so that plays in with other information that may help determine a time of death.
Did you go back and look at Ms. Peters' use of her phone prior to, for a week prior, essentially, to give some sort of indication along those lines?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you have any? Did you do any graphics that would help illustrate the use of that versus the and the time it stopped using?
I did. Yes, they're not part of the presentation here, but I can get to those in a minute.
Okay. So let's talk about right now, what presentation we're talking about on the 19th.
So we moved to the 19th of November, which is the day of the homicide. We've looked at the phone location information for the other days where we had sort of known events. And so now we're looking at kind of our unknown day and seeing how those records compare with what we saw previously.
And this is the day of the homicide, the day in which Mr. Segura has told law enforcement repeatedly that he was not anywhere but at home.
That's correct.
Okay. So what did you first look at?
So we looked at the disclosed phone, or the primary phone, the 509-4380, and we look at events during the afternoon and early evening hours of the 19th of November. We can see that all of those, again, and this starts at 12:26. On this report we read from the bottom up, but at just afternoon there, we have an originating event, 12:30. And then at 1:22, we start to see that everything is forwarded or terminated until we get to 10 o'clock, actually, the morning of the 20th. So all the events for the primary handset, again, we're seeing are passive events or incoming events, which tells us that someone may not actually be in possession of the handset.
And this is the phone that Mr. Segura said he had.
That is correct.
This is the phone that Mr. Segura challenged Tallahassee Police Department to look at his information and verify that it was in fact home.
That's correct.
Okay. Next.
We look at the SMS report as well, just to make sure what kind of events we're seeing there. And same thing, in the time frame that we're looking at, all of those events are incoming. They're the passive events, ones that we've talked about earlier from Ms. Peters and Mrs. Segura, but they're all incoming or terminating events. All of those events for that time frame that we talked about, the afternoon, early evening hours, all communicate with the same Verizon cell site and sector that we saw earlier. And if we look at the distancing for all of those events, both the primary distancing we get and then some of the additional distancing, all of those events for that handset, and even though the phone may not actively be used, because it is receiving phone calls, because it is receiving other events, it is still providing location information for us. So we're still able to have records to plot even if the phone's not actively being used. And all that location information that we see would be consistent with the handset being at Mr. Segura's residence.
So he said it's the phone he gave to the Tallahassee Police Department is where he said it was going to be at his house.
It would certainly appear, yes.
But he wasn't actually utilizing it as far as he wasn't manipulating it.
There's no active events on it, so we can't say if someone was just sitting there staring at it, but there was certainly nothing that indicates to us that the phone was actively being used.
Did you do a similar type of analysis on the day of the homicide regarding the phone that he didn't tell us police department about?
Yes, we did. And again, we look at those call detail records and our distancing report, and what we see here, that we have both active and terminating. So we have some forwarded events and a lot of the MOs we see here, which is our originating or outgoing calls. So the indication here is that this phone is actually being used, that someone is making phone calls with it. And in fact, we talked about phone calls earlier that were made from this handset to Ms. Peters' handset.
Okay, and those were the phone calls that he actually utilized the star 67, and somewhere in the middle of that she texted his primary phone number, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So we kind of start early in the afternoon, and we look at our locations, and we start here at the bottom of our distancing report, and we see we have a couple events, 1232, 1236. Those are communicating with the same cell site we saw earlier, and at approximately the same distances we've seen earlier. So for these 1232, 1236 events, this handset would also be consistent with Mr. Segura's residence.
All right, so he was basically home up to that point, correct?
The handset would be consistent with being home, yes.
Okay, next.
We look at events, here's a chunk of time between 1:19 and 5 p.m., and we can see that for all of these events in this time frame, and certainly we have periods of time where there are no events, and we couldn't say where a handset was or was not. But for all the records that we have in this chunk of time, we can see that they all communicate with the same Verizon cell site, a couple of different sectors, but the same cell site. So we can kind of look at those as a group and say all of those events are communicating with our one cell site here, 847, the two sectors that you see represented in red there, and that's our distancing, our primary distancing that those records provided.
So between 1:20 and 5 o'clock now, it appears that if he's moving towards, or at least in the general area of Miss Peters' home.
Well, all of these events, the last one we saw was 12:30 something, 12:36. So we really have about a 30 to 40 minute window here where we don't have any events and we don't know where the handset may be. But what we know is that for that 12:30 or so event, it was consistent with the house, his residence. Now at 1:19, our events are consistent with Miss Peters' residence.
Okay. All the way up until 5 o'clock?
Yes, that was just the first kind of chunk of time we looked at was at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
We have another set of records here at 5:45 and 6:01. We can see a couple of different cell sites reported here. So we look at those and we can see one of those is communicating with a cell site pretty far south here. But if we look at the distancing for it, it again is consistent more with Miss Peters' residence. The 6:01 event is communicating with a cell site even further away, but the distancing is, again, much closer than it would be for, given the cell site that's being used, much closer than for his residence.
Okay. Next.
We have a series of events between 6:05 and 6:33 p.m., and those we can see there's two different cell sites that are being used in this little time group here, and if we look at those, that is the 847 cell site we saw earlier, and the other one that's a little further south. And again, if we look at the distancing from those, reported from those two cell sites, again, consistent with the Saddle Creek address.
Okay. And this is consistent also with what we observed back on the 17th when you admitted to being at the house, correct?
That's correct. We were seeing the similar distancing, being a little short of the actual residence, the same cell sites and sectors being utilized. And again, that's why we kind of looked at those known events for where we knew the handset to be versus when we didn't know for sure this night.
Okay. And so this is around 6 o'clock, 6:30 p.m. on the day of the homicides?
Correct.
Okay. Next.
The next events we looked at here were between 7:23 and 7:37. We have the same two cell sites that we saw earlier and kind of similar distances. So we look at these two events together here, and we have some additional distancing, again, more consistent with the Saddle Creek Drive address. The next event we see here is 8:21. So we look at that and we see that we're again communicating with this 847 cell site. We look at the distancing on it, you see now it's a little bit further. And if we look at some additional distancing, we can see that now that we're communicating with a different cell site than we did before. It's kind of one a little further north, and our distancing is a little different here at 821.
So this wouldn't necessarily be consistent with what we saw on the 17th of him being at his house, but actually looks like it's moved just a little bit farther north, almost to the Paul Russell Road area, correct?
Again, given our buffer area for this data, it could still be consistent with her residence. But as we're seeing different cell sites being utilized, I would say that the handset has moved away from the residence at this point. Not far, but away.
Okay, so not far, but somewhere a little bit maybe north because it's communicating with that more northern cell phone.
Correct, yes.
Cell tower. Okay.
Then the next event that we see in the records is at 9:30. And for the 9:30 event, we again see the same cell site that we saw earlier, the 850. And the distancing again, both the primary distancing and the alternate distancing would again be consistent with Mr. Segura's residence.
Back home.
Be consistent with that, yes.
All right.
So if we look at just the cell sites in that time frame that we're talking about in the evening, the disclosed phone, the green arrow, that is the cell site and sector that handset used throughout that time frame. If we look at the other cell sites and sectors for our primary events, and again, they're communicating with cell sites that are much closer to Ms. Peters' house and oriented towards her house. So just by the cell sites and sectors, it's not consistent with these two phones being together over that time frame. And we can look at the actual distancing reported by them as well and see the difference between the two handsets.
I want to return, if I can, to this 821 phone call, and if you can just do there we go. Is there any significance if we can do the distancing, please, on that one? Additional distancing, there you go. This 821 time period, is that significant as it relates to the investigation and Brandi Peters' phone?
Well, we know that sometime after the 7:43 incoming phone call that we saw on her records, and I believe her next phone call was, if I remember, was at like 8:14 or just after 8, where that after 8 o'clock event was not in that per call report. We did not see that attempted call in that report, which tells us that the phone had left the network in that time frame. So the only significance to me as far as the records are that this event would be in and around the time that we believe that Ms. Peters' handset left the network.
Left the network?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the next analysis you did?
The next analysis that we did was actually kind of an experiment of our own.
When you say experiment, my understanding is law enforcement made contact with Silas Thorton, correct?
We did, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
A number of purposes, obviously to obtain whatever information that he may have, but the one for relative to me was, of course, the handset that was supposedly attributed to him. We wanted to know more about that.
Okay, so how did you go about doing that?
Well, investigators asked him about the type of phone, where he got it, that kind of information. We wanted to obtain an identical phone and do experiments of our own. So we had information about the phone from the records themselves that told us the make and model of the phone, and Mr. Thornton was able to confirm for us that yes, this looks like the phone that I had purchased and eventually became used by Mr. Segura.
So did you go with Mr. Thornton to, I guess it was Walmart or wherever it was, and purchase a phone identical to the one?
I don't know who he was with when it was purchased, but it was shown to him.
Okay. And did you perform experiments on that particular phone?
We did, yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 123. Actually, take a look at that if you recognize that.
I do, yes.
What is that?
This is, or at least the packaging for the cell phone that we purchased, that law enforcement purchased for the purposes of recreating our own events.
Okay. And is that the experimentation you were talking about?
Yes. Again, we had some known time frames where we knew, based on other information, where a handset may be, and we looked at that distancing and those cell sites being used. But we knew that we could also, if we can get the exact same phone with the same service, then we could go to various locations and make our own events, make our own voice calls, our own text messages, our own data sessions, and then obtain our records and see how those compared to Mr. Segura's phones.
Okay. And did you use the same Verizon network and everything to simulate the other 488669 number?
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did you go about, I know you said you were doing known calls, how did you go about doing that?
Literally drove to different locations that were relevant to the investigation and had the phone turned on. We make a series of phone calls to our law enforcement phone number to send text messages, and the phone had a kind of basic browser on it where we could log on and do some very basic web traffic to try to create some data events as well.
Was this just like one or two events, or did you do more than that?
We did more than that. We did several at each location and ended up with a little over 100 events, just under 100 that gave us location information.
One of those locations are, how do you go about determining which locations you were going to do?
Well, they were locations that we were trying to include or exclude as places that other handset may have been. So they included Mr. Segura's residence, they included Ms. Peters' residence, they included Mr. Segura's girlfriend's residence at the time, places where he may have been based on communication, and family members of his as well that were somewhat close to Ms. Peters' residence. We wanted to see if we were in those locations, what would our distancing look like.
Okay. And did you obtain those records just like you did with Mr. Segura's phone?
We did, yes.
Okay. And did you analyze those records?
We did, yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that would be State's Exhibit number 139, contains those particular records. What are we looking at here?
This is just from the undisclosed records. There is a section in the report that tells us the make or the manufacturer and the model of that phone. So we're able to confirm that the handset that we obtain matches, again, the make and model of that phone. We want to make sure that we're being as accurate as we can be in that. And then we chose our locations, represented by the blue dots here, of where we were going to go and create events.
Okay.
So the first place was the Mustang Drive address, Mr. Segura's residence, and we wanted to see the cell site that our handset was utilizing, and now our records are represented in blue here. You can see this is the same cell site that we saw from Mr. Segura's handsets.
So we have the green one is his primary phone that he actually reported to law enforcement. The red one is the undisclosed phone that he did not, and now we have the blue phone, which is the Tallahassee police phone.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So we saw our distancing, again, mostly a little short of the residence, which is what we saw in Mr. Segura's records. And we saw that in some of our distancing information, and we're standing outside the residence. We're actually in the roadway outside the residence. I'm not inside the structure itself. But we also saw that other cell site in our records that we saw in his, the one that's further to the east.
You say that you aren't in the home. Is there going to be a difference possibly as it relates to, because I noticed that these are much closer together than they were when we were looking at the other undisclosed phone. Can that be affected by being inside the home versus outside the home?
Absolutely. Anything that affects, as we all know, when we're inside a building, our signal's not quite as strong, not quite as good. So anything that affects that signal certainly could affect that distancing information of what we saw. So we weren't able to get inside the residence to do this, so we had to do the best that we could, which was in the roadway in front of it.
So as a result, you get a little bit closer, but it's still consistent with what you saw out of the undisclosed phone.
It is consistent. If we look at the overall kind of group of data, we're seeing the same cell sites and sectors and approximately the same distances.
Now, notice you have a whole bunch of lines there on the left and 3 lines on the right. Are we talking about multiple events there, or is it just one event?
So these are all of the events that we did there, which would, probably be 10 or so events that were done. And this is all the location information that we got for those events put on the map at one time. If we look at just the primary, so this is the cell site sector that the handset actually communicated with. And while it may see other ones, this is the one that it actually connected to complete our event. And this is the distancing that it gave for us. And again, we're not, this information is not not to say that the handset had to be inside a particular house. We're not that specific with the information. We're just saying that this distancing is generally consistent with Mr. Segura's residence.
Okay. Location number 2?
The second location was across the street from Publix on Crawfordville Highway. There was a period of time there was communication that Mr. Segura may have been there or near there. So we compared our distancing with what we saw on the records, and again, our locations were from our primary, again, just a little bit short of where we actually were when we made those events.
Okay.
The next address that we looked at was Lakewood Drive, family member Mr. Segura's, and again, wanting to see what cell sites and sectors were a little further away. Mr. Segura's residence is here, and Ms. Peters' residence is over here, just for reference. So at this location, we looked at the cell sites we were communicating with and our distancing, again, just a little bit short of where we actually were, and then our additional distancing. Everything that we did at this location only communicated with that one cell site and sector, and it gave us these for distances.
And it appears that those distancings are far short from the information you were receiving from Mr. Segura's undisclosed phone as it relates to Saddle Creek.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
So the next address we looked at was Gale Avenue, which again is here in the same general area. The Lakewood address that we looked at was just a second ago was here, and Ms. Peters' residence is here. So we wanted to see what cell sites, and again, it's the same cell site. As these locations are relatively close together, we would kind of expect to see the same cell site and sector. We looked at our distancing, and it was a little further than what we just saw for the Lakewood address, but again, a little short of where we actually were.
Okay. And again, that appears to be the same tower, but the cell information appears to be different from what we looked at on the undisclosed phone on the 19th.
That's correct.
Okay. Next.
So the next location we looked at was further north, or beyond Miss Peters' residence, and this was a friend of Mr. Segura's, Kendall Drive here that we looked at. And we see our cell sites here. Now we're communicating with totally different cell sites and sectors than what we've seen for any of our other events. And that was to be expected here. If you're familiar with Paul Russell Road in that area, you're kind of going up a hill, and there's a bit of a ridge there. And you come down, Jim Lee Road on this side comes down the hill a little bit into the Saddle Creek neighborhood, and it also goes down this side of the hill in front of Rickards High School. So a location that's kind of on the other side of the hill, we would expect to maybe communicate with cell sites that were on that side, and that's what we saw with this. The next location was Paul Russell Road. Again, a friend of Mr. Segura's here that we looked at, and our cell site and sector is again completely different than what we've seen earlier. It's consistent with where we were, just different than what we had seen before. We looked at the distancing for that, again a little short, and our additional distancing, again a little short of where we actually were. We looked at Jack McLean Park, a little closer to Miss Peters' residence. We looked at the cell sites that we see, and again, kind of being on top of that hill, we would see some, or expect to see some of the other cell sites, and we did. We see the 844 that's above. So we see these different cell sites that we communicated with. Our distancing and our additional distancing here, if we had any for this event, we saw all kinds of cell sites here. But we can see again, this looks very different than what we saw when Mr. Segura's handset was at Miss Peters' house. Jim Lee Road here, this is a little past Miss Peters' house. It's kind of going up the hill towards Paul Russell. So her home is just down here, and this is a church parking lot. So we looked at, again, our cell sites, and we saw some of the cell sites that we have seen before. We looked at our distancing, which again varies here, but is a little further, a little short of where we actually were, but a little further than what we saw when the handset was at Miss Peters' residence. We looked at the entrance to Miss Peterson's residence, where we turn off of Tram Road here, and again, just to see what we had. We had our same 847 cell site here, we can see that all these kind of communicated with this other sector, which would be consistent. We look at our additional distancing. We do get one that comes over, but most of our events communicated with this side, which this location is a little more consistent with that particular sector. But again, our distances are just a little short of where we were and short of what we saw when the handset was at Miss Peters. Okay. Then we actually did events at Miss Peters' residence. So these first were done in the driveway outside of her home. And we can see that the same cell sites and sectors that we've seen here recently. We look at our distancing, and we have a couple of events that are a little long, but again, most of our stuff is just a little short of where we actually were. We look at all the distancing information, kind of a lot of distances reported here, but getting a little closer to what we saw with the other phones. Okay. Then we actually went inside Miss Peters' residence. It was still unoccupied at the time, so we went inside the residence and created events there. We saw the same cell sites and sectors. We looked at our distancing, and this is our primary distancing that we saw. And again, a little short of where we were, but the cell sites and sectors still making that consistent with Miss Peters' residence. And we had some additional distancing there, a couple a little short, but the bulk of what we got was consistent with that address.
And ultimately, did you do comparison between the known Tallahassee Police Department phone and the undisclosed phone, the phone number that Mr. Segura told law enforcement officers didn't exist and hid from law enforcement?
We did. We looked at, just one of the time frames here, and this is between 6:05 and 6:33, the early evening hours. Again, the red distances being for the undisclosed phone, the blue being for the law enforcement phone. And we can see that those distances reported between the two handsets from where we were inside Miss Peters' residence and what we saw in Mr. Segura's phone, they appear to be relatively consistent.
And this would be the phone communication from Mr. Segura's undisclosed phone in the hours between 6 and 8:20 in the evening on the day of the homicide, correct?
Well,
Roughly.
we looked at that whole time frame. What's in just this little comparison right here is events between 6:05 and 6:33.
Between 6:05 and 6:33?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is between 6:05 and 6:33, the undisclosed phone from Mr. Segura and the known phone from Tallahassee Police Department.
That's correct, yes.
Why 6:05 to 6, I'm sorry, what was the other one?
6:33.
6:33.
Well, we were looking at, initially looking at different periods of time when, based on other activity from Miss Peters and everything else. But this gave us kind of, as we looked at those distances, we kind of looked at them in chunks because there was some consistency. We had a number of events sort of in close time proximity, and so we kind of looked at those in chunks. And this is just the one chunk that we chose, as was kind of in the middle of our time frame. But we could certainly do this for any of the data that we looked at, any of the time frames as we went through each day. We could certainly compare them to our data.
And again, Mr. Segura's undisclosed phone all gave consistent information like this from that time period, 6:05. I know this one particularly is between 6:33, but all the way almost to 8:21 gave consistent information as if he was at the house or was consistent with the Tallahassee phone at Miss Peters' house. Correct? I think I messed that up. Let me rephrase that. The information as far as Mr. Segura's undisclosed phone, this one right here represents from 6 to 6:30 roughly. But even the additional information beyond 6:30 all the way up to almost 8:21, all the information that's provided by the undisclosed phone was consistent with being inside Miss Peters' home.
Yes, it certainly could be. We saw periods of time where some of our distances were a little different, a little long, a little short, but throughout that time frame, and we looked at just after, I think it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that Friday, all of those events were consistent with this area. And again, we're not trying to say exactly where a handset was. These distances we can see are not, not specific. We're just saying that it's consistent with the general area of Miss Peters' residence, and all the events that we had from his handset from that afternoon hours through the 8:21 that you mentioned were consistent with this area. What I'm generally asked to do is include and exclude locations. And the question is, could the phone have been at Ms. Peters' residence? And yes, our cell sites and distances are very consistent. And then the next question, could it have been at Mr. Segura's residence? And no, the cell sites and sectors that we're seeing, the distances we're seeing, would not be consistent with his residence.
How does that relate to the usage as it relates to Ms. Peters' phone that we talked about earlier? You asked to do an analysis of Ms. Peters' phone and the use of it.
Yeah, again, what we saw for the week of records that we had in that per call report, there were continuous usage of her phone, and I actually have the printout of the per call report here, but there is just 38 pages of activity from her handset that includes the data sessions and text messages and phone calls. But there's a number of events here just for a 1 week period, and all those events end at that 7:43 or so event is the last one that we see in those records, versus where Mr. Segura's handset was in that general time frame, if I answer that.
So essentially, what we have then is Ms. Peters' phone being used consistently, constant communication for the week prior, and ending approximately 7:30 in the evening. Last cell phone communication to the tower, or was routed to the tower at 8:21 on that evening, correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, yeah, I want to make sure so the last event that we saw in the per call was 7:49 p.m. and we're talking about Ms. Peters' records and trying to determine when her phone was no longer being used. So we saw that event at 7.
Is that an active or a passive event?
That is a passive event.
Okay.
And then we had that incoming phone call that I would have to go back and double check the exact timing of that phone call. We had an incoming phone call that I believe it was around 8:14 p.m. that we did not see in the per call report. So, and I'm sorry, I do want to make sure I get the time correct. $8:21. So we had the event in the per call report at 7:49, and we had an incoming phone call at 8:21. And that 8:21 call we did not see in the per call report, so that's why we deduced that somewhere between 7:49 and 8:21, her handset was no longer communicating with the network. As it relates to Mr. Segura's records, we do see that throughout the evening hours he has events that are consistent with that area. We have the 8:21 event, which is just a little after that, or I believe his was a little, I'm confusing the two times, but we have the event that we saw his distances get a little further, and they were consistent with maybe Paul Russell, and then our next event was getting him back to his residence.
I believe that time frame for that one was also at 8:21.
I believe it may have been, yes.
Okay, so both at 8:21, his phone is moving away from a little bit north of Ms. Peters' house, and her phone is no longer communicating with the tower.
That 8:21 is the first time that we know we should have an event in that per call report that we don't. So again, anywhere between 7:49 and 8:21 is where we believe that phone left the network.
And when was the last time Ms. Peters utilized her phone in an active way?
It was the 6:50, it was a text message around 6:53 p.m.
So at 6:53 she was alive and using her phone, and after that she's not.
Yes, the handset's not being utilized.
And during that time period, Mr. Segura's phone, the one that he didn't tell law enforcement about, is at her home, or consistent with being at her home?
Yes, it is.
Probably take 10 minutes.
All right, so there's one more clip, part 2. Looks like they took a little break here, so I won't recap until the very, very end. So one more clip, 31 minutes, and then we'll do a little recap of everything. So let's do that.
You did something.
Have a jury, please. Jury's in the courtroom. All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody be seated, please. May proceed, Mr. Peters.
Thank you. Just real quick, I have a couple of things I want to clarify, if we can. In doing the analysis of the Cellbrite for Mr. Segura's phone, there were some communications that he had forwarded on to Malika, his wife, correct? That he received from Brandi?
Yes, there were text messages that certainly appeared to be from Brandi that were sent from Mr. Segura to Mrs. Segura.
You know those existence because of the call records, not because of the Cellbrite, correct?
That is correct.
When you did the Cellbrite and the search of Mrs. Segura's phone, those text messages had been deleted, correct?
Yes, we did not recover those text messages from his actual handset. The only way that we had that content was because we were able to get it from the carrier. We were able to get it from Verizon.
Okay. And those communications back on between Brandi Peters, where she was receiving phone calls from Mr. Segura's undisclosed phone, the one that he didn't tell law enforcement on, those phone calls were preceded by the star 67 function, correct?
That is correct, yes.
As if he was trying to hide his phone number from her.
It certainly blocks the caller identification, yes.
But we knew or surmised that he was talking to him because of the fact that she sent a text message to his regular phone number, the 509 phone number, saying, "Did you hang up on me?"
That's correct.
And those phone calls from the 408 that had been star 69, or star 67, excuse me, were the only ones that would link to that particular text message, if you will.
That is correct.
Okay. We talked a little bit about Brandi and her use of her phone, and I know you showed us the large thing. Did you create a visual aid, if you will, that shows the kind of frequency that she had been using her phone the week of the homicide?
I did, yes.
And does that compile from the cell phone records that you utilized and looked at for Brandi's cell phone?
It is, yes.
Can you please show it to the jury?
Can. We've talked about the per call measurement report, and we know that it has a lot of activity in it, the data sessions, the text messages. And I was asked about, how active Ms. Peters was on her phone, or how active her phone itself was. And that per call report gave us a kind of a good clue. And we looked at a week's period to see if there were large gaps in time where the phone wasn't used, or if there were periods of time where it was off for a day or two. And just to kind of get an idea of what the activity, again, this started on the 13th, we're kind of focused on the date and time of the event here, and we just kind of go through the events, and we can see that her handset is pretty consistently active at all times.
And now we moved in the day of the homicide, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So what we're looking at here, why are these highlighted in yellow?
So these, when we talked about the active versus passive events, everything after that last text message was passive in the phone. So the things that are highlighted here in yellow are those passive events, meaning that they're not active. There's no indication that someone is actually using the handset. And again, we see our last event here at 7:49. So just to try to answer the question of, how unusual is it for the phone to be off the network, or how frequently is it off the network, we can see that there are certainly a number of events. Her phone is pretty consistently in communication with some sort of events, passive, active, whatever, but there's a lot of events in her records, and they end on this date and time.
Fair to say that something happened around this time period that caused her to stop using her phone?
Fair to say, yes.
And during that time period, Mrs. Segura was at her house?
Records are consistent with that, yes.
And final clarification, that 408 phone was never recovered, was it?
It was not.
It had been disposed of?
I'm sorry?
It had been disposed of, so you were not able to do a cell break?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Prince?
Not too many questions, Sergeant Corbett. I want to start with a general question first. So you talked about how you got phone records for various parties that were either involved themselves or tangentially related to your investigation in this case. When you're requesting phone records from a carrier, you can get that by using the subscriber's name, the phone number, the EIN number, any number of factors may be used to request those records. Is that right?
Yes, we can certainly try. The target number or phone number is the best because we know that exists. We can do a subpoena or an order under different information. If we had the serial number for the handset, then yes, that is specific. When we get into names and addresses and phone numbers, as long as someone actually registered their account with their accurate name, then we may or may not get something back in that case. We primarily look at the target number as what we issue demands by.
Okay. And regarding those text messages that you and Mr. Fuchs talked about, where Brandi was basically telling Mr. Segura on his 509 number that he needed to pay the child support. What days were those from again, or day was that from?
Well, we know that they were sent from Mr. Segura's phone. If you're talking about the ones from Mr. Segura to Ms. Segura, that was that Tuesday, which I believe was the 16th.
Okay. So on Tuesday the 16th, she's, at least as far as what we're assuming based on what the records show, she's in communication with Mr. Segura about making child support payments.
Well, if we understand that those text messages were sent by Ms. Peters to Mr. Segura, that happened sometime prior to the 16th. And we don't know exactly when those came into his phone, but we know they were sent from his phone to his wife's phone on the 16th.
Did those text messages not show up on Ms. Peters' records?
They do not show up on Ms. Peters' records.
And how about Mr. Segura's records?
For the time frame that we had, we did not see where those had come in.
So you didn't see them on Tuesday. They may have come the prior day or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. In any event, he forwards those to Malika Segura, his wife, on the 16th.
That's correct.
And then on the 17th, you see handset location for the 408 number, I think it's in the afternoon, consistent with him having gone to Ms. Peters' house, right?
That's correct, yes.
And during that time frame, the 509 phone stays at home, just like it did on the 19th, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You didn't talk about this text message, but after Mr. Segura had gone to Ms. Peters' house on the 17th, which was Wednesday, we have a text message on the 18th from Brandi Peters to Mr. Segura's 509 phone, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that was at 9:58 a.m. on Thursday the 18th?
Yes, sir. I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but that sounds approximately correct, yes.
Okay. And by that time, the tone of those text messages has changed, is that correct?
The text message that the Thursday, the one you're referencing now, definitely had a different tone than the previous ones that we saw.
And the only intervening event that we can tell from the phone records is that he went to her house on Wednesday, correct?
I don't know what events there may or may not been. Again, yes, from the phone records, we know that he did go to her residence between those text messages.
And what that text message from Brandi to Mr. Segura said on the 18th was, "You was looking good. If you wasn't my baby daddy, I would have given you some, LOL." Is that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
Immediately following that text, which was again at 9:58, we see calls start going back and forth between Mr. Segura and Ms. Peters, correct?
We do, again, I don't have that day pulled up here, but I do recall that there were calls between them, yes.
So on Thursday, the 18th at 10:02 a.m., they talked for a couple of minutes, is that right? Take your time, you don't have to feel like you have to rush.
Yes, on the 18th, I do see calls, and I'm looking at Ms. Peters' records here, but I do see events incoming from the 408 phone number to her phone number.
And it was star 67, of course.
Yes, and we'd have to go back to the 408 records to see that. In her records, I just see the phone number, but to see the star 67, we can go to his, which we certainly have. I have all the records if we need to look at them in detail.
So, yeah, I guess I can ask that question now. In the phone records you have, every single time that Mr. Segura contacts Ms. Peters' phone with his 408 number, he's using star 67 so as to prevent her from having that number, correct?
That's what we see. And obviously, we have records for a relatively limited period of time. We don't have records going back years and years. So when I talk about the records, I'm talking about in relative proximity to our incident time. But it would appear that she was never aware of the 408 number. There's no indication that she was aware of that. So even records or a time frame before that we have records for, there's no indication that he did not use star 67.
And he never texted her from the 408 number, correct?
Again, for the records that we have, we saw no text between the 408 and Ms. Peters' phone.
There wouldn't have been a way for him to hide the phone number if he had texted her from the 408 number, right?
It would have been much more difficult.
So every time he uses the 408 number, he's doing so in a manner that prevents Brandi from having that number.
That's correct.
And you reviewed all the records for that phone, correct? The 408 number?
Yes.
Fair to say that he was using that phone almost exclusively to communicate with other women who he appeared to be trying to set up hookups and things of that nature with?
Yes, a number of those communications were.
Okay. All right, so I know I kind of bounced around there, but going back to the phone calls immediately after the text message on Thursday the 18th, we talked about that short call at 10:02, and then at 10:05 there's a long call between the two of them, correct?
And I'm looking at the 18th. Yes, there is. It's at, actually, I see 10:07.
Okay, 10:07. And that's on the 408 number as well, correct?
That is correct.
And so, of course, Ms. Peters would have known that blocked number. She didn't know what the number was, but she would have known that the blocked number was Mr. Segura's because they're talking at that point, right?
She would have known once she answered it, yes.
Right, okay. Okay. That other text message that you talked about where she's asking about what happened, did you hang up on me, what day was that phone? Was that Thursday or Friday?
That was Friday the 19th.
And I just wanted to clarify with respect to that text, that was the whole quote. Did you hang up on me? What happened? It wasn't, hey, why'd you hang up on me? Nothing else. It was just indicating that the call ended abruptly, right?
That's correct, yes.
And with her not knowing whether he hung up on her, it could have just been a drop call, as we all commonly experience.
Correct, yes.
I'm
sorry, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about communications on the 19th now. You said both handsets are down at a location consistent with Mr. Segura's home until what time, about 12:30 or so?
I believe so, yes.
And Ms. Peters and Mr. Segura were talking to each other, or at least their handsets were communicating with each other at various points throughout that day, right?
That is correct.
All right. What's the first time we see him up at a location consistent with Ms. Peters' house on Friday? Is that the 1:30 communication? Or?
It would be the 119. We looked at events here, 12:32 and 12:36 that were consistent with his residence, and then no events until 119, but our first 119 event is a cell site sector and distance that could be consistent with the immediate area of her residence.
And right before that, they actually, their handsets, again, you can't say it's them, but their handsets are communicating for about 55 minutes right before Mr. Segura heads up into town towards Ms. Peters' house?
Yes, there were a number of communications, and I don't figure out the one that is quite that long. You mean at one event that was 55 minutes long?
Yeah, it was, well, I guess it's reported as 3,340 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. And that began at, what, about 11:30 a.m.?
It did, yes, 11:30.
Okay, so that would have gone till almost 12:30.
It ended about 12:26, yes.
So almost right after that, we see that Mr. Segura is going to leave his home and his handset will travel up into town, right?
Correct.
And just so we're clear about that, I mean, I thought it was fairly clear from the map, but he lives down south of town. He lives down in Woodville, right?
Yes, he lives in the southern Leon County.
So it's easy to tell when the handset is at his home versus at Ms. Peters' home.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I want to ask you about the communications, both texts and calls from, well, data sessions too, I guess, from Mr. Segura's 408 number starting at 13:41 or 1:41 p.m. on the 19th.
Okay.
From 1:41 p.m. until 3:05 p.m. or 15:05, he's staying in the same sector of the same tower, correct?
And I'm sorry, let me catch up with you here. And what time frames are you asking?
From 13:41, which is 1:41 p.m., to 15:05, which is 3:05 p.m.
Until 3:05, yes, they are the same cell site and sector for all of those events.
And is that Tower 847?
It is, yes, and actually I still have it pulled up here so we can see these events here.
Can you pull up a map that has Sean Segura as well as Brandi Peters' house on it? Do you have one like that?
I'm sorry, Sean Segura?
The defendant's sister?
I'm not, is the residence on Gale?
Yes, within that same cell sector. It's a little south of Ms. Peters' house.
Yes, it's somewhere right in here is where her residence would be.
Okay. That location, the Gale Street address, Mr. Segura's sister's address, that's squarely within Sector 1 of Tower 847, correct?
It is, yes.
So when we see, for example, with the communications from his 408 phone after 3:05 p.m., we see that his handset is jumping back and forth between Sector 1 and Sector 2 of Tower 847, right?
It does vary throughout the afternoon. There are changes in the sectors, changes in the towers, subtle changes in the distances for all the events that we see in the afternoon, yes.
Okay. And so we see down there beginning with 1319, which is 119 like you were talking about before, up through 1:26 p.m., he's jumping back and forth. His handset is jumping back and forth between Sector 1 and Sector 2 of 847, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then again, beginning at 15:10, so 3:10 p.m., all the way up until about 5 o'clock, he's jumping back and forth between the sectors again?
Yes, again, we do see periods of time where it communicates with primarily Sector 1 and sometimes Sector 2 of that 847 cell site.
And like we talked about before, there's that roughly, well, from 13:41 p.m. until 15:05, which is 3:05 p.m., all of those communications are with Sector 1 of Tower 847, no line jumping, right?
That's correct.
When a handset is jumping sectors like that, that can indicate being at a location that's near the sector line, right?
It can indicate that, yes.
And so that was one of the things you talked about with Mr. Fuchs. There's not a hard line, so as somebody gets closer to that sector line, they may start picking up on the other sector, right?
That's correct, yes.
But during the time that we've already talked about, 141 to 305, he's consistent only within Sector 1, right?
Yes, and as we can see throughout the day, it's primarily on Sector 1, and out of those events, we see 847-2, maybe 4 times throughout that day.
Okay. And so, for each of those communications between 13:41, 1:41 p.m., and 15:05, 3:05 p.m., his sister's house, the Gale Street address, is within the error range for all those communications, correct?
It is, yes.
So it would be fair to say that his sister's house is also consistent during that block of time with the location of his handset.
I could not exclude that address.
Okay. What about that church parking lot? You testified about that as well, right?
I did, yes.
That's slightly north of Brandi Peters' house?
It is.
Okay. Was it far enough north that it started communicating with another tower, or was that not till you looked at the Paul Russell Road location?
So this is the address that you're talking about here, the church that's just up the hill from Ms. Peters' residence. And with that one, we do see cell sites. We communicated with cell sites all the way down to Oak Ridge Road.
Okay. Primarily, a handset is usually going to communicate with the easiest line, right?
Yes, primarily.
And easiest line can be affected by topography, correct?
Yes.
So trees, like you talked about before, a hill in the road could potentially impact it.
Yes.
Load, depending on what's going on. For example, if there's a Florida State football game going on, all those towers around the stadium could be log jammed and it might kick a cell phone out to a farther tower. Is that right?
Yes, there are a number of factors that can affect which cell site a handset chooses to communicate with for any particular event. Yes.
Absent weird circumstances like that, usually a handset is going to communicate with the closest tower, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not a hard and fast rule. It's just usually that's what happens.
It's fair, yes.
But there are occasions, and we see that with these records, where it'll communicate with other towers for no apparent reason, right?
Yes, and again, maybe depend upon the technology of the event, whether it's a voice call or a data session. And in this case, for this particular address, because it is kind of up a hill, and then that handset has the ability to see a lot further out and may be able to communicate effectively with cell sites much further away than if it were kind of down on the flat ground level with where that cell site was.
And I'm not going to go back through all of the communications, but it's safe to say that between roughly 5 o'clock and roughly 8 o'clock, Mr. Segura's handset for the 408 number is consistent with Brandi Peters' house.
Yes.
And he's jumping the Sector 1 and Sector 2 sector line during those times, correct?
There is some change in the time frame that you're talking about. We see the 847.2 here at 310, and then really the only other time we see, and that's the cell site at his residence. So for the primary distances, for those first distances that are listed to us, which means the one that the handset actually chose to communicate with, we don't see that Sector 2 anymore after this 310 time frame. If we look at some of those other distances, which would be other cell sites that the handset is aware of, then we may see the 2 as well.
And then going to the 821 communication you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
That one is consistent with being a little further north from Miss Peters' house, going perhaps down Paul Russell Road back towards Woodville Highway, right?
It could be, yes. As we talked about, coming up out of her neighborhood up to Paul Russell on Jim Lee, you cross and kind of go down a hill in front of Rickards High School. And for that event, the handset is able to see that tower behind Rickards, which tells me that it has, or at least in my opinion, it has moved north and will be consistent with the Paul Russell area.
Okay. And then the next communication we have after that is it, I think you said 9:30, but it's actually like 9:31, right?
In the RTT report, it's listed as 9:30 and 18.
Okay, so it is 9:30. By 9:30, the handset is at a location back down in Woodville consistent with Mr. Segura's home.
That's correct.
And after 9:30, neither handset, the 509 handset or the 408 handset, neither handset ever goes back anywhere near Ms. Peters' home that night, correct?
Certainly. And again, we have periods of time where we have no records, so we can't make any determination about where a handset may or may not be. But for the records that we have, there's not a time after that where the records are consistent with her residence.
One difference, though, after 9:31 is that you described the difference between active and passive events already. His 408 number, which is communicating with towers near his house down in Woodville, is active all during that time, correct?
It is.
And he's communicating with Natasha Hawthorne, amongst other women, trying to set up meetups, hookups, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You got Malika Segura's cell phone records as well, right?
We did, yes.
And her handset never went anywhere near Brandi Peters' house that day, correct?
No.
Okay. Those communications from Mr. Segura's 408 phone at 7:23, there were 2 of them back to back?
Yes, sir.
And then another at 7:37?
Yes, sir.
What kinds of communications did those?
So these are the ones that you're speaking about here. The first 723 event would be, or both of the 723 events are data events. That 3GD indicates a 3G data event. And then the 737 event would be a SMS or a text message.
So for each of the data sessions, that could be something like checking email on your phone?
It could be, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Redirect. Starting where you left off, those SMS, these right here, could they also be consistent with your phone, doing an update on your emails even though you're not using it?
We certainly consider data to be a passive event. There's no requirement for you to be actively doing something for your phone to do data. Obviously, our phones are set up to automatically check email or check your Facebook or any other things that may be happening in the background. That doesn't necessarily require you to open up a browser and try to surf the web or actively do something. There are a number of events that are kind of always occurring, especially on our smartphones, that will create data events.
Okay. This text message, 737, who's it to?
It's an incoming text message, so it will be to Mr. Segura.
All right, so somebody's texting him, he's not texting somebody else.
That's correct.
So it's basically, there's no indication here during that time frame that it's active in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct.
If you can, the Gale Street location.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe best to look at from here.
Okay. And do the distancing, please. All right. That was not consistent with the information you obtained from Mr. Segura's 408 number, is it? It's a little bit shorter than that, is it not?
It is shorter, yes.
Okay. The Church Street, I'm sorry, the church, not the street, the church itself. Is that consistent with the information you're obtaining from her phone? It appears to be a little bit longer.
It is a little bit longer. We're talking about a very small distance between her house and the parking lot of the church. And we know that this data is not specific enough to be able to rule out one or the other. In looking at or comparing the data that we got, the distancing that we got versus what were in the records, no, it doesn't appear. Our data when we were at Ms. Peters' residence was short of this. And so, again, just in looking at the data, it does not appear as consistent with the church as it would with her residence. However, again, knowing the kind of that error rate that we have with it, we couldn't exclude those distances. They're very close together.
Sure, and the Gale Street address is also very close together too, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But all in all, when you look at the entire picture and the information you obtained here as well from his 408 and information, appeared as he was actually at her home. For that 408 phone number, correct?
It was certainly more consistent with her home than the other locations, yes.
All right, thanks for the questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this one? All right, you can step down. Be a good place to break.
Yes, sir.
All right, y'all had enough for one day. Better stay warm tonight. They say it's getting down to 34 degrees tonight. So hope everybody's got their heaters cranked up. We'll see you in the morning at 8:45. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Don't watch any media accounts. Have a good evening.
Good morning. His testimony is relative at this point to his analysis on, we've already had multiple court issues on that grab bar. That was his testimony, I think, to face tomorrow. We roll it on.
Okay, so that's going to be your last witness, you think?
That's what.
All right.
Oh, John, we also have a jail call that we're going to be playing as well. But that's not a witness, it's a stipulation that's all been made.
How long is that?
I think around 15 minutes.
Okay. All right. Anything for me to say?
I want to make the court aware, Mr. Fuchs and I have been communicating about it, and I think we're just going to have a stipulation, but Tamika Hawkins, one of the bench witnesses, the defendant's South Florida instance as well. Facts report myself, I don't think Mr. Peters has copied on it, but facts, medical documentation reporting to show that she is going to be available due to her daughter's surgery, which is scheduled to take place on Thursday of this week. She indicated to me via telephone last night that she's supposed to be having some sort of surgical procedure herself, I think tomorrow. She's indicated that she's indisposed and basically saying that she's not going to come. She has been served. I don't want to get a material witness warrant. I'm not asking for that at this point. One way or the other, she's an essential witness. So I'm fine playing the video of the testimony from last time and giving the jurors transcripts to follow along with. That's what I've proposed. Mr. Fuchs just wanted to look at the video before he agrees to that, but I just wanted to apprise the court of that issue and bring it back to the court's attention in the morning if we don't have a stipulation in place.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
I anticipate that we'll be done with Mr. Fuchs' case pretty early tomorrow. I don't think Mr. McIntyre is going to take very long, so we'll be starting with the defense case. So we're going to need all the inmate witnesses for the defense. The bailiffs they need to be ordered to be transported out of the court order. Mr. Santos, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Washington, those three transported from the jail.
By, what do you think, 10 or 11 o'clock?
That'd be fine, yes, sir.
What do you think?
That's probably about right.
About 10?
Yes.
Okay. All right. See y'all at work?
Yeah, I think regardless, we'll have to.
Okay, so that concludes day 3 of Florida versus Segura. And let's recap. That was basically all about cell phone. So that was Sergeant Christopher Corbett. And under direct, he talked about the 2 phones that Henry had, the primary and his burner phone. So originally he said that the burner phone was his friend Silas Thorton, who actually testified at the beginning of day 3. But clearly it was not. That was a burner phone that he had. So he goes over all the locations and cell phone towers. It was, let's see, pretty interesting. Let's see. Malika was not happy. Malika was not happy with him. She texts Henry, 11:22, which was a couple days after. He texts his friend Jones, "Are you up?" Then at 11:15, he says, "Not sure how to say it on the phone." They kind of jumped around a little bit, so I'm just kind of trying to. So Brandi, let's see. Brandi's getting phone calls from one phone, but she's responding to texts to another. That's because Henry used star 69 to block the numbers. Brandi does text, "Did you hang up on me? What happened?" So basically, let me just see. So I thought when they showed all those records that Brandi's a very, very active cell phone user. And then at, let's see, 6:53 was the last text. I'm sorry. 6:54 was the last last active event. 6:56 was the first passive event, and then 7:49. So she literally had like every other minute she was texting, calling, doing something, and then it just ends. 11:19, 7:49. So did it die? They were saying that it died versus it being destroyed. And they talked a lot about Henry's cell phone pinging, and they only lived like 8 miles away from each other. I didn't realize they were that close. Mustang Avenue Drive, I'm not sure, to Saddle Creek Run was 15 minutes, about 8-mile drive. I didn't realize it was so close. Cross brought up a good thing about, his sister, Sean Segura. His sister lived... All right. So, hey. Stop. All right. Do you want to go out? Watch your tail. So yeah, I thought that was a good, interesting thing that his sister lived just a little south of Brandi, but was within the cell phone sector. I thought that was good. My main question is why, if the jury got this information, to us it seems okay. So is the cell phone data going to do Henry in? 69% of you said yes, 0% said no, 30% said not sure. So if you're a jury on trial one, I would have thought that was way more damning than the DNA. The DNA to me was just a big nothing burger. They didn't test for any touch DNA. All they did was tested for the blood, and that was Brandi's. But I guess they were trying to figure out, well, if there was this brutal fight, blood is all over, somebody else's blood has to be a part of it. But that just ended up not really coming to fruition. All right, let's get to some questions here, or comments. Mandy Strong, the defendant lied about owning cell number 2. Yep, they proved he did own cell number 2. Yep, cell number 2 was at or near the crime scene and he threw it away. Is that enough? Right, and again, why didn't they have this in the first trial? I don't get it. Lily Wayne, so defense starts tomorrow. That would be day 4. And let me see, I'm just looking through. Day 4, possibly. No, it looks like we still have state for day 4. But then, yeah, so it looks like a little bit of state, but then defense does kick in on day 4, which would be tomorrow. So it looks like, okay, so as far as timing is concerned, we will pick this up tomorrow, Monday. There is a trial that's starting in South Carolina, which you guys are going to just lose your minds over. At least I have been doing some research. It's really unbelievable. And it looks like jury selection is going to start tomorrow. They have some motions, and then it's going to kick in on Tuesday. So we'll go as far as we can with Segura. I am going to put him on pause while we oh, I got a kitty hair. One of those things that just catches your eye. I just want to get rid of it. I will put Segura on hold because I do want to cover this live trial, and it is going to be a good one. We will definitely get back to Segura. And also, here's another thing. Now that I didn't want to do the first trial because I knew it ended in a mistrial, and I was like, oh man, I don't want to invest all this time and then have a mistrial. I thought that was really going to be like a bummer. But now that we're seeing this, are you guys interested in watching at some point doing a rewatch of his mistrial, and we can kind of contrast and compare. Therapist Juno says nobody else would benefit from these people being unalived. Nobody else would benefit. Well, if you believe what the defense is going to put up, and Brandi was a mule and she was fronted some drugs and she didn't pay back or whatever it was, and Santo was trying to keep a clean face, that's what they're going to bring up. Kathy Smith, well, you're very welcome, and thank you. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday. Appreciate it, guys. So Julie's theory is there were 2 people. Yeah, let's really wrap our heads around this. You've got 2 6-year-old girls who are capable of fighting. Maybe not the best, but they're capable of like flailing and scratching and biting. 3-year-old, poor kid, he's not going to put up a fight. He's just going to be, unfortunately a little puddle somewhere. Poor little guy. But the girls, I think, at least put up some kind of fight. So how do you contain 3 kids and a mother who is not clearly did not go quietly into the night? She put up a hell of a fight. So how does this happen with only one person? Lock the kids in the bathroom, but how do you get them in the bathroom? Whereas Brandi is just going to let you lock them in the bathroom. That doesn't make sense either, right? So widespread panic. I would be a little interested, but it might be boring for some people. Oh, what's that? I gotta make sure you don't turn off my. I'm talking through the kitty. Curvio says, still seems odd they would off the kids if it was the cartel. Yeah, just shoot, take care of mom, and then the kids are the kids. What the ending will be ruined? In what way? What am I missing? Oh, Julie thinks maybe he was a patsy, so they They put the blame on him. Julie says, I do not know, but I keep thinking that there is someone else better equipped to handle a red rum like this. Widespread Panic says, I agree, Julie, he had help. One person is Segura. Julie says the other had to be better equipped to handle it. So Segura maybe held down the kids or whatever while Brandi's just getting wailed on and fighting back and God knows what else. Seriously? Butt and Mike? Dude, really? Come on now. Therapist, you asked if we wanted to watch the first trial. I say no because the ending will already be known. Yeah, well, that's true. It'll be tough. It will be tough, but it'll be also fun to like kind of compare and contrast. If we go into it, therapist, knowing that we know the outcome, maybe then we could, we could do what Nick Starro did with the Guerrero one. We could start with the ending, knowing it's a mistrial, and then go working our way back. That might be. Yes, meow meow, Pammy. That's what they do, Kathy. Super Bowl's calling BS. Julie says, I cannot watch the same trial twice. All right, fair enough. Widespread Panic. I just don't think it was professional enough to have it. Let me try that again. I just don't think it was professional enough to have been done by a cartel. Yeah. Kitties. Bangs head. No. I was going to say maybe we could show that during Kohlberger, the retrial.
No.
I know. And Kerrville says, like I believe Squeege in the beginning, they usually make it public. And I think was that Brat that said that? Or was that you, Kerrville? Maybe Brat said, usually the cartel makes it very public because they want to send a message. Julia says, why does everyone think the cartel has manners? Because they're professionals and they don't mess around. They just go in and they don't let somebody fight, I think. In my opinion. I'm just saying my opinion. I don't think they let somebody like Brandi fight the way she fought. Get outside and then she has to be dragged in. That's way, I don't know. I think they would just go in, 2 shots to the head and be done with it. I don't think they'd be this whole fight, blood all over. I don't know. Because why? Because then you risk getting hurt, right? And yet that's what the defense is saying, that Santo hired two people to do this. I don't know. Well, look at Dan Markel. They weren't cartel, but they were gang members, and they hired 2 guys. They drove up there. They cased the joint. They walked up to him in his car. Boom, he's gone. They didn't drag him out of his car and pummel him to death. They just, yeah. They don't want to get caught. Exactly. Kerrville says, yeah, the crime scene was a mess. Blood everywhere. They wouldn't risk leaving DNA. Leslie Wayne, I wouldn't want to watch a mistrial. Too much of the same info. I'd rather hear another trial with different motives. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Mandy Strong says, if Super Shady is to believe the defendant wanted to borrow a ghost gun, she said no bit would look around for one. Yeah, I just think, and also think the mafia, I mean, this is the cartel, but the mafia, those hits, they would just walk up to you and you're gone. You don't even know that you're going to be gone. You're just gone, Lily, when kids would likely be screaming in the bathroom if they were locked in. Absolutely. Now, they said, I guess they're near FSU, which is Florida State University. I guess they're near that because one of the first officers that was on the stand was, they were asked, did you go back? I guess they went back a day or 2 later and to hear the noise, and I guess they said it was very noisy there. So that was kind of implying that you wouldn't hear this loud, obviously horrendous incident going on. Gunshots, people screaming, Mandy yelling, screaming, Oh, Brandi. Sorry. Sorry, Mandy. Sorry, Brandi. Sorry, Mandy. Sorry to you both. Kerrville says, yeah, the burner phone and trying to borrow people's vehicles and money. Why? Or vehicles and guns. Jeez, I can't think today or read. So Mandy says he was planning the massacre. Mandy says he got a secret phone. He made sure not to leave DNA behind. He also disposed of a car. Yeah, no, it's all very shady. Moni G says, but there wasn't any DNA left. Oh, wait, you guys said there was only tested blood. Yes, was that the norm back then? I have no idea. I have no idea why they didn't test for touch DNA. I really don't know why they didn't. I guess, yeah. Because when we watched the Jerry Burns trial and his DNA, the DNA caught him from a 1979 murder of Michelle. Is that her name? God, I can't remember her name right now. Anyway, that poor girl. They were talking about touch DNA, even just in a microphone, just talking, the witnesses just sitting there talking to the microphone. There's touch DNA being spewed all over. So I don't know. And that was in 2020? Okay, I guess it was a year. No, I guess it was a year before this, or a year after. I'm sorry, it was after this. And Mandy, yeah, why the kids? Kids that don't even belong to him? Witnesses, I guess. Witnesses, you know, you're not going to just let those kids live, sadly, because they're going to, you know, they're going to say, yeah, he did it. Plus, I think they knew, the 3-year-old probably didn't because he's 3 years old. He didn't know. But those 6-year-old girls, they probably, of course, would be able to identify him. And that is true, Curvio. They swabbed many body parts, palms, back of hands, etc. Yes, they did. All right, Mandy, have a good night. Thanks for joining us, and please join us tomorrow. Yeah, they swabbed, Curvio says they swabbed all the handles, sink, bath bar. Yep. Yep. And Curvio, I wouldn't loan my guns to even my bestest and closest of friends. It's too weird. Yeah, well, it was his girlfriend, so I guess it might be different if it's a romantic relationship, you know. Who knows, you know. All right, guys, it's 5:30 here on the East Coast in chilly Florida. Super Bowl and I are going to say goodbye. Super Bowl. Say goodbye, Super Bowl. Kitty, 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 kitty. You are a little girl. Yes. Super Bowl says thank you for joining us. We are going to say goodbye. Pammy, yes. And thank you for your reply. Appreciate it. All right, guys, join us tomorrow. We'll probably pick up, I guess, at 9 o'clock. I'll pick up on day 4. I'm pretty sure the defense will kick in at that point. There's, I was looking ahead. It looks like there's still some state to go, but the defense is going to kick in soon. And this is an 8-day trial, so we're at day 3. So it seems like if he's already asking if the state is going to rest on day 4, then it's going to be about half and half for state and 4 days for state, 4 days for defense, I guess. So thank you to Aaron. Thank you to Super Bowl. Thank you to, who else made an appearance? Polly made an appearance. Thank you to our mods. Let's see who was with us. Julie and OnlyFan and Therapist You Know were all with us.
Sam.
Florida PI Sam was in the chat. Thank you for being such fantastic mods. We really appreciate you guys. And thank you, chat, for joining us. We had a baker raid, so Broken Baker, thank you for that. Appreciate you. And for those that stuck around, we appreciate you as well. I will let you all go for now. Join us tomorrow at 9. We're going to continue with Henry Segura, and then Tuesday we're going to start a new trial out of South Carolina. And widespread panic turned us on to it, so we'll definitely talk about that. So with that, I will say I'm going to go back to here. And I will say goodbye to you here, and I'll play some outro music for y'all. But have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Bye. Bye.